This is a doomsday world where humans face countless monsters, and everyone awakens their own abilities. However, the male lead has no abilities at all. He is a weak person who only knows how to run away from danger. In his final breaths, Qin deeply regretted his cowardly nature, unable to save his younger sister. And then, just as death seemed to be knocking on the door, an incredible miracle occurred. He unexpectedly reborn, returning from the void to begin a new journey, with the memories and experiences of his past life still intact. Knowing that he had been given a second chance, Qin decided not to be as weak as before. Follow Kingdom Manhwa to see how Qin journey to upgrade his abilities unfolds and what difficulties he encounters. The story begins with a scene surrounded by monsters, in the 5th year of the apocalypse. They destroy everything, even as ability users bravely resist. Moreover, they slaughter humanity, and the earth is completely dominated by the demon race. The scene of humans hanging suspended by ropes is horrifying. More than half of humanity has died, and the lucky survivors must flee everywhere. The weak can only accept their fate, or become slave toys for the demon race. A beautiful, vibrant blue planet appears, Earth, once the beautiful home of humanity. When the demon race invaded, that beautiful Earth was shattered and transformed into a terrifying hell. Amidst the ruins, he carries someone on his back, speaking as he walks, trying to persevere. We've reached the edge of the wasteland. Those demons won't be able to catch up. It turns out to be Qin and Xiao Shui. She trembles behind him, saying, "Brother, I can't take it anymore. Put me down and run by yourself." Qin's face shows fatigue but is full of determination. "Don't say such things. Once we get out of this wasteland, I'll find you some food." Suddenly, he trips over a rock on the road. Both Qin and Xiao Shui tumble into a pile of rubble. He looks at her, his expression panicked, and shouts, "Xiao Shui!" Holding Xiao Shui, who is coughing up blood, in his arms, he says with self-reproach, "Xiao Shui, how are you?" "I'm sorry, I lost my balance." Xiao Shui's eyes seem to be losing their vitality, but she tries to comfort him. "Brother, the domain toxin will gradually erode the human body." Despite the veins on her neck becoming larger and more visible, she says weakly, "It's been 5 years. My time has really come." Hearing Xiao Shui's words, he can't help but roar in despair. "I'm sorry, Xiao Shui. If I wasn't so useless, if I had awakened my ability from the start, you wouldn't have been infected with the domain toxin." Xiao Shui reaches out to touch his face, which is streaked with tears, saying, "What are you saying? If you hadn't protected me, how could I have survived for 5 years in this apocalyptic world?" She tries to force a smile and comforts him, "So it's enough. Give up on me, brother. From now on, live well on your own." Suddenly, a dark shadow rushes over. It takes Xiao Shui away, causing him to shout in panic, "Xiao Shui!" When he turns around, he is stunned. That is. A tall demon holds Xiao Shui suspended with tentacles, gleefully exclaiming, "Ah yeah. I didn't expect that just passing by would lead me to discover a new toy." Looking at the huge figure, he thinks in horror, a humanoid. Why are high-level demons appearing in this place? He squeezes Xiao Shui's cheeks with his large hands, smiling with interest. "She's quite pretty, but it's a pity she won't live much longer." He lowers his head, trying to rise with his trembling body. Let her go." The wicked demon hesitates. "Maybe." He throws Xiao Shui aside while grandly declaring, "I am the most benevolent." She is pierced by a tentacle and immediately spits out blood. Qin freezes for a moment. Then he regains his senses and shouts, "Ah!" The demon steps on Xiao Shui and says in frustration, "This toy is broken, you're next." He grits his teeth, his whole body trembling with anger as he sees this. "I will kill you." Qin picks up a stone from the ground and shouts, "I will kill you." The demon reaches out with a large hand and grabs his face. "With you?" He easily lifts Qin. "Ha ha, a waste who doesn't even have an ability, and he's even trembling." He throws him away, disdainfully saying, "What are you dreaming about in broad daylight?" His stomach is full of syrup, and he vomits a dark red liquid. The demon raises his hand full of sharp claws, carrying the flames of magic. "You humans." The magic flames engulf Qin, and the demon coldly affirms, "Should have been destroyed long ago." "Ah!" The flames gradually fade. Qin's face is covered in dirt, and all that remains in his heart is self-reproach. Why did it end up like this? In front of him, the demon's hand gradually reveals a sword. "Huh, not dead yet? You're good at enduring." The sword vibrates slightly, and killing intent spreads with the voice, if that's the case. He raises the sword high, then will continue. As the sword pierces his stomach, Qinyan's eyes roll back, and he immediately spits out blood. Looking at his miserable state, he says contemptuously, "Hey, why don't you die? Aren't you in a lot of pain?" Qinyan's face is already distorted, but he is still not satisfied. "Scream for me. Scream and beg for mercy." Suddenly, his eyes snap open. Looking at the white statue amidst the rubble, he seems to remember something, that is. He stares at the statue, involuntarily thinking, an angel, just like the one I gave Xiao Shui. 10 years ago, Qinyan held a glass box containing an angel statue, smiling gently and offering his wishes. "Xiao Shui, happy birthday." Xiao Shui exclaimed happily, "Wow, an angel." He instills faith in her. Yes, the angel will protect our Xiao Shui and keep her happy and healthy forever. Xiao Shui looks up at him and retorts, "That's not right, you're wrong." Qinyan asks, "Where did I go wrong?" Her smile is radiant, and she replies with a confident voice, "The one who protects me isn't an angel, it's you." Qinyan is stunned, his eyes widening at Xiao Shui's unexpected words. He gently places the gift box on the ground. Then he steps forward and hugs Xiao Shui, stroking her head and whispering, "Yes, I will protect Xiao Shui with the angel." The whisper from the bottom of Qinyan's heart resounds, "That's right. I once made such a promise to Xiao Shui, but I broke my word." In the chaotic night, a dim red light covers the people running in panic. "Damn it, why did this thing come so randomly? Don't say any more, run quickly!" A large amount of poisonous gas has appeared outside the domain. It's very dangerous. If you get infected with that stuff, you're done for. Qinyan stands in the crowd, his face showing clear anxiety. "Why did I have to injure my leg at this time? This is too unlucky." His bandaged foot hurries along, and his cane accidentally trips over a stone. He immediately falls heavily to the ground. Qinyan tenses up, gritting his teeth and turning to look behind him. Behind him, black gas gradually appears in a vortex. Trembling all over, he struggles to push himself up. But Qinyan can't get up. He grits his teeth and lies helplessly on the ground. He feels relieved in his heart. Luckily, Xiao Shui went out in the morning. That's great, she can continue to live. At that moment, Xiao Shui suddenly appears in front of Qinyan and asks, "Brother, what's wrong?" She asks again, "Brother, what's wrong?" Qinyan's face pales, and he immediately gets up. "Xiao Shui, why did you come back?" Xiao Shui takes off her mask and puts it on him, her voice decisive, "Don't talk, I'll take you away." The two siblings support each other as they move forward, but Qinyan's heart is still full of regret. Xiao Shui could have avoided this calamity, but she came back to save him. Fortunately, they found a safe hiding place, and then they successfully escaped the infected area of the domain. Suddenly, Xiao Shui coughs up blood, and he turns in panic. Xiao Shui is infected, and shouts in horror, "Xiao Shui!" He calls out in panic, "Xiao Shui!" The memory ends, and Qinyan's blood-soaked body lies face up on the ground. "Xiao Shui, it's my fault. I couldn't protect you." In the raging flames, Qinyan chokes, "I'll go die with you right away." The demon bares its ferocious fangs, calling out in boredom, "Tch, no reaction at all, how boring." He raises the sword high, preparing to stab him, while proclaiming, "Then you go die for me." Drops of blood fall onto the face of the angel statue. A stream of blue light appears from the middle of the statue's forehead. The blue light seems to be composed of many fragments of light. White text gradually appears on the blue screen. System activated. Initial abilities of character activated. Preparing to perform time reversal. Target located, 5 years ago. The sky is clear, and the sun shines on the yellow buildings. A voice rings out in the yard, "Look at him. He really doesn't know how to resist. I told you, this guy is a waste." He usually doesn't even dare to speak loudly. He just says yes, yes, yes. He's not like a man at all. Qinyan lies face up on the brick floor, his hands covering his head in panic. What's going on? Am I not dead yet? Suddenly, his eyes widen in horror, and they glow with a brilliant purple light. Qinyan looks at the group of people in front of him in confusion. Zhang Chang? Why is it him? The leader standing in front of him is a hoodlum who is arrogant and likes to cause trouble in the street where I and Xiao Shui lived 5 years ago. Every day, he gets drunk and makes trouble, and when he's short of money, he goes around collecting protection fees. He leans down close to Qingyan and mutters, "Qingyan, how has your younger sister been recently? I heard that people infected with toxins in the domain are very weak." Qingyan follows Zhang Chang, slowly contemplating what he just said. What did he say? My younger sister. He turns his head back and threatens, "I'm short of drinking money recently. Remember to pay the protection fee in 3 days. Otherwise, I'll go to your sister's door to collect it myself." Then they walk straight ahead, leaving Qingyan standing there. The two people with him are still laughing mockingly. How boring! This useless guy doesn't give any sense of accomplishment when you beat him up, haha. Do you even know what a sense of accomplishment is? Qingyan clenches his fists, wondering, Xiao Shui is still alive. On the street, he walks silently. A stylish girl behind him sighs in admiration. Doing a discount activity really saves money. 2 other people passing by also praise the restaurant. Wow, this restaurant's stir-fried pork with peppers is number 1. Qingyan is lost in the crowd, looking at his hands and wondering, am I dreaming? The earth has clearly been occupied by the demon race, and all the cities have turned into wastelands. Then he looks at the people around him and wonders, they are actually smiling. How long has it been since I last saw people smile? Chaotic scenes reappear in Qingyan's mind. 5 years ago, when the domain first appeared, residents within the domain were evacuated urgently. Some people were infected with toxins in the domain, but they were still healthy. The dark shadows of evil spirits appeared and surrounded them. In addition, some people awakened abilities, allowing them to enter the domain and close it. Therefore, human society was not severely affected, and the lives of ordinary people were still maintained. The entire city was burned down by huge fires. At that time, no one realized that the end of the world was approaching and the countdown to the destruction of the world had quietly begun. Qingyan suddenly realizes something. So it's 5 years ago now. I really have been reborn. Then, he immediately rushes forward, shouting in his heart, Xiao Shui. On a deserted street, Qingyan bursts into the room where Xiao Shui is sleeping soundly and exclaims, Xiao Shui, that's great, you're still alive. He sits down next to her bed and confides, so I'm not dreaming, I've really returned. Qingyan takes out his watch to check the time. Today is April 2nd, 2055. That means Xiao Shui was infected with toxins in the domain a month after we moved to our new place. He regretfully stares at the watch on his wrist. If I had been reborn a month earlier, that would have been great. That way, I could have prepared in advance. And Xiao Shui wouldn't have been infected with toxins in the domain. Suddenly, the system appears and explains, startling him, my power can only bring you back to this time. Qingyan steps back in fear. Who's there? The system continues to display the text, I am your upgrade system. He looks suspicious. Upgrade system? What does that mean? The system immediately explains, your current level is 0. Only by successfully leveling up to level 99 can you have hope of saving the Earth and all of humanity. Qingyan doesn't believe the system's words. He questions doubtfully, saving the world? Are you kidding me? Even all the S-class ability users combined can't do it. What can a waste like me, who doesn't even have an ability, do? The system doesn't bother to explain further, your ability has already been activated. You have to find out the specific details yourself. He is stunned, what did you say? Then the system only adds one more sentence, preparing to start the transfer. Be prepared. Before he can understand what's happening, Qingyan is transferred by the system. He quickly shouts, hey, wait. In a daze, Xiao Shui weakly calls out, brother. Qingyan is dropped into a forest. He falls to the ground, angrily asking loudly, where is this? The system appears and provides information, this is a primary domain. You can find your ability here. Qingyan looks at the system and shouts, you lunatic. Let me out. I don't want to save the world, I just want to protect Xiao Shui and let her live well forever. The system adds more information, the ingredients for the antidote to the domain toxin are distributed in different areas. As long as you keep leveling up to overcome the domains, you will have the opportunity to obtain them. Qingyan's face is full of panic as he reads those lines, an antidote that can treat the domain toxin? He thinks to himself, I remember that humans couldn't find a way to treat the toxin in the domain. In the end, countless people died because of the widespread infection. He gradually understands the system's intention, so, as long as I keep leveling up, I will have the opportunity to find an antidote to cure Xiao Shui's illness. A layer of blue screen covers the entire city. The domain is different from the other dimensions often seen in novels. It's like a special barrier set up on the spot. Some domains are only the size of a gymnasium, while others cover half a city. Although the geographical location does not change, and even the houses are kept. But the ecological environment inside the domain can undergo earth-shattering changes, and you can encounter mutated creatures and magical beasts beyond imagination at any time. Only ability users can resist the domain toxin and enter the domain. Qinyan anxiously looks around. I don't feel uncomfortable right now, so does that mean I've really become an ability user? But I don't feel anything at all. What exactly is my ability? He looks at his hands and asks himself, the system told me to find it myself. Is it asking me to go find magical beasts to fight? Are you kidding me? Another piece of data from the system appears. The ingredients for the antidote that can treat the domain toxin are scattered in different domains. As long as you keep leveling up and conquer the domains, you will have the opportunity to obtain them. Qinyan is skeptical, but he also makes a decision. If what the system says is true, maybe this is the only chance for me to save Xiao Shui. He clenches his fists, his heart full of determination. No matter what awaits me ahead, I must try. Suddenly, something startles Qinyan. What's that sound? He carefully moves towards the direction of the sound. It seems to be coming from ahead. A large animal sits in the middle of the meadow. Qinyan cautiously observes. What is that? A capybara turns its head, and he lowers his guard. Huh? Qinyan stares blankly at it. A capybara? Feeling silly, he slaps himself on the face. I thought it was a magical beast. It scared me. Qinyan approaches without any precautions. Why would a harmless, gentle animal like a capybara appear in a dangerous place like a domain, and even eat and drink leisurely? Suddenly, his eyes widen in horror. The harmless capybara in his eyes is actually biting another animal. Qinyan gapes. Capybaras don't eat grass, do they? Looking at the capybara tearing at its prey, Qinyan asks himself, could it be mutated? He quickly steps back in fear. Sorry, I'm disturbing your meal. Qinyan says softly, I'll leave right away. Then he runs away quickly, but the capybara has already noticed him. Run! It emits an extremely terrifying killing intent. Qinyan runs while remembering, damn it, everything in the domain can mutate. How could I forget that? Unfortunately, he trips at that moment. Qinyan quickly sits up and reassures himself, I have to get up quickly. If it finds me, I'm dead. Unexpectedly, this capybara doesn't want to let him go. It's determined to chase him to the end. Qinyan looks back in shock. It's chasing me. He cautiously looks around. Suddenly, Qinyan notices a branch under his feet. He quickly reaches out and picks it up. Qinyan grits his teeth, raising the branch defensively. When it gets closer, I'll use this to pierce its head. The shadow of the capybara gets closer and closer. Qinyan warily raises the branch high. Unexpectedly, another capybara rushes out from the side, catching him off guard. Qinyan's pupils contract as he sees it biting his hand. How is this possible? The sound clearly came from the left. Suddenly, another one pounces and bites his leg hard. Qinyan waves his arms and legs in panic. I'm seeing ghosts. How are there two of them? Blood starts to flow from his hand. The same goes for his leg. The two capybaras continue to attack, and Qinyan can only helplessly endure. I can't escape. If this continues, I'll be bitten to death. He grits his teeth in pain, trying to find a way. Is there anything that can make them trip or divert their attention? Then Qinyan reaches out and grabs a vine, just for a moment, even if it's just for a moment. Suddenly, the vine glows. It sprouts into a long rope. Then it wraps directly around the two audacious capybaras. Finally, it lifts them up. Qinyan lies there blankly, his face pale, silently thinking, what's going on? They are lifted high into the air by the rope and then slammed to the ground. He painfully struggles up. Now's my chance. Then Qinyan grabs the branch next to him. Qinyan decides to stab it straight into the two rats just now. Looking at the strange things that died in front of him, he can finally sit under the tree and breathe a sigh of relief. I'm saved. Qinyan secretly admires himself. I actually killed mutated beings all by myself. He looks up, two of them. It's like a dream and more. While he is thinking, the system has sent a message. I finally know what my ability is. The system panel appears. 1/2, Sense Control, Level 1, unlocked successfully. Qinyan squints at the system panel, Sense Control? During these 5 years, I've heard of many ability users. Some can control fire, water, and lightning. Some possess incredible strength, can transform into beast men, or have their 5 senses evolved to the highest level, or can fly in the sky like birds. He quickly gets up and continues, but I've never heard of an ability user with the ability to control senses. Qinyan goes to pick up the branch in front of him. Then he thinks about the terrifying thing that happened just now. At that time, I grabbed the vine on the ground, and I just wanted to pull those 2 capybaras away. Then these vines moved on their own. Qinyan immediately realizes, so, my ability is to control these vines. He narrows his eyes, reasoning carefully, that's not right. If that were the case, the system's description should be something like can control plants. As he thinks, he leans his hand against the tree next to him. Perhaps, the range of objects I can sense and control is actually wider. Qinyan speaks, System, I believe what you said now. Can you let me out? And in his head he thinks I'm injured now, so I should retreat from this place first. Treat my wounds, and then talk about other things. The system appears, you must destroy the energy core. Only after completely closing the domain can you leave. Qinyan exclaims in dismay, what? Normally, energy cores are in the bodies of the strongest mutated beings or magical beasts. As he was discontentedly questioning the system, a shadow appeared behind him. You want me to go die, is that it? Qinyan involuntarily turned his head. Before him was a giant capybara. It angrily opened its mouth and growled. Qinyan could only feel fear, his legs turned to jelly, and he fell. How can there be such a big capybara? The 2 from before were completely not on the same level. Suddenly, the giant capybara turned its eyes elsewhere. The 2 capybaras that he killed earlier were the offspring of this giant capybara. Qinyan thought in panic, could it be, those 2 were its children? I'm done for. The giant capybara roared fiercely, revealing its sharp teeth. It swung its hand to attack Qinyan, but he managed to dodge in time, escaping by a hair's breadth. He thought to himself, whether its strength or size, the difference is too great. It could easily stomp me to death like an ant. Qinyan tried to reach for the trunk of the vine in front of him. He calculated and made a decision, I have to try at least. Qinyan pleaded, please help me. He grabbed both ends of the vine, squeezing them tightly, control it, go. As soon as he yanked it, the entire vine swung straight up. It shot towards the ferocious capybara. The vine quickly wrapped around its leg. Caught by surprise, the capybara was controlled by the vine and pulled backwards. Qinyan's face lit up, cheering inwardly, success. I can really control these vines. Now, if I can just find a suitable weapon, maybe I can really. Suddenly, its legs shook violently. Qinyan frowned, a chill running down his spine, could it be? The capybara quickly broke free from the vine. Qinyan was horrified, I'm finished. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. It roared and knocked Qinyan down with its sharp claws. He was sent tumbling backwards. His body couldn't withstand it, and he coughed up blood. Its size is too great. Relying on just a few vines is fundamentally not enough to restrain it. Qinyan gasped, lying down and looking into the distance. I need more. He turned to look at the glowing vine in his hand. I have to lure it to a place deep in the forest. The vine once again wrapped tightly around the capybara's wound, causing it to roar in pain. Qinyan quickly got up, clutching his wound. Now. He quickly left while the vine was holding the capybara back. Qinyan went deep into the forest. He staggered, leaning on trees as he walked, thinking, this is the place. At this moment, the capybara had also broken free from the vine's restraint, roaring madly. Elsewhere, Qinyan touched the trunks of the vines with both hands. He closed his eyes tightly. I have to control all the vines in this place. This is my only chance. Qinyan opened his mouth and tried to breathe, sweat pouring down his face. The tree trunks gradually emitted a golden light. Qinyan's eyes were bloodshot with fatigue, but still shining with determination. Move, move! The capybara followed the scent to find him. Suddenly, Qinyan coughed up blood. He fell, sinking into a hazy train of thought. Have I reached my limit? But Xiao Shui is still waiting for me. Qinyan recalled a conversation with Xiao Shui. Brother, I want to drink Coca-Cola. Can you go find some? He agreed without hesitation. Okay, then you wait for me here. Xiao Shui replied happily. Okay. Qin Yan then went all over the supermarket, but he couldn't find even one bottle. It seemed that this supermarket had already been ransacked. Walking past each empty shelf, he thought to himself, Xiao Shui rarely actively says she wants to drink something. I'll take her to other places to look for it later. When he returned, Qin Yan saw Xiao Shui huddled on the ground, hugging herself, muttering, just endure it, I can't let him see, I can't let him worry. Qin Yan suddenly realized and secretly blamed himself, so, Xiao Shui has always been gritting her teeth and enduring the pain. I'm her older brother, I should be taking care of and protecting her. He clenched the cane in his hand, but time and time again. The image of the demon grabbing Xiao Shui, its fingers squeezing her face, appeared. Brother, run! Tears streamed down her face. You must keep living. The recollection ended. Qin Yan gritted his teeth and frowned, his heart bursting with anger. I will absolutely not let this happen again. Absolutely not. Suddenly, the capybara stood behind him. Qin Yan clenched the vine in his hand. Its roar shook the forest, causing flocks of birds to fly away in disarray. Qin Yan closed his eyes to feel it, a green aura radiating around him. I seem to hear it. The entire rhythm of the forest, it's like. Qin Yan frowned and slowly opened his eyes. I have become one with it. The forest emitted a fresh green light. The capybara, wrapped tightly in the vines, screamed miserably, eek, eek, eek. It was tied tightly and fell to the ground, eek, eek. Seeing this, Qin Yan thought nervously, it's still struggling to break free from the vines. Suddenly, the branches of the vines moved. They tightened around the capybara's neck, its eyes showing tangled blood vessels. The vines tightened more and more, its eyes rolled back, and its body trembled. Then the capybara spat out a mouthful of blood and stopped breathing. Seeing this, Qin Yan approached and said in delight, I did it. He collapsed to his knees, blood dripping onto the ground, and said weakly, Xiao Shui, I did it. After saying this, his hands fell to the ground, and he groaned in pain. My body hurts so much. Does using too much power lead to side effects? Qin Yan's eyelids drooped. Damn it. The system popped up a notification. Successfully killed the giant capybara. Entering the summary stage. Level increased. Current level 5. Stage upgrade rewards sent. Level rewards, restore body condition. Qin Yan, in a miserable state, lay collapsed on the ground. Suddenly he sat up, feeling an unusual agility in his body, and asked in surprise, what's going on? The wounds on my body are all gone. Qin Yan looked at the fading system, wondering, does this mean that every time I level up, I will have the opportunity to completely heal my body's injuries? So, in a critical moment, I can use it to save my life. Approaching the corpse of the giant capybara, he saw an energy core spinning and glittering above its head. He widened his eyes, overwhelmed by its brilliance. This is the energy core that supports the domain. Once it disappears, the domain will disappear with it. Suddenly, the energy core shattered into small pieces, but before that, it would randomly condense some things, just like when fighting bosses in dungeons. The energy core disappeared, and in its place was a short sword and a block. Qin Yan happily held the two objects in his hand. I'm so lucky this time. I actually got a weapon and this energy stone. I heard that even a small one like this can be sold for a lot of money. Suddenly, a flower grew up, and Qin Yan was curious. Huh? What's this? While he was wondering, the flower turned into a liquid that flowed into a long tube, painkiller. Qin Yan held the tube of medicine in his hand, doubting painkiller? Could it work on Xiao Shui? People infected with the domain toxin suffer unbearable pain every time it flares up. There is no medicine that can relieve the pain. They can only grit their teeth and endure it. He happily grabbed the test tube and said, if it really works, Xiao Shui won't have to suffer anymore. The system suddenly displayed a series of information. Each domain has a certain probability of containing creatures that have a pain-relieving effect. Then you need to rely on your sensing ability to obtain them. The backpack has been activated. In the future, you can choose to put all items into the backpack. Qin Yan blankly said loudly, wait a minute, what do you mean by relying on my own senses? How do I do that? Before he could finish, the system interrupted him. The energy core has disappeared. The domain is about to disappear. Immediately afterwards, the system gathered a dazzling light and disappeared. He shouted, hey, answer me. The place where he had just fallen was now covered with withered yellow grass. He exclaimed in surprise, that's where I just fell. How did it turn into this? A blue barrier shield in the sky swirled together, and then disappeared. Qin Yan was suddenly teleported to the middle of the street. He complained inwardly, "Why did you bring me to the street?" As soon as he turned around, Qin Yan accidentally bumped into someone. "I have to quickly go home and let Xiao Shui try the hemostatic medicine." It turned out to be Zhang Chang. He turned around and shouted rudely, "Which blind guy dared to bump into me?" He glanced over. Zhang Chang crossed his arms and asked loudly, "Qin Yan? Why is it you?" He replied politely, "I have urgent business. Please let me pass." He turned to his gang with a contemptuous tone, "Hey, did you hear that? This useless guy actually dared to tell me to get out of the way." Then Zhang Chang turned back to him, raising his fist threateningly, "Qin Yan, I think you're asking for a beating." After saying this, he swung his fist, but Qin Yan lightly shook his head to dodge. Zhang Chang exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He was surprised that he could dodge so neatly. "Huh? My body instinctively dodged." The system then appeared, Qin Yan, Level 5, Skill 1, Sense Control, Level 1, Skill 2. Zhang Chang warily raised his fist towards Qin Yan. "Not bad, Qin Yan. You actually dodged it." He swung his fist again, aiming straight at Qin Yan, but that was just luck. He narrowed his eyes, clearly feeling every rhythm and fluctuation. It's not an illusion. I can feel the changes in the surrounding air currents when Zhang Chang attacks. On the screen, a system notification appeared. Moreover, my body has become lighter, and I can react in an instant. Qin Yan, Level 5, Skill 1, Sense Control Level 1. Skill 2. Is it because I leveled up? So my physical qualities have also improved. Anger surged, and Zhang Chang couldn't bear it anymore. "Qin Yan, damn it, I'll kill you." The gang members behind him enthusiastically cheered. "Ah, the boss is angry. He really wants to fight. Our boss is the street overlord. How many ordinary people can beat him? This trash Qin Yan is dead for sure this time." Hearing everyone's words, Qin Yan fell into thought. Overlord of the street. Of course, I know this nickname. He suddenly remembered his memories. He had indeed been full of. Qin Yan's face was bruised and swollen from being beaten, and he felt fear towards him. He remembered fighting the capybara, but now, compared to the magical beasts in the domain, he... Without further hesitation, Zhang Chang continued to attack even. At this time, Qin Yan was no longer afraid to fight. He reached out and blocked his attack. Qin Yan wrapped his arm around, holding Zhang Chang's arm tightly. His gang members were stunned and agati. Qin Yan slammed him down, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhang Chang lay miserably on the ground, confused. How could this be? I was defeated by the trash Qin Yan? His face darkened, and he said, "From now on." Qin Yan's eyes were as cold as knives as he looked at Zhang Chang. "I won't run anymore." One of his gang members shouted, "What are you standing there for? Everyone, go get him." It seemed that today would be like any other normal day. But when the fight ended, Zhang Chang's gang members were lying scattered on the ground. The fierce green-haired guy from before was still not over his fear. This is terrifying, like going to hell." A foot stopped abruptly. "Am I really no longer the useless Qin Yan?" He stared blankly at his hand, unable to believe what had just happened. "I actually won." Qin Yan smiled faintly. "So they're not that scary after all." At that apartment, sunlight streamed around the building. Elsewhere, Xiao Shui was covered in sweat, breathing weakly. He sat next to her bed, calling her name anxiously, "Xiao Shui." Then Qin Yan reached into the system. He took out a bottle of painkiller that he had obtained in the domain. He looked intently at the tube of medicine. Can this painkiller really help Xiao Shui? He gently tilted the tube, pouring the medicine into Xiao Shui's mouth. The medicine immediately took effect, and a magical energy rose around Xiao Shui. The weariness gradually disappeared from her face. Qin Yan's eyes widened, revealing joy. It worked. It really worked. He glanced at the system and asked, "System, which domains contain the ingredients to make the antidote for the toxin?" Immediately afterwards, the system provided information. The ingredients for making the antidote are distributed in various dangerous domains, and the level of danger will gradually increase with each level. "You won't be able to survive if you go in?" he asked suspiciously. "So you mean?" As Xiao Shui gradually opened her eyes, Qin Yan also asked, "I have to constantly go into the domain and level up like crazy." She sat up, asking vaguely, "Brother, what happened?" Qin Yan said happily, "Xiao Shui, you're awake. How do you feel? Xiao Shui was stunned. It's strange. Although my body is still very weak, the constant pain seems to have disappeared. Qin Yan happily hugged her. That's great. But Xiao Shui was still confused. Brother, what exactly is going on? Then she suddenly noticed something, her eyes widening. Qin Yan's face was covered with wounds. Xiao Shui reached out with distress, touching them and asking, Brother, how did you get injured? Outside, the sky was green, and the sunlight shone down on the leaves. Qin Yan smiled and brought a bowl. But Xiao Shui was a little unhappy. So, you awakened your ability and secretly went into the domain without telling me? You barely survived. And then you fought with those hooligans, Zhang Chang? He gently coaxed, Xiao Shui, don't be angry. Eat your porridge first. She shouted worriedly, do you know how dangerous that is? I don't need you to go into the domain to find painkillers for me. Qin Yan sighed, Xiao Shui. Qin Yan had made up his mind, mutation has already begun. Just running away won't solve anything. Since I've become an ability user, only by actively facing it can I have a greater chance of survival. Xiao Shui opened her mouth, feeling. The image of the weak Qin Yan from the past appeared. He doesn't seem like the same person anymore. Xiao Shui, if something happens, I'll take you to run away. We'll be safe as long as we run. Xiao Shui felt helpless because she couldn't help. Brother, I can't stop you, can I? Qin Yan only smiled, right. No matter what, I will continue to go into the domain to improve myself. She could only support him from afar. Then promise me, always put your safety first. You are the most important person to me. I can't lose you. Qin Yan lovingly stroked her head. Yeah, I promise you. He reminded himself, the ingredients for making the antidote are in dangerous domains. It's best not to tell Xiao Shui about this. She threw herself into Qin Yan's arms. Then feed me porridge, okay? I'm too weak. I don't have any strength. He was quite surprised. Xiao Shui, you're so old. Why are you still acting like a baby? Xiao Shui acted coquettishly. Can't I? Qin Yan was still soft-hearted as always. Yeah, of course you can. Scene change. Someone held their hand over the fire. A beautiful girl turned around at the sound of her name, Su Luo. A mysterious person made an invitation. We plan to form a group next week to conquer a domain in the West. We are currently looking for abilities, with no limits on strength. Are you interested in joining? She agreed without hesitation, yes. The image of Qin Yan coughing up blood as he was tightly wrapped around the neck by the monster's tentacles appeared. It bluntly scorned him. Ha ha, is this all your strength? You call this awakening an ability? The demon easily lifted him up. You're still just a waste. It hesitated. Should I chop off your head this time? Where the sword went, it left a few drops of blood. Qin Yan's pupils contracted to the maximum, and many blood vessels appeared. He woke up from the nightmare. Qin Yan frowned uncomfortably. Why am I dreaming about it again? He remembered the shape of the demon in his dream. If everything continues to develop along the same trajectory, sooner or later I will have to meet him, or someone even more terrifying than him. Qin Yan quietly sat by Xiao Shui's bed. He carefully calculated, the medicine brought back from the domain can only relieve pain for a short time. The domain toxin in Xiao Shui's body has not disappeared at all. The worry in Qin Yan's heart grew. In the future, she will become more and more sleepy, and her body will become weaker and weaker. Blood vessels had appeared on Xiao Shui's arm. Her life is still counting down every day. Qin Yan made up his mind. I must quickly prepare to go into the next domain. Sunlight filtered through the buildings of the city. Qin Yan stood in front of an arena. This decision was not easy for him. This is the place. A training arena only for abilities. After leveling up, my physical fitness and sensing ability have been significantly improved. Qin Yan wasn't very confident in his own strength. But even if I barely beat that Zhang Chang, it was just a fluke. He remembered his impetuous past, and in the end, I got injured. Qin Yan realized the importance of learning from experience. I don't understand anything about combat techniques, and the domains in the future will only become more and more dangerous. He decided to go inside. With my current level, can I ensure that I can retreat completely every time? So, now I have to do everything I can to improve myself. Everyone inside was enthusiastically training. Qin Yan panicked as soon as he entered the room. There are so many people. Are they all abilities? He was actually afraid of crowds. Seeing him, Xiao Chu stepped forward suspiciously. Hey, who are you? I've never seen you before. He quickly explained, I came to learn to fight. Qin Yan was a little worried. I can feel the magic power on him. His level is higher than mine. He wanted to know more information. Here, all members are abilities. What level are you? Qin Yan stammered, probably level F. He evaluated his own strength because he didn't know the criteria. Ability levels are divided according to magic power value, from the strongest S to the weakest F. I'm only level 5 now, so I must belong to the weakest group. Xiao Chu directed Qin Yan to register. The membership fee for level F is 6K per month. If you buy 3 months, you get a 10% discount. Go over there to pay first. And then we'll arrange a coach for you. After saying that, he turned to leave, and he chased after him, asking, Can you give me a discount? Hey! A female employee was already waiting for Qin Yan. Hello, please follow me over here to pay. He was helpless and couldn't refuse. Qin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I used the energy stones I found in the domain to exchange for money in advance, otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford such an expensive membership fee. Suddenly someone stepped forward. Are you Qin Yan? She raised 2 fingers to greet him and introduced herself. I'm Su Luo. I will be your coach from now on. His face flushed when he saw Su Luo, maximum social anxiety, a girl. Su Luo pointed at him unhappily. Hey, what's wrong with being a girl? Are you looking down on girls? After saying that, she suddenly rushed over and attacked him. Qin Yan was caught off guard by her speed, too fast. Su Luo's hand gripped Qin Yan's neck. He was overpowered and pinned under her. Su Luo looked at Qin Yan with sharp eyes. What do you say? Have you submitted yet? Seeing him silent, she was a little angry. Why are you staring at me? Qin Yan widened his eyes. I think you look familiar. I think I've met you somewhere before. Su Luo angrily swung her hand at Qin Yan. You brat, you dare to tease me? Be careful, I won't be polite. My skills rank in the top 3 in this martial arts gym. Qin Yan cried out in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He tried to ask before she became too bewildered. You're so good. Why are you teaching a level F like me? Su Luo's hand gradually loosened. He added, the others don't even bother to pay attention to me, so that's why they let you teach me, right? The two sat up and chatted. Su Luo sighed. I didn't expect you to look silly, but you're actually very perceptive. He thought to himself, she always comes up with unexpected plans. Su Luo looked at everyone and explained, because I'm also level F, and most of the abilities in this arena are level D and C. Memories flooded back to her. The level difference between abilities is insurmountable. No matter how superb my combat skills are, I can't compete with a level D ability user. She recalled the hardships she had to endure, so, I can usually only do odd jobs in the arena, like helping with cooking and other miscellaneous tasks. Su Luo happily turned to Qin Yan. Luckily you're also a weak level F like me, so I have the opportunity to be a coach. I should really thank you. He quickly replied, you're welcome. Su Luo enthusiastically suggested, oh right, a team is preparing to conquer a domain next week and is recruiting people. Do you want to join? He was surprised, huh? She cheerfully ran off. This is a rare opportunity. I'll go ask for you now. Qin Yan quickly stopped her. Hey, wait. Qin Yan was helpless. She just goes whenever she wants. He couldn't stop thinking, but why do I feel like she looks so familiar? The image of Su Luo with a surge of ability around her appeared in his mind. Qin Yan's eyes widened. I remember. Su Luo. That's right. She's Su Luo, the strongest S-level fire ability user. He looked at her pleading with someone, full of doubt. But why is she only level F now? Qin Yan's memory of Su Luo appeared. Su Luo, a fire ability user, is the S-level ability user topping the rankings worldwide. Not only is she proficient in controlling flames, but she also possesses extremely strong combat skills. The image of Su Luo fighting powerfully appeared. It is said that the conquering team she participates in has never failed. It's just that no one expected such a top-notch Su Luo would suddenly lie motionless in a pool of blood, dying so abruptly. He kept looking at Su Luo. I didn't expect Su Luo, the S-level ability user. Qin Yan couldn't quite believe what he was seeing, also had times when she was looked down upon like this. Qian Jin revealed a contemptuous expression. She's a level F, and she wants to go into the domain with us? But the team is already full. Su Luo stood beside him, trying to persuade Brother Qian. Didn't you say there were no level limits this time? Surely the more people, the better, right? Even if it's just logistics. It can still help. Qianjin thought for a moment and said, "You're right. The more, the better. Then count him in." Suluo was delighted. That's great. Thank you, Brother Qian. But Qinyan didn't seem to agree. Qinyan's expression became ugly, thinking, not even giving people a chance to refuse. Is this arena always so coercive? He was stunned, but I have to enter the domain to level up. Maybe going with others is really the safest and most stable choice at this time. Then Qinyan remembered the image of eating with his younger sister, next week, besides taking care of my younger sister. Images of the two siblings' happiness continued to appear. We'll be staying in the arena to train. Qinyan started training with Suluo. She kicked him decisively in the shoulder. After that blow, Qinyan sat down tiredly. Too scary. Suluo hits too hard. Suluo smiled and looked at him teasingly. You can't take it after just one move? You're too weak. Qinyan raised his hand to signal. Let me catch my breath. Just 5 minutes. She agreed. Okay, I'll start the timer now. I'll go take a sip of water. He looked at her drinking water and thought, I never thought there would be a day when I would be trained by Suluo. Even though she's still level F now, her fighting skills are already at the peak. He continued to think, so, I can level up. That's an unexpected joy. At the same time, the system appeared with a notification, leveled up. Qinyan continued to think about Suluo. It is said that only by experiencing extremely terrifying things, standing between life and death, will there be an opportunity to awaken a second time. Such abilities are rare in the apocalypse. As an S-level ability user, Suluo passed away a year later. He slowly stood up, then the time for her to awaken for the second time must not be far away. Qinyan pursed his lips as if about to burst out, if I can awaken her first. Qinyan fell to the ground with a thud. A warning from the system arrived. As a reborn person, you cannot say anything about the future, otherwise it will cause unpredictable chaos. He was helpless. Damn it, I know. Qinyan's eyes suddenly panicked. At this moment, Suluo suddenly attacked Qinyan from above with her leg. He quickly used both hands to block Suluo's attack. She was surprised. What? Qinyan kept his posture and shouted, Suluo, why are you suddenly playing sneak attacks? Suluo argued with him. It's been 5 minutes. Also, don't call my name, call me teacher. She ordered Qinyan, stand up. Continue training? He reluctantly complied. Okay, teacher. Suluo looked at Qinyan with surprised eyes. He was always getting beaten before, but he was able to block my attack in an instant just now. Suluo was surprised to see Qinyan's calm appearance. Qinyan's speed of progress is too fast. She helplessly slapped her forehead. It's a pity that both he and I are only level F. Scene changed to in front of a mine. The whole team gathered in front of the mine entrance. Sun Kai spoke. This mine is the entrance we will be entering this time. Qianjin wondered, this is the domain? It looks too normal. Sun Kai immediately explained, it looks very normal on the outside. He spoke of the danger that was about to happen, because the domain is located inside the mine. 2 low-level members seemed worried. Can they really enter a place like this at level E? Is it safe? What if they encounter danger? Qianjin said unhappily, hey, you level F and level E people are too timid. You want the benefits from this domain but don't want any danger? There's no such good thing. Sun Kai raised a crystal ball high, smiling and reassuring. Don't be afraid, everyone. This thing in my hand is a crystal ball that can detect the magic power inside the domain. The darker the color in the crystal ball, the more magic energy inside, which means it's more dangerous. The crystal on Sun Kai's hand emitted a blue light. He continued, as you can see, the color in the crystal ball is very light now, which shows that this domain is very safe. Even if you are level E or level F, as long as you don't separate from the group, you can cope with it. Qianjin said confidently, don't worry everyone. Even if any mutated creatures appear inside, Brother Kai and I can easily deal with them. Qinyan was a little skeptical. I've heard of that crystal ball. It takes quite a few high-level energy stones to buy. It seems that Sun Kai has conquered quite a few domains and is a very experienced person. He still didn't fully trust them, but is it really that easy? Is this really too easy? This is the first time I'm following a team into a domain. I don't know if this place is normal. Everyone around was clamoring, I believe in Brother Kai. Let's go. We can finally go into the domain to see. The crystal ball has said so, so what's there to be afraid of? Suluo turned and patted Qingyan's shoulder. Hey, why are you in a daze? Are you scared because it's your first time entering a domain? Qingyan asked suspiciously. It seems like it's your first time too. She ruffled his hair. But I'm your teacher. Don't worry, I'll protect you. My hair. Then the group entered the cave and walked past the glowing mushrooms. Suluo was surprised. There are actually glowing mushrooms like this in the cave. He replied, I'm not sure. It's also possible that they only grew after mutating. Suddenly his pupils contracted. Sun Kai suddenly warned, everyone, prepare to fight. Something's coming. A group of large lizards appeared. It's lizards. Don't be afraid, everyone. We can deal with them easily. One lunged towards Suluo, careful. Qingyan immediately launched and eliminated the lizard. The lizard was quickly defeated in his hands. He turned around and asked Suluo, are you okay? Suluo was so scared that she couldn't move. He softly called, Suluo. Her whole body suddenly trembled. Suluo, are you trembling? Qingyan asked again, Suluo, are you okay? Suluo forced a reply, huh? What could happen to me? Qianjin laughed mockingly, with a contemptuous expression, ha ha, just a lizard and you're scared to this extent. Suluo, aren't you usually very good at fighting? I didn't expect you to be no match for this kid next to you. He continued to ridicule. It seems that you are not only inferior in level but also pitifully timid. You want to enter this domain like this? You'll only embarrass yourself here. Suluo lowered her head. Yes, sorry, Brother Qian. Qingyan was secretly uncomfortable. This Qianjin completely doesn't take low-level abilities seriously. Sun Kai stepped forward to smooth things over. Okay, Qianjin, say a few less words. A Luo is entering the domain for the first time. It's normal to be scared. Qianjin immediately replied, alright, okay. He turned to reassure Suluo, it's okay, a Luo. The first time I entered the domain was the same. I was chased all over the place by monster wolves, falling all over in the mud. Suluo was surprised, really? He smiled, of course. Sun Kai continued to reassure her, don't worry. With me here, I will definitely not let you get hurt at all. Suluo said softly, okay. Qingyan quietly observed, he's a level C, but he treats low-level ability users fairly, gentle, fair, and reliable. No wonder Sun Kai can become the leader of this team. The team came to a fork in the road. Sun Kai directed, we've reached a fork in the road. Next, we have to split into pairs and act separately to find the energy core. The ball on Sun Kai's hand was still glowing. He continued, don't worry, everyone. The color of the crystal ball hasn't changed. It's very safe inside. After an hour, whether you find any clues or not, you must return along the same path. Two members of the team showed confidence. This area is indeed not dangerous at all. It just looks scary. Don't worry, Brother Kai. If there are any monsters like red lizards, we can also deal with them. We guarantee that we will complete the mission. Suluo lowered her head, revealing anxiety. Qingyan in front turned around and called her, Suluo, let's go. Oh, okay. Qianjin and Sun Kai followed behind everyone. At this time, he turned and asked, Brother Kai, you're treating them too well. Is it necessary? He replied happily, of course, because they are all important members of our team. Qingyan on this side was busy eliminating the surrounding lizards. A lizard noticed Suluo. She reassured herself, don't be afraid. It's okay. The lizard opened its mouth wide, chirp, chirp, chirp. Suluo was terrified and closed her eyes tightly. Suddenly her pupils widened. Qingyan appeared to save her, using a weapon to eliminate the lizard. Suluo sat down abruptly. She sadly admitted, I can't do it. I'm too weak. Someone useless like me can't survive in this domain at all. Qingyan coldly affirmed, that's not true. He reached out, smiling and reassuring, there will be a day when you will adapt to this domain and conquer it. You will become stronger than anyone else. Qingyan helped her up, while encouraging, just believe in yourself. Don't give up. She smiled and said, Qingyan, thank you for saying these words to comfort me at this time. You are much braver than me. He raised his eyebrows honestly. Actually, I'm also very scared, but now I have a reason to keep persevering. So, no matter what terrifying things I encounter, I can't let myself back down. Suluo looked up, confused, and asked, a reason to persevere? Qin Yan sincerely suggested, yeah, you can also find a reason for yourself, such as. Her face turned red with embarrassment when she heard his suggestion, trying to get more opportunities to fight with Captain Sun Kai. Suluo sat down again, stuttering and scolding shyly, you, don't talk nonsense. Qin Yan replied calmly, he's very perfect. It's normal to like him. She retorted, I just feel that he won't look down on level F people. He's different from others. Suddenly, the mushrooms seemed to come alive and moved. He covered her mouth, and the two quickly hid behind a large rock. Suluo asked in surprise, Qin Yan, what's wrong? He frowned, looking alertly, something is coming this way. A man-eating flower that looked extremely scary was approaching. But before it could scare anyone, it fell and hit its face on the ground. The two tilted their heads and secretly observed. Qin Yan was a little disdainful, this is a man-eating flower? Why does it look a little silly? She widened her eyes in surprise and replied. No wonder Brother Kai said the threat from magical beasts in this domain isn't high. Suluo's eyes lit up, suggesting, Qin Yan, let me try this time. He touched her shoulder to stop her, wait. Suluo asked in confusion, what's wrong? Qin Yan frowned and said seriously, I don't know, but I have a very bad feeling. He pursed his lips and pondered, I seem to sense a very terrifying aura from that man-eating flower. My intuition tells me not to approach it so easily. After thinking for a while, Qin Yan suggested, Suluo, let's hide first. Absolutely don't get close to that man-eating flower. She asked in surprise, hey, why? He replied awkwardly, I don't know how to explain it. Suluo abandoned her idea, okay, I'll listen to you. Suddenly the man-eating flower trembled. It emitted a strange, intense red light. She exclaimed in surprise, the man-eating flower disappeared? His eyes were blank, and he secretly assessed, although the man-eating flower has disappeared, that terrifying aura is still around. Qin Yan held Suluo back, suggesting, Suluo, let's stay here for now. Don't go anywhere. She replied coldly, okay. After 10 minutes, he crossed his arms and secretly sensed, that terrifying aura seems to have disappeared. Suddenly a strange sound came out, and Qin Yan was confused, this is the sound of the level E ability user who is traveling with us. What happened? She asked worriedly, Qin Yan, what happened? He softly replied, everyone, if these sounds are real, then they must have encountered something very scary. Suluo hugged her knees and pondered. Qin Yan looked up at the sky and considered, is it a high-level magical beast or some other accident? This area is too weird. She looked up at him, asking, so what do we do now? What about Brother Kai and Brother Qian? They might also. Suddenly Qin Yan covered her mouth, raising his hand to his mouth and ordering silence, shh. He narrowed his eyes and felt, thinking, that terrifying aura is back again. The man-eating flower had woken up, the man-eating flower appeared again? At this time, Sun Kai and Qian Jin leisurely walked up in front of the rock. Suluo poked her head out, secretly delighted, it's Brother Kai. They're okay. Qian Jin happily said, everyone is dead. Not much information was collected. Only these last two are left. Sun Kai frowned and replied, well, let's look and then leave here immediately. He said gleefully, this area is really strange. You don't get tired of looking at it, and you get killed too. Luckily, the first time I came here, I discovered that in each cave. As long as they are massacred once, they will silently ambush for a while. He clapped his hands behind him and flattered, it's still Brother Kai who is smart, thinking of using those level E and level F as cannon fodder. We can extract information about mutated creatures from their deaths. Sun Kai held the glowing ball in his hand, self-satisfied, that's right. I just used a fake crystal ball, and they were all deceived. He raised his eyebrows disdainfully, sure enough, level E and level F are all stupid and naive wastes, used to feed mutated creatures. That's their only value. Qin Yan heard the whole conversation, and only contempt rose in his heart, so this is their real purpose in wanting to bring low-level ability users into this domain. This Sun Kai had always pretended to hide himself before. Suluo couldn't believe her ears, tears falling in disappointment. What are you saying, Brother Kai? She recalled the beautiful past, when Sun Kai smiled and rubbed her head to comfort her. Aluo, your martial arts skills are so good, surpassing many people in the team. So, absolutely don't doubt yourself because of your level. He smiled brightly, constantly reassuring, even if you are level F, there are things you can do in the domain. She collapsed, holding her ashen face in her hands, stubbornly insisting that, it's all fake. It's all fake. The two of them stood at the entrance of the cave and chatted. Qianjin crossed his arms arrogantly and asked, "Why can't I see the bodies of those two people? Why can't I see the bodies of those two people?" Sun Kai contemptuously judged, could they have been eaten? He frowned and searched around, but the previous people didn't, so what did they do to anger the mutated creatures? The strange mushrooms glowed and moved once again. The two of them realized something. A pair of mysterious red eyes appeared behind them. They turned around. Qianjin loudly asked, "What's that sound?" A huge bat appeared, a powerful aura spreading throughout its body. It laughed, baring its sharp teeth, and emitted a sound. It's a sonic attack. Something's wrong. Be careful. Damn it, aren't they supposed to be silent for a while after killing the wave? Qinyan and Su Luo were also affected. He covered his ears with one hand and covered Su Luo's ears with the other. We just saw the man-eating flower clearly. So why did it turn into a giant bat now? So where did the man-eating flower go? Qianjin angrily rushed towards the giant bat, roaring, "Damn it, I'll kill you right now!" Sun Kai, with a pale face, raised his hand to stop him. "Wait, don't be impatient." But it was too late. It easily blocked Qianjin's attack. The giant bat punched through his body. Qianjin screamed in pain. With its formidable strength, he flew out and slammed his back against the large rock behind him. The giant bat laughed evilly and tightened its hand on Qianjin's heart. Without waiting any longer, it rushed over while using sonic waves to attack Sun Kai. He raised his hands high, nimbly freezing the giant bat in time. Qinyan poked his head out to look, surprised. He froze the bat in the blink of an eye. Is this Sun Kai's true strength as a level C ability user? Sun Kai spoke contemptuously. Humph, is that all you've got? Suddenly the giant bat broke through the ice, its body filled with power rushing towards Sun Kai. The giant bat coldly swung its arm, piercing straight through him amidst the shock. It angrily flung Sun Kai away. His tattered body fell behind the rock near Qinyan and Su Luo. Sun Kai's eyes had rolled back, and blood continued to flow from his mouth, looking extremely miserable. She widened her eyes in horror, covering her mouth to avoid making any noise. He quickly covered Su Luo's eyes. Qinyan pursed his lips and reassured himself, "Be calm, don't panic, or we'll die here." He tried to calm himself. This domain is too strange. Is there any detail that I missed? The image of the man-eating flower also appeared. Qinyan questioned himself in confusion. Why did Sun Kai and the others encounter different monsters than us? Is this real, or just my hallucination? His hands were still covering Su Luo's eyes, and he looked ahead, judging. Wait, these small mushrooms seem to have been glowing all the time, right? Qinyan seemed to realize something unusual, especially in terms of hallucinations. Could it be? He came close to her ear and asked seriously, "Su Luo, can your fire burn these small mushrooms?" Su Luo replied in surprise, "Yes, I can." Then she went and used all her strength to burn the mushrooms in front of her. Qinyan stood behind and pondered. Perhaps the man-eating flower and the giant bat are really just our hallucinations. But the wounds and deaths are real, so there must be a real mutated creature in this cave. The fire lit up the entire cave. He pursed his lips, thinking, so, we just need to burn the thing that's causing us to hallucinate. The giant bat and the man-eating flower seemed to be merging, and Qinyan confidently judged, perhaps, that way we will see the true face of the opponent. Suddenly a huge snake appeared out of nowhere in front of the two. Qinyan and Su Luo looked up in horror at what was before them. What is that? Qinyan said sternly, kill the real monsters. The people who turned into monsters are probably because of the small mushrooms, so we see completely different things. His eyes became extremely firm. Moreover, I can feel the nuclear energy right on it. She turned worriedly. Qinyan, it seems to be preparing to retreat. Let's take this opportunity to quickly run away. At that moment, a terrifying collision sent rocks flying. Qinyan hugged Su Luo tightly to shield her. From within the dust, a giant snake covered in a fierce aura of death rose. Su Luo said in horror, "Didn't you say it would rest for a while after killing someone?" He gritted his teeth and replied, "Maybe this sentence is implying that after killing everyone living here." The snake bared its fangs and pounced. Qin Yan quickly pulled Su Luo and ran away. He gritted his teeth, too dangerous. But the snake whipped its tail hard into his body, causing Qin Yan to cough up blood. Both Su Luo and Qin Yan coughed up red liquid. It seems to be very angry. Is it because we saw through the hallucination? Qin Yan next to her was not much better. It seems that this battle cannot be avoided. In front of them, the huge monster snake glowed with a dazzling purple light. Qin Yan staggered to his feet. We must take it down, eliminate the nuclear energy, and close the domain gate. Otherwise, we will be boxed up by it, and our corpses will be dragged back for it to use as food reserves. She glanced over. Qin Yan continued, Su Luo, I will control the vines to wrap around the monster snake later, and then you immediately use fire to burn them. The monster snake has great strength, and the vines won't hold for long, so you have to act quickly. Su Luo widened her eyes, shaking her head and shouting, No, I can't do it. I can't do it. Qin Yan patted Su Luo on the shoulder, looking at her with firm eyes. Su Luo, you have to do it, otherwise we'll be boxed up here. After saying that, Qin Yan turned and walked away. We have no other choice. He immediately accelerated forward. Those vines are right in front. As long as I run over, I can touch them. Behind him, Su Luo shouted, Careful. But it was too late. The purple light from the snake knocked Qin Yan forward. He fell hard to the ground, his body rolling among the vines. Qin Yan looked up, his hand still trying to reach the vine dangling in front of him. Just as Qin Yan's fingertip touched the vine, a blue light lit up, and the system notified. A piece of cold information came immediately, sensing control level 1. The vines quickly wrapped around the snake, which roared madly in frenzy. Qin Yan turned sharply and shouted, Su Luo, now's the time. She gritted her teeth, raised her hands, and told herself, It's okay, Su Luo. You can do it. Just burn those vines. At this moment, a memory appeared in Su Luo's mind. Qin Yan had said, Actually, I'm also very scared, but now I have a reason to persevere, so no matter what terrifying things I encounter, I can't allow myself to back down. Su Luo confidently raised her thumb. Once I become an ability user, I have a responsibility to close those domains, doing everything in my power. Now, flames burst from Su Luo's hands, her eyes full of killing intent. No matter how scared I am, I can't back down. The glowing vines tightened, and the giant snake was gradually squeezed to pieces. Luckily, she managed to engulf the snake in flames, which roared in agony. I did it! Su Luo became extremely happy. Su Yan suddenly realized something was wrong. That's not a normal reaction to being burned. At that moment, the giant snake broke free from the flames and lunged towards Su Luo. She was immediately bitten, and fresh blood splattered in the air. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yan roared, Su Luo. Su Luo was trapped between its sharp teeth. Qin Yan trembled, his eyes full of panic. Damn it, what the hell is going on? At the same time, an area inside the snake's body emitted a strange light. Qin Yan calmly reasoned, this light is exactly like the light when those small mushrooms glow, so could this monster snake also be creating illusions? At this time, the snake spat out Su Luo and changed its attack to Qin Yan. Qin Yan swooped down from above, trying to reach the predetermined position. Qin Yan's body was pressed against the thick scales of the snake. He opened his eyes wide, grabbing onto the rough surface of the monster's body. The snake's entire body twisted violently, throwing Qin Yan into the air. Qin Yan fell to the ground, still clutching the piece of glowing purple crystal. He gasped for breath, his eyes full of tension. So, this is its true face. From above, the snake bared its fangs, preparing to pounce on him. Qin Yan speculated, so that's how it is. No wonder there was no reaction when I burned it with fire. Qin Yan quickly got up. Then he charged straight at the snake, raising the knife in both hands and swinging it straight down at the snake. The blade struck the scales, making a sharp impact. He thought to himself, its body is all stone. Weapons can't hurt it at all. After finishing, Qin Yan quickly retreated. He frowned. Damn it, I absolutely won't give up. Sense control level 1. Suddenly he realized something. Looking at the giant snake in front of him, he vaguely guessed, could this be the magic power flowing in the monster snake's body? He observed its body carefully, so that area is its weakness. As soon as he recognized its weakness, he had a calculation in his mind. I have to jump on it, but its speed is too fast. Just then, the giant snake lunged towards him. Despite his legs turning to jelly, Qinyan refused to dodge its attack. Su Luo lay weakly on the ground but was still worried about him. Even knowing that it couldn't hurt the monster snake, why didn't Qinyan avoid it? She remembered the days she had trained with him before. Could it be that he wants to? At that time, they were still in the training room. Qinyan was always trying to avoid her kicks. Just when he thought he would get a bump on his head, Su Luo stopped. She shouted loudly at him, "Qinyan, what are you doing?" He was confused and naively replied, "Avoiding your leg. Such a fierce kick, if I get hit, I'll definitely have to go to the hospital." Then Su Luo taught him, "I attacked 3 times, and you dodged all 3 times. Is that wrong?" "Of course it's wrong." She seriously instructed, "Your goal is to defeat me. If you only think about escaping and running, you will never be able to win." Because of that lesson, Qinyan was now determined not to be cowardly again. If he encountered an opponent stronger than him, he couldn't escape at all. The only way to survive was to find every way to actively attack. Su Luo worriedly watched him from afar. Even at this time, Qinyan hasn't given up. Seizing the opportunity, he made a move that it couldn't block. It's not over yet. Then he retreated, using the space to create sturdy vines. The vines, under his control, lunged to control the mouth of the giant snake. Seizing the opportunity, Qinyan immediately jumped onto its head. But the giant snake quickly broke free from the control. The snake squirmed, causing him to fall, but he quickly grabbed onto its body. Before coming here, he had diligently practiced every day. After leveling up, my physical fitness has always been improved. Moreover, I still insisted on physical training according to Su Luo's requirements. Hurry up, the goal today is 2,000 reps. Are you really not torturing me? Qinyan tried to hold on, so this level. He gained momentum and jumped on its head, is nothing. After confirming, he decisively stabbed straight down. The giant snake's weakness was right below. Qinyan used all his strength to pierce through the tough skin of the giant snake. He turned the knife around in that area, and then stopped in one spot. Finally, Qinyan accurately located its weakness. It's this spot. He took a breath and used all his strength to stab down. Ah! The giant snake screamed in pain, its body gradually breaking into pieces. Pieces from its body began to fall. Qinyan was also knocked to the ground. The system then sent a notification, successfully defeated the giant snake. Level has been raised. Level has been raised. Level has been raised. He breathed a sigh of relief. I did it. I survived again. From the snake's corpse, a glittering crystal appeared. The crystal turned into a golden sphere and a mysterious vortex of gas. Qinyan held the sphere in his hand, looking at it for a while. A golden energy stone. I can exchange this for some money. He touched the sphere floating in the air lightly. The sphere immediately disappeared. The system notified, received skill, mental attack. Cooldown time, 6 hours. Qinyan finally understood the principle, so it's a new skill. I've never heard that nuclear energy can allow ability users to acquire new skills. He suddenly remembered that Su Luo was still dying behind him. I can study it later. I must quickly take Su Luo out for treatment. Qinyan gently helped her up. It's okay, Su Luo. I'll take you out now. Cough, cough, cough. Su Luo's voice trembled as she leaned weakly on him. Qinyan, I think I'm about to die. Qinyan tried to reassure her. No, you will survive. You will become an ability user remembered by the whole world. Is that true? It sounds like a beautiful dream. She smiled faintly. Qinyan, I'm so cold. Can you hold me tighter? Hearing this, he squeezed her into his arms, trying to revive her spirits. It's not a dream, Su Luo. Believe me, hold on a little longer. Su Luo softly thanked him, a warm embrace. Qinyan, thank you, goodbye. Qinyan frantically supported her. No, no way. I don't want to see someone important die in front of me again. I will save you. Qinyan said with a determined voice. I will definitely save you. Suddenly the system notified, detected that the level has reached the standard. Skill, Life Transfer Level 1. Has been successfully unlocked. All 2 basic skills have been unlocked. He asked in confusion, what does this skill mean? Suddenly drops of yellow water flew up from the pit below. Those drops of water flew and absorbed into Su Luo's body. At that moment, she was lifted high by a source of energy. Qinyan noticed that she had come back to life. He happily approached to support her and asked Su Luo, how do you feel? Suluo coughed softly, cough, cough, cough. Not long after, at the hospital, he suddenly woke up from a dream. Qinyan sat up, reaching out his hand and shouting, Suluo. Then he realized the reality. This is a hospital. Why am I here? Who brought me here? Why don't I have any memory? Qinyan then remembered the dream just now. Was Suluo revived just now? Am I dreaming? He hurriedly got out of bed. But as soon as he reached the door, a wave of dizziness washed over him. What's going on? I'm so dizzy. Qinyan decided to ignore his pain. I don't care anymore. I have to quickly find Suluo. Before he could open the door, Suluo unexpectedly opened it before him. Seeing her standing healthy in front of him like that, he was a little stunned. Suluo. Seeing him walking around so casually, Suluo scolded him. Qinyan, why did you get up? The doctor said you are very weak now, you must. Before she could finish speaking, Qinyan hugged her tightly. That's great, you're okay. When he realized it, he embarrassedly pushed her away. Qinyan explained awkwardly, sorry, I didn't mean to. Suluo softly replied, yeah, it's okay. Then he asked what happened. You said I passed out afterwards? Suluo continued to explain, yeah, when I woke up, I found that all the wounds on my body had disappeared, but you... She remembered when Qinyan suddenly fainted. Qinyan, what's wrong with you? Without hesitation, she helped him up. I have to leave here quickly. But with the strength of a girl, this was a little difficult for Suluo, too heavy. As she walked, she glanced at Sun Kai. But she chose to ignore him and took Qinyan away. Back to reality, he felt a little guilty. Sorry, the door is so far away, let me carry you. It must have been hard for you. But Suluo still happily replied, it's okay. At that time, I thought I was about to die, and I even strangely asked you to hug me. You didn't refuse and even hugged me so tightly. Then they suddenly realized something. The faces of both of them showed embarrassment. Qinyan quickly changed the subject. I was just afraid you were cold. She followed suit. Right, that's right, thank you, it was very warm. Suluo's face became serious in a strange way. That's right, Qinyan, did you use your skill to heal me? So you also have such a powerful healing skill. Qinyan's entire body stiffened when he was discovered. That's right, life transfer, this must be my second skill. I fainted afterwards, probably because of excessive consumption. My body had a backlash. He suddenly remembered something. Wait, there seems to be an important question that I've overlooked. He quickly asked her, Suluo, there were so many deaths this time. Only the two of us level F survived. What about the government? Suluo frankly replied, yeah, after we were hospitalized, the government came to investigate. I also told them all about Sun Kai using level E and level F as cannon fodder. She revealed more. Although the government has many doubts, they dissected the bodies of Sun Kai, Qianjin, and all the others, confirming that it was caused by mutated creatures. Unrelated to us? Qinyan was curious. So, the government's current conclusion is that Sun Kai and Qianjin were dealing with mutated creatures, and we survived entirely by luck? Didn't you tell the government about me? Suluo explained his doubts. The fact that some level F ability users can independently kill mutated creatures with nuclear energy, if said, will definitely cause a shock. Also, your healing skill is very special. I don't know what you think, so I secretly kept it a secret. Hearing this, Qinyan smiled and said with satisfaction, thank you. I really don't want others to know these things. He thought in his head, like this, being reborn and attached to a strange upgrade system, it's still better not to attract too much attention. He added, remembering the dreadfulness of the people in the government, if the government knows, I will definitely become their main surveillance target. Moreover, in the apocalyptic world, there is not only the government, but also many evil ability organizations. Noticing that he was too focused on his thoughts, Suluo called out, Qinyan, what's wrong? She noticed the confusion on his face and encouraged, Qinyan, don't worry. From today, I will keep this matter in my heart. No, I will hypnotize myself and immediately forget everything. He shyly replied immediately, there's no need to do that. You're not like the others to me. His words made Suluo's cheeks red. But immediately after, he embarrassedly denied I didn't mean anything else. Suluo decided not to linger any longer and slowly stood up. Well, you rest well. I'll go back first. He softly called, Suluo. She just opened the door to leave when she heard Qinyan ask, Sun Kai and Qian Jin are dead. You also accused them. Did the people in the arena make things difficult for you? Su Luo happily turned around. Of course not. What are you thinking? Everyone was very surprised and angry after hearing it. Hearing this, Qinyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Before leaving, she didn't forget to wave goodbye to him. Well, don't worry. I'll come visit you tomorrow. However, when the door closed, Su Luo leaned against the door with a dejected look. Her face revealed fatigue. Later, at a large building, Li Yang held a stack of documents and gave them to the person drinking wine in front of him. These are the documents about the recent death incident in the mine. The person looked through them. Level C ability user died. 2 level F survived only by luck? This is not a place to talk about luck in the domain. Only the person involved and those fools will believe. This reason? The person beside him asked. You suspect these 2 level F have a problem? He crossed his legs, lightly shaking the glass of wine in his hand. You know, my intuition has never been wrong. Go find someone to investigate them. Scene changed to where Qinyan lived. He wearily opened the door and stepped inside, so as not to worry Xiao Shui. I was discharged from the hospital very quickly. As soon as she saw him, Xiao Shui happily rushed over. Brother. She buried herself in Qinyan's arms. He gently stroked Xiao Shui's head. Luckily you're okay. Later, Qinyan took off his shirt and looked at himself in the mirror. Maybe because the level has been raised, about half a month has passed, and the injuries from fighting the giant beast and the injuries from the backlash of using the skill have almost completely healed. He lay on the bed, wearing headphones connected to his phone, intently looking at the system. In this battle, I received a mental attack skill and unlocked the second basic skill. Life transfer. The system notification appeared. This skill has a detailed description as follows. He happily read the system's notification. Life transfer skill. Transfer the power of nature to the target, including oneself, restoring vitality. He said in delight. That's great. So in the future, no matter how badly I'm injured, as long as there are objects of nature around, I can recover. He raised the golden energy stone. So next I'll sell you. Scene changed. The things taken out of the domain can be sold to specialized government agencies. But to avoid suspicion, I still chose to sell them on the black market. Inside the room, the woman looked at her phone while pushing the paper towards him. Although the apocalypse has not yet arrived, places like this have sprung up a lot. Qinyan covered his face tightly and interrupted. Hello, I want to sell an energy stone. She pushed a piece of paper in front of him. Fill in your bank account number and bank name. Qinyan picked up the pen and filled in the information. Afterwards, the exchange staff operated on the computer keyboard. Hearing the notification on his phone, Qinyan suddenly stood up. So fast, it's already in the account? He stared blankly at the phone screen. The phone screen showed a notification. Your account has successfully received 5 million yuan. He exclaimed with wide eyes. So much. How many zeros is this? Qinyan hurriedly confirmed. Excuse me, is this amount correct? Is there any mistake? She calmly said, this is a very rare energy stone. Then she looked at him coldly. If you don't want to sell it anymore, you can return the money. Qinyan hurriedly went to open the door to leave. Thank you, I'm leaving, see you again. He left the building, his eyes still glued to the series of zeros on the phone. So much money, so now does my family have financial freedom? I can change to a bigger house and buy all high-end smart furniture. He involuntarily imagined taking Xiao Shui to see the house. Do you like this house? If you don't like it, we can change to another one. That way, Xiao Shui will definitely be very happy. Qinyan regained his senses. That's not right. The apocalypse is coming soon. At that time, these things will become waste. Right now, I really need to improve my strength. Conquer the domain, and find a cure for Xiao Shui. Qinyan returned to the place where he sold the energy stone. The staff handed him a knife. She explained its function. This is a curved knife with added attributes, which can increase your speed and attack power. Scene changed. Qinyan was wearing a martial arts uniform, standing in front of a room with a sign hanging, Martial Arts Gym for Low Price Transfer. His face showed surprise. The martial arts gym is about to be transferred? Why didn't Su Luo tell me? His face darkened. Has my sensing ability become stronger? There is a very strong killing intent inside. Inside, Su Luo was sweating profusely, lying on the floor, I said it's all true. Wang Ji threw a punch, shouting loudly at the same time, "You bitch, now I'll cripple you." The punch landed on the floor, and pieces of wood flew everywhere. His face showed surprise. A figure picked Su Luo up, and she hurriedly explained, "Sorry, I didn't want to worry you." Wang Ji looked unhappy, his hands on his hips, asking him, "Hey, where did you come from?" Song Xiao Chu's voice came from the side. "Brother Wang, he is someone who joined the martial arts gym when you were away on business. His name is Chen Yan. He is also one of the level F who went into the domain with Brother Kai." His face hardened and questioned, "So, you are the one who conspired with this bitch to slander Brother Kai?" "Humph, you came at the right time." Several martial artists there also joined the conversation, found him. "He really is level F, the skill is controlling vines." Another person sneered, "Haha, controlling vines? Then he should go be a gardener." He carried her to a chair and pressed her shoulder down. "Su Luo, rest here first." She looked at him curiously. "Chen Yan, what are you going to do?" He smiled gently stroking her head. "Don't worry, leave everything to me." His expression turned cold as he looked at the group of them. The level of ability user in the early stage is very rough, but after the test, the information will be saved on the website. Ability users will check their official registration information when looking for teammates. They took me to take the test once last time. Chen Yan stepped forward with momentum. The result at that time was not surprising, just level F, but since then, I have been continuously leveling up. Wang Ji, level C, and the other two, level D, stood in front of him with great confidence. His face was as cold as ice, his eyebrows furrowed. "You think we are waste and garbage, so let's make a deal now. If I can defeat each of you, then from now on, you are not allowed to bother Su Luo." He appeared triumphant. "Ha ha, what did I just hear? You want to fight us? Surely." "What's wrong?" Chen Yan provoked. "Don't you dare." Hearing this, Wang Ji fell silent and frowned. Then he came over, grabbed his collar, and threatened, "Okay, but when we fight, we won't hold back. When the time comes, if you are seriously injured, don't blame us." Chen Yan calmly said, "Don't worry, I won't be." Several martial artists in the room discussed, "That's Wang Ji. He may be even more powerful than Sun Kai. No matter how strong you are, there must be a limit. If they fight, this kid will be crippled if he doesn't die. Are you crazy? He is level F, how can he beat level D, even level C? He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Su Luo sat on the side, observing everything. No, Chen Yan is not such an impulsive person. He must have confidence in this. But is there really a chance to win when level F faces level C? Chen Yan stood facing a level D ability user. He sneered, "Just a level F, you don't need Brother Wang to take action, I alone can cripple you." Chen Yan seriously challenged, "Then let's try." The ability of the level D man appeared. He rushed over, throwing a powerful punch towards Chen Yan, to show you the true strength of a level D ability user. Chen Yan dodged quickly. He gained momentum and attacked him. The punch was so strong that it shattered the wall. Chen Yan thought to himself, "The punch is so strong, he must be a strength-type ability user." The level D man sneered, "You're useless, do you only know how to run?" Chen Yan suddenly counterattacked, "I'm not trying to run, I'm just..." He moved to attack the man, looking for an opportunity to attack. But Chen Yan's attack was easily blocked by him. The level D ability user mocked, "Your speed is very fast, but that's all. It's still far from enough." Su Luo sat outside anxiously watching. The level difference between ability users is very difficult to overcome. Even if Chen Yan has a very fast speed and can perform a surprise attack, once the opponent discovers it, his knife can't cause damage. Chen Yan smiled lightly. "Who told you that I only have fast speed? I also have." He kicked him in the face. All abilities are being upgraded. The face of the level D ability user was distorted from the blow. In shock, "What?" Chen Yan threw a decisive blow, knocking the level D ability user away. Su Luo was stunned. Wang Ji calmly commented, "He is a level F, but he can blow away a strength-type level D ability user with one punch. Is it because of the curved knife in his hand? Or does he hide other special equipment on his body?" Chen Yan stood up straight, holding the curved knife tightly in his hand, confidently announcing, "I won." Next, a grotesque face appeared in the purple light. Another ability user suddenly appeared behind him. "You think you have a very fast speed? Then try to catch me." Qin Yan immediately turned around. He searched around in confusion, but couldn't find him. He said, "I'm here?" Then the level D ability user suddenly attacked Qin Yan, causing a cut on his face. He said smugly, "You can't even find my location, so how can you beat me?" Then he continued to attack him. "Now kneel down and beg for mercy." He said confidently, "I might consider sparing you." Qin Yan calmly observed, "He can appear anywhere. He probably doesn't have a fast speed, but rather possesses teleportation. It's really difficult to catch his location." He looked at the ability in front of him, "But my sensing ability can see other things." He continued to provoke, "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." The level D ability user continued to teleport. At this time, Qin Yan found the opponent's weakness, found it. He began to attack, and everyone around him didn't understand his actions. What does he want to do, swinging the knife randomly? Has he given up resisting? Suluo's expression suddenly changed. That's not right. The level D ability user was hit. How is this possible? He cried out in pain and fell to the floor. Ah! Qin Yan coldly wiped away the sweat. The second one, I also won. The viewers below were in an uproar, unable to believe their eyes. How can it be? A level F like him can win against 2 level DS? It's fake. How can this happen? It must be his weapon. Where did he find this weapon? Wang Ji appeared, slowly warming up before fighting. It seems the situation has finally become a bit more interesting. But kid, I'll let you know, no matter how strong the equipment is, it's useless. Then he rushed towards Qin Yan. A level F in front of a level C is no different from an ant. Wang Ji attacked with extremely fast speed. Qin Yan was surprised. I really can't dodge. Wang Ji continued to rush over. It's not over yet. He used amazing power to create a very large gash. Suluo stood outside. Qin Yan. Qin Yan was knocked into a corner. He's very strong. The 2 level D ability users before are completely incomparable to him. Wang Ji sneered, "Useless level F. All of this is your own fault." Qin Yan widened his eyes in horror. He quickly dodged to the side. At this time, Qin Yan was exhausted. If he was hit by his lightning, he would probably be lying still. Wang Ji laughed loudly, attacking continuously with glee. "Ha ha, you think you can dodge?" Qin Yan tried to dodge each attack. He calmed down and observed, "This won't do. I have to find a way to find his weakness." Qin Yan was seriously injured, clutching his chest and thinking, "Weakness? What is his weakness?" Wang Ji raised his hand to gather strength, mocking, "Ha ha, feel the despair." A huge force was quickly summoned to attack Qin Yan. Qin Yan was knocked into a wall by that attack. This attack is clearly stronger than the previous ones, just like the first time. He suddenly realized something. Wait, the first time, Wang Ji stretched out his arms to absorb divine power. That's right, just now the magic energy in his body flowed. The first and 5th times. Qin Yan began to analyze his body. It must be much stronger than the previous times, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th times. He widened his eyes, clutching his chest in shock. So, his lightning attacks also have a division of strength? So after a wave of fierce attacks, his magic power will weaken? So according to this speculation, his next attacks may be a little weaker. Wang Ji leisurely launched a move. Ha ha, it's over. Suddenly he frowned and shouted, "What?" Qin Yan frantically rushed out from the green light. Is this guy crazy? Why didn't he dodge? Qin Yan frowned, holding the knife tightly in his hand. Sure enough, the power of this attack is very weak, probably not deadly. He jumped high, at the same time raising the knife, causing Wang Ji to look up in shock. He was surrounded by a golden aura and couldn't believe it. A level F. Why does he have such a strong killing intent? His feet were knocked down by the spiritual power. Wang Ji fell to the ground without being able to defend. The knife was stabbed next to his face, causing him to sweat in terror. Qin Yan took the upper hand. I won. Wang Ji shouted, "You man, do you not care about your life, you man?" Qin Yan stood up handsomely, forgiving Wang Ji. You're wrong. It's because I want to keep living that I'm so desperate. And although you are level C and D, you haven't really experienced life and death in the domain, have you? After saying that, he turned and left. The 2 he defeated came forward to support Wang Ji. You are the ones who are as weak as chickens. Wang Ji cursed, "Qin Yan, you dog." He spoke up, urging, "Brother Wang Ji, cripple him." Suluo realized the danger and shouted loudly, "Qin Yan, be careful. A flash of horror appeared in his eyes. The blond guy rushed over and threw a punch at Qinyan. Luckily, he managed to dodge. But then Qinyan was sneak attacked from behind by a scoundrel. Qinyan's strong back was attacked, causing blood to spray out. Wang Ji came from behind and grabbed his neck. He threw him hard to the floor. Wang Ji evilly controlled Qinyan. Who did you say was as weak as a chicken just now, you dog? Who do you think you are? Su Luo rushed forward with an angry face. Qinyan. Song Xiaochu came from nowhere and hugged her tightly. Su Luo, it's a fight between them. We observers are better off not interfering. Su Luo angrily struggled. It was said to be a solo fight. Now they are bullying the few with the many. 3 people against 1 level F. You can't win. Wang Ji sneered when he heard this. Bullying the few with the many? The martial artists present, fearing for their lives, denied it indifferently. Ha ha, who saw it? We are clearly competing fairly. Wang Ji still didn't let Qinyan go. He held his body tightly. Qinyan, I won't kill you, but in a battle between abilities, sometimes things get out of hand. And crippling injuries are normal, right? Qinyan suddenly remembered something. Use mental attack. Wang Ji's eyes rolled back, and an information box appeared above him. Using mental attack skill. Wang Ji collapsed. Then he stood up with a different expression. Suddenly, a giant snake appeared in front of Wang Ji. Qinyan came from afar with a face full of blood, placing a hand on his shoulder. Wang Ji was unexpectedly bitten by the approaching snake. He screamed in terror. Fortunately, it was just an illusion, but Wang Ji was still terrified and sweating profusely. He trembled so much that he had to crawl on the ground. Su Luo, still being controlled by Xiao Chu, saw this and thought to herself. The blond guy with glasses was suddenly, the gray-haired guy was also shocked. Qinyan staggered away, holding his head. Is this mental control? The effect is even more powerful than I imagined. The gray-haired martial artist rushed to Qinyan. You bastard, what did you do to brother Wang Ji? The blond guy with glasses also hurried to follow. We won't let you go. Qinyan weakly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, damn it, my body has no strength anymore. I can only use that move, even though I've never tried it before. Suddenly the scene was switched, showing Qinyan gently touching a large, lush tree. After waking up in the hospital, I found that my sensing power had become stronger. I began to feel the trees around me and the ground under my feet, and even heard their breath. The wooden floor was cracked due to the palm strike emitting a dazzling light. An angry voice shouted, What's going on? Is it an earthquake? The people in the training room frantically ran towards the exit. What's going on? Run! Only Qinyan remained standing there, holding a sharp knife in his hand. Looking at his wrists that had been cut and were bleeding, he couldn't help but panic. He quickly gave him a fatal blow. Su Luo and Song Xiaochu's eyes widened, unable to move their limbs as they saw the horror before them. Grabbing Wang Ji's neck, pressing him against the wall, his eyes were full of hatred. In a battle between abilities, sometimes things get out of hand, and crippling injuries are normal. Remember, this is what you said. The knife pierced his left shoulder, and he could only stare blankly. Qinyan decisively pulled the knife out of Wang Ji's body. Now there was only a corpse with bloodstains, his eyes not even closing. Notifications sounded continuously. Level has been increased. Level has been increased. Successfully reached level 15. Received the qualifications to enter the related domains. From that, he was also very satisfied. That's great. As soon as it ended, she immediately ran over and hugged him. Su Luo's voice trembled. You're also being reckless. What if? Looking into her eyes, he said calmly, Isn't I still okay now? Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly fainted, and she tried to support him. Qinyan. He strained to whisper, Su Luo, support me, I can't stand. She anxiously said, Okay, lean on me. Song Xiaochu was stunned, wondering, how is it possible? Qinyan can actually defeat brother Wang Ji? Everyone was surprised, not excluding him. The earthquake just now was Qinyan's skill? So he is so powerful? Qinyan won? A level F defeated level C and level D. And even 3 people. Is he really level F? Except for Sun Kai, Wang Ji is the highest level in this martial arts gym. Standing behind the crowd, Li Yang couldn't help but wonder, the captain is right, this Qinyan is really not simple. I must quickly go back and report. Qinyan seemed to realize something and turned around. an illusion? The direction just now. There was no one where Li Yang had just stood. It seems like there is an abnormal smell. An old man walked in with a cane, his mouth constantly complaining, why did you make my arena like this? He glanced over, asking suspiciously, who is he? Suluo immediately replied, the landlord of the arena. He rarely appears, so you've never met him. Suddenly her voice dropped. It seems that the old man's son is getting married recently, so he wants to sell the arena. At that time, level F like us will have to find a new place to settle down. He stared blankly at her sad expression. He continued to grumble to the people around him. We signed a contract before. How can I negotiate like this? Don't think you are abilities, you can do whatever you want. You must take responsibility. You must take responsibility for me. Song Xiaochu pointed towards the two of them. Uncle Landlord, it wasn't us who did this. It was all done by Su Luo and Qingyan next to her. Because they are dissatisfied with us. They deliberately destroyed the arena. He fabricated, they are targeting you. You must find those two to demand compensation. Su Luo angrily said, Song Xiaochu, how can you say that? Turning his face, he said sarcastically, oh, did I say something wrong? At the same time, he was thinking, after Qingyan defeats Wang Ji, he will definitely not let me go. Now, as long as I put all the blame for destroying the arena on them, the old man will definitely pursue them to the end. Song Xiaochu was pleased. That way, they will be too busy taking care of themselves, so they won't have time to target me. Qingyan politely asked the landlord. Uncle, I saw the sign outside said it's for sale at a low price. May I ask how much you plan to sell it for? Seeing this, he happily replied, although the arena was destroyed by you. This arena has been around for a long time, so it must be at least 3 million. Without hesitation, he smiled and replied, okay, I'll buy it. Then he calculated, 3 million, just enough to leave some money for Su Luo to renovate the arena. He stared blankly at him. Huh? She was also stunned by his quick decision. Huh? Song Xiaochu pointed and laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha, Qingyan, you have to have a limit to how much you pretend. 3 million, where do you get so much money? Ignoring him, Qingyan said enthusiastically, Uncle, are you free this afternoon? Su Luo and I will go with you this afternoon to transfer the money and complete the formalities. She looked up at him. Hey, why do I have to go too? Qingyan smiled brightly. Because the arena will belong to you in the future. Su Luo was still confused. Why? On this side, Song Xiaochu stood still. Why is this happening? Qingyan added, from now on, no one will dare to look down on you again. Putting his arm around her shoulder, he stared at him, saying meaningfully, if you see anyone you don't like, tell him to get out of the arena. Su Luo supported Qingyan as they left, leaving behind him standing there petrified. Outside, the stadium was bathed in brilliant sunlight. Su Luo asked skeptically, Qingyan, what you said in there just now is true? Blood suddenly spurted from his mouth, and she worried, Qingyan. Seeing the tree nearby, he urged, I can't take it anymore. Quickly help me to the tree. Her eyes widened as she saw him place his hands on the tree trunk. Gradually, some kind of light appeared. She watched intently what was happening. In her heart, Su Luo secretly realized, is this Qingyan's healing skill? The light surrounded him, and it seemed that Qingyan had become one with the tree. The vibrant tree instantly became dry. He softly said, thank you. Turning to look at her, he wondered, Su Luo, what were you going to say to me just now? Her expression was serious. I was going to say that clearly you were the one who spent money to buy the arena. But why did you give it to me, Qingyan? I can't accept it. Qingyan smiled and explained, because you understand the arena best. You will know how to operate it. Moreover, in the future, you can use it for many more things. Su Luo asked suspiciously, many more things? He happily affirmed, yeah, for example, recruiting ability users who are truly upright and brave, maybe level C, maybe level F, and then forming a real attack team. Memories flooded back, he thought, I remember that before being reborn, Su Luo relied on her personal charm and organizational skills to attract many abilities to her. At that time, she was only level F but was unanimously elected as the captain by everyone. A scene flashed through his mind of their team laughing and joking together. The attack team she leads, everyone trusts each other and cooperates very well, attacking dangerous domains together. They cheered, Captain, which area are we attacking next time? Sister Su Luo, Your shoulder swipe move is really cool, no one can beat it. Captain Su, how should we divide the spoils this time? Looking at Su Luo, who was stunned before him, Xinyan secretly speculated, now that she has a martial arts gym, she will definitely be even more powerful than before. And there may even be a chance to awaken for the second time sooner. Su Luo asked shyly, then will you go with me too? He gently said, sorry, I can't do that, because there are still other people waiting for me. Hearing this was like a bolt from the blue. Su Luo was stunned. Other people? Xinyan lightly touched his left chest, slowly expressing, yeah, for her, I am willing to do anything, even sacrifice my life. It can be said that she is all the meaning for me to continue living. Because she is. She loudly interrupted him. I know. Su Luo forced a smile and promised, I will try my best to manage the martial arts gym well, and you just focus on your own business. Then she asked worriedly, but will you come here often, right? He happily replied, of course, I need to come here to find a teacher for training. Yeah, then I'll wait for you. He waved his hand, excitedly making an appointment in advance. I have to go home first. See you this afternoon at the Real Estate Management Bureau. She reluctantly replied, yeah, although I know it's wrong, but what should I do, Xinyan? Su Luo sadly pondered, it seems that I can't let go of you. He quickly changed his clothes and then calculated, although I really want to go into the domain immediately, I can't be impetuous. Xinyan remembered the system's notification, you need to reach level 15 to enter the domain, otherwise you will be forcibly sent out of the domain. His face tightened, seriously reasoning, the system's meaning is probably not just that you can conquer the domain as long as you reach level 15, but that only when you are level 15 will you have the ability to survive in that domain. Xinyan made a plan in his head, so I should best go with the attack team that has registered here. This is the safest choice. Suddenly, he heard a series of coughs. He guessed, Xiao Shui is awake? He happily exclaimed, Xiao. Suddenly Xinyan's pupils contracted. Xiao Shui struggled to support herself on the sink, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, and she muttered with difficulty, I have to quickly clean it up, I can't let brother know. He quickly hid behind the door, secretly worried, Xiao Shui, you silly girl. Xinyan promised himself, wait for me for a little longer. I will definitely level up with you, go into the domain, and collect all the antidote ingredients to help you fully recover your health. She staggered out, her face pale. Xiao Shui saw him in the living room, and exclaimed in surprise, brother. Xinyan asked with concern, are you awake? I was thirsty when I came back, so I went into the kitchen to pour a glass of water. She silently weighed the situation, then he probably didn't see anything, right? Anything? He continued to ask, how do you feel today? She forced a smile, happily saying, much better than the past few days. He seriously observed Xiao Shui's expression, that's good. Xinyan carefully instructed, Xiao Shui, I will go into the domain the day after tomorrow. I may be there for a little longer this time. I've already told Aunt Zhang next door. And she will come to cook and take care of you. She asked in surprise, isn't Aunt Zhang the most averse to being disturbed? He happily explained, don't worry, she is very willing to help this time. He secretly weighed, anyway, I have already given her a lot of money. Xiao Shui softly blurted out, okay, I know. I will be obedient, and not cause any more trouble for you. He hurried over, took her hand, his voice full of love, silly sister, you've never been a bother to me. You are my hope, so you must be really healthy. She cheerfully said, you too. You must come out of that domain safely. He firmly replied, of course, I'm much more powerful than before now. Xinyan enthusiastically asked, of course, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Suddenly he froze. A strong magic power surrounded Xiao Shui, but she was completely unaware. I want to eat stir-fried pork with peppers that you make. Seeing Xinyan silent, Xiao Shui asked blankly, brother? Xinyan regained his spirits and quickly replied, it's okay, stir-fried pork with peppers, right? I'll make it now. He secretly wondered, just now I seemed to see magic power flowing on Xiao Shui's body, but now it's gone. Am I hallucinating from using my ability too much? In a large headquarters, a voice rang out, Chairman, the situation is like this. Chu Shan laughed and asked, taking on a few with less, defeating level C and also possessing skills of both elemental and mental control types. Interesting, what does he plan to do next? Li Yang seriously replied, Qin Yan has just registered information on the official website. In 2 days, he will enter the Loha village domain with a team. Chu Shan asked in surprise, Loha village? Puzzled by his reaction, he asked, does the chairman know this domain? He seriously commented, yeah, not just Loha village, but the entire area seems abnormal. Once you get close, you will feel an inexplicable sense of oppression and shortness of breath. And only high-level abilities can sense this. He slightly curled his lips in a smile, his voice full of unpredictable meaning. So Qin Yan really plans to go there? It's really surprising and shocking. Then let's wait and see. If this guy can still come out smoothly this time, then I will personally go and meet him. Scene changed 2 days later. Qin Yan stepped out from the wave of teleportation energy. This is the Loha village domain. He secretly weighed, the first ingredient for making the domain antidote is right here. No matter what, I must get it. Afterwards, the others also gathered. Zhang Hao spoke, Hey, are you the level F who wants to go into the domain with us? Qin Yan smiled, raised his hand to greet and began to introduce, Hello everyone, I'm Qin Yan. Before he could finish speaking, he was blocked by Zhang Hao. He said unhappily, You must be at least level C to enter this domain. You're level F, so what are you doing here? Are you looking for death? Get lost as far as you can. He looked up, expressing, Because I'm only level F. I want to find an opportunity to train myself. Don't worry, I have a lot of experience entering the domain. And I certainly won't hold you back. Zhang Hao had to let Qin Yan's stubbornness go. I can't persuade you even if I say that much, you damn thing. Don't expect us to save you if there's any danger then. He only nodded lightly, I will take good care of myself. Fei Fei saw the tense atmosphere and relieved the situation. Sorry, his personality is a bit blunt. Don't mind him. Qin Yan waved his hand, smiling and replying, It's okay, I understand. Truthfully, people like that are even better than that fake Sun Kai. She began to reach out to introduce, Let me introduce, I'm Lu Fei Fei, a level B therapist, and he is Zhang Hao, our captain, also level B. The other 2 are level C. So you shouldn't have any problems going with us. Fei Fei shared, Actually, this time we are entering the domain is secondary. The main purpose is to find someone, so Zhang Hao doesn't want you to come along. He asked back in confusion, Find someone? She also answered Qin Yan's question, Yeah, a senior who has a lot of experience in our attack team. Half a month ago, he entered this domain alone to collect information. And he hasn't returned since then. Hearing this, Qin Yan's eyes widened and he exclaimed in utter confusion, Then isn't he already? According to what I know, even abilities have never survived in this domain for more than half a month. She immediately denied Qin Yan's words, Yeah, we originally thought so too, but 7 days ago, we received a message from him. The senior with a face covered in blood tried to send the message. It said to quickly come to Loha village domain to find me. At a village there. Qin Yan walked behind Zhang Hao's group. He was immersed in his own thoughts. Where will the antidote ingredient be? The system said I would sense it when it appears, but what if it never appears? While in the midst of his thoughts, Fei Fei turned back, smiling gently and instructing, Although a level C domain shouldn't have any problems, it's best if you follow us. Don't go alone. Knowing that he was only level F, he immediately cut off his train of thought, only scratching his head to reply, Okay, sorry. As he continued to walk, he asked her, Excuse me, how do you determine that this domain is at least level C? Do you have a crystal ball that can detect magic power values? She also honestly replied, How is that possible? That thing is both expensive and rare, we can't afford it. Fei Fei nudged him and looked forward. Do you see that tall guy in the front? He has an ability to sense the flow of magic power in space. With him here, we can foresee the level of danger in the domain, and then choose a domain suitable for our level to conquer. After explaining for a while, Qin Yan stroked his chin, pretending to understand, So that's how it is. Have you all noticed anything strange about this domain? Actually, I felt it just now when I was outside. Both inside and around Loha village, there is a strange feeling that makes people uncomfortable. Qin Yan's questions made Fei Fei a little puzzled. No, what's the strange thing? He pretended to reply, I'm just asking for fun. Suddenly, he and Fei Fei turned their heads, revealing panic. The bull-cut guy tilted his ear, trying to hear more clearly. Something is coming from ahead. A group of brown bears rushed towards them. It's mutated brown bears. Zhang Hao was ready to fight and ordered, "Everyone, prepare." The two following Zhang Hao began to fight. "Take action." The power rushed over, causing the brown bear to dodge. Another one also held its head before the powerful energy. At this time, a bear advanced towards Jinyan. Fei Fei frowned, creating a source of energy. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, using all his strength to swing his knife and finish off the bear from behind. "Your target is here." He decisively chopped down. Another one appeared on Zhang Hao's side. He swung his sword and easily dealt with the bear. Qin Yan was even more surprised and wondered, familiar with each other, cooperating smoothly, is this a real experienced domain attack team? Moreover, Zhang Hao is worthy of being the captain. His strength is indeed the strongest among everyone. He was also happy and secretly hoped, Suluo's attack team in the future will probably be as powerful as this. He remembered Suluo and affirmed, no, she will evolve to level S, and her attack team will become one of the strongest in the apocalypse. He lowered his head and thought, although I can't mention it directly, if I can do something, will there be a chance to change her deadly fate in the future? While thinking, a scream caused him to freeze. It turned out to be her scream, "Qinyan, be careful behind you." He immediately turned around and discovered a giant brown bear. Zhang Hao saw this and rushed over. He powerfully stabbed his sword into the bear's body. Then he decisively pulled the sword out. He said to himself in his heart, and put away his weapon, "It seems I don't need to take action." Zhang Hao came over, grabbed Qinyan's collar and scolded, "I told you already, don't hold us back." The more he spoke, the more angry he seemed, a level F like you saw the monster coming, and just stood there in a daze. If it was a step slower, you would have lost your life now. After he finished speaking, he left, not forgetting to scold one last sentence, "Damn it, I really shouldn't have let you come with us." Qinyan sighed as he listened to those words. "I got scolded again, but I really was distracted just now." Fei Fei, seeing Zhang Hao gradually losing control, was stunned. He wasn't in a daze just now, but before I could remind him, he had already sensed the danger and pulled out his weapon. Moreover, he was the first to discover that a brown bear was approaching. She secretly speculated, "This Qinyan, it seems he is not as simple as he seems on the surface." Zhang Hao then swung his sword, chopping the monsters into pieces. The four-headed monster was covered in flames, screaming non-stop. Fei Fei frantically wondered, "What's wrong?" Xiao's son hurriedly soothed her, "It's okay, just a small wound. What's the big deal about dealing with these things?" Qinyan couldn't help but stroke his chin and ponder, "That's right, although we encountered many monsters along the way, they were all quickly dealt with by Zhang Hao, but..." Zhang Hao put away his sword and kept wondering, "Is it a little too easy? It's strange, it's already been a day, but the monsters we've encountered are all simple ones. This is not the level of difficulty that a level C domain should have." He stood there and hurriedly agreed, "That's right, if it's only at this level, how could the senior be trapped?" Zhang Hao then instructed, "Everyone be careful. The really powerful thing may not have appeared yet." Qinyan sat down and looked at the river, feeling uneasy. "I can't see any traces of the antidote ingredient anywhere, and moreover, that strange feeling is getting stronger and stronger." He looked at the river and wondered, why is the river water flowing so fast? Then Qinyan reached out to feel the flow of the river. He couldn't help but suspect, there is a strange source of energy swirling in front of this river. Could it be the antidote ingredient? Zhang Hao suddenly grabbed Qinyan's collar. Qinyan turned around and looked at him sharply. "Let me go." He suddenly widened his eyes and froze. Fei Fei looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Everyone, look!" Everyone was horrified at the scene in front of them. Why is there fog all of a sudden? The people around kept screaming, "The fog is too thick. I can't see anything. My body feels like it's losing strength. This fog has a problem. Everyone gather around me." Zhang Hao asked loudly, "Xiao's son, can you sense anything?" He turned pale. "No, my sensing power seems to be lost." Qinyan reached his hand into the lake again, secretly sensing, "Just now, I seemed to touch the river water, and then I sensed that magic power." Then he suddenly saw something, found it. Qinyan then stood up and ran away. "It's there." Zhang Hao stood behind and roared, stopping him, "Hey, stop!" He angrily shouted, "This unruly bastard!" Then Zhang Hao quickly chased after him, Everyone, follow me, don't get lost. Everyone obeyed, yes. The misty fog before them was gradually dissipating. Qinyan couldn't help but startle in panic. The magic power has disappeared. Zhang Hao hurried to catch up and shouted, Qinyan, I must teach you a lesson today. He was shocked. The fog has lessened. The entrance to the cave appeared as the fog gradually cleared. Fei Fei exclaimed in surprise, Everyone, look! She pointed to the knife still stained with blood lying on the ground. This is the senior's knife. Zhang Hao then loudly ordered, Everyone, search around. Xiao's son hurriedly obeyed in the back, yes. A voice groaning for help came from inside the cave. Is anyone there? I'm in here. Zhang Hao exclaimed in surprise, There's movement inside the cave. The cave was dark and eerily silent. The seriously injured man was weakly lying on the ground. While Fei Fei was treating him, he spoke, Senior, how are you? I'll treat you immediately. Qinyan kept wondering in his heart, is it really possible for someone to enter the domain alone and live for so long, and still be seriously injured? He stood alone in a corner, constantly pondering, but I clearly sensed the magic power just now. Why is it gone now? Did it disappear again, or did it retract? Suddenly, Qinyan was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He collapsed in front of a pile of grass and kept digging. Qinyan was very happy. The system said that when I get close to the ingredient for making the antidote, I will naturally recognize it. Now, I finally understand what it means. A small flower quietly stretched out under the green grass. But then the flower suddenly withered. Qinyan was startled to see this. How can this be? Calm down, I didn't do anything just now, it's probably not because of me. He reached out to grab the flower. This flower only had one petal. Could this be a sign that it hasn't fully developed? The flower clearly bloomed from the ordinary weeds. But the only difference from the surrounding area was that there were more blood splashes on it. Qinyan brought the flower to his nose to smell it. This is not human blood. He was then suspicious. Could it be that? The senior, at this time after being treated, weakly spoke, I knew you would find me. Fei Fei quickly comforted, Okay. You're probably not in mortal danger now. Qinyan walked towards him to ask about the matter. Excuse me, what exactly happened here? The senior couldn't help but wonder. You are? She quickly interjected, He is Qinyan, a level F ability user. He went into the domain with us to train himself. He weakly spoke, You shouldn't have come here. The domain boss here is very cunning. It always hides in the dark without revealing itself. It will use the terrain and other monsters to consume the enemy's strength, and then suddenly attack when the opponent is careless. I was tricked because of a moment of carelessness, and when I fled into the cave, I was suddenly attacked by that name. So I was seriously injured. Qinyan's face darkened, wondering, You mean the domain boss has been into this cave before? So did it bleed? The senior then replied, Of course. Luckily I am also a level B ability, so I injured it too. Qinyan looked at him, his heart filled with doubt. The blood on the flower just now was from the domain boss. Only through watering with blood from many domain bosses can a complete flower bloom and obtain the ingredients for the antidote. The system's voice suddenly rang out, Notification, the correct method has been received to collect one of the ingredients for the antidote. He then clenched his fist as if realizing something. Sure enough, that's how it is. That's great. So as long as I kill the domain boss, I can get the ingredients for the antidote. Zhang Hao quickly helped the senior up. Senior, if you had already left the domain, messaged us, then why did you enter the domain alone again? He weakly replied. I was afraid that when the wound healed, everyone would enter here and wouldn't be able to find the location of the domain boss, so I decided to use myself as bait. Fei Fei helped him. No magical beast or monster is more important than your life. Zhang Hao couldn't help but worry. Your body still needs to rest. We'll take you out first. The senior decisively refused. No, now the domain boss is injured, and everyone has arrived. This is the best opportunity to defeat it. Qinyan still didn't believe it. Even though it's good for him, I still feel like something is wrong. Even though the domain boss already knew he was hiding in the cave. He quietly stood far away, observing them. He's seriously injured, but why does he still want to stay here? Isn't that even more dangerous? Zhang Hao supported him and happily said, Okay, let's go together and eliminate that name. Fei Fei then picked up the knife and said, Sorry. She picked it up and brought it in front of him. It's too dangerous. It seems like you don't completely agree with this decision. Fei Fei stared at the knife, her heart sinking. The senior has always been careful and prudent, always reminding us that life must always come first. If it was before, he would definitely leave the domain first, wait until he was fully prepared, and then act with everyone. She then added, however, maybe I'm overthinking. He looked at Fei Fei and wondered, you just said this is that senior's weapon? She quickly continued, the senior cherishes this short knife very much. He doesn't even leave it when he goes to sleep. So, I thought the senior must have experienced extremely fierce battles before. Qinyan stroked his chin, giving his speculation, but immediately after he woke up, and just now he said he wanted to go fight the domain boss, but he didn't mention that he had to find his knife. She heard this and then realized, that's right, why didn't the senior look for his weapon? This has never happened before. The senior with a scary face came from behind. Fei, why are you in a daze? Fei Fei hesitated and replied in fear. He then took the knife. Thank you. After saying this, the senior stepped forward to stand behind Qinyan. Level F ability, Qinyan, right? Later, it may be the first time you'll witness a level C domain boss. Don't be afraid, just follow us closely. He calmly replied, thank you, I will do that. Then the senior turned to say to Zhang Hao, let's go, that name is to the southwest of the cave. Let's make a quick decision. Qinyan was secretly puzzled. There is a problem with this person. He must be hiding something, but it doesn't matter. He stared at him suspiciously, because no matter what, I must eliminate the domain boss. The group of them entered the forest. Fei looked worriedly at Qinyan. Though familiar, my heart is still uneasy. Looking closely, the senior clearly still has that familiar look, but why do I still feel so worried? Lost in thought, she tripped over a rock. Qinyan quickly supported Fei. He happily supported her. Are you okay? Next, we have to fight the domain boss. As the team's therapist, you can't lose focus. Fei looked at Qinyan seriously. Qinyan is right. Now is not the time to worry about this. Defeating the domain boss, closing the domain, and everyone safely leaving here is the most important thing. She glanced at him suspiciously. But why is Qinyan always so calm? The matter with the knife was also the first time he reminded me, and when we were trapped in the thick fog. Was he following his instincts, or did he originally know the correct direction? The two continued to walk together. Qinyan, are you really level F? Qinyan quickly replied, it's clearly stated on the level certificate of the official website. Fei reluctantly said, of course. She seriously thought, currently, the assessment of the level of ability is most prestigious when it is carried out by the government. However, domains and abilities have only appeared this year, and the government is still in the exploratory stage. It is entirely possible for mistakes to occur during the test. Fei was still suspicious of him, the reaction and my strength. Zhang Hao asked with he affirmed, Senior, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down. The senior replied, although everyone is level B, you are more talented. Now you have completely surpassed me. With you here, I am of course very at ease. Qinyan and Fei helplessly looked at them. The two chatted with each other. Fei explained, especially Zhang Hao, he has been following the senior since he awakened. The two of them are like teachers and students. But the senior doesn't allow Zhang Hao to call him teacher. The team arrived at the center of the domain. We're here. The senior warned, everyone be careful, the domain boss is here. But it's so deserted here, where can it hide? Qinyan looked up in shock. Above. A giant condor suddenly appeared from above, and the team was shocked. A condor. The senior warned, everyone be careful, its wings can create. Before he could finish speaking, the condor used its power to create a vortex. Everyone was quickly sucked in. Qinyan was surprised. Its ability is to create storms? No wonder it's said to be difficult to deal with. Zhang Hao calmly assessed the situation. Damn it, like this, the two of them can't use flame attacks at all. If that's the case, the only way is to confront it directly. The senior ordered, Fei, immediately strengthen a Hao. Fei unleashed her ability. Receiving the instructions, a Hao seized the opportunity. Zhang Hao was ready, yes. The condor swooped down very quickly. It continued to attack Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao rushed up to attack, successfully hitting the condor. The blow made the condor hurt. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Success. However, Chen Yan showed vigilance. How could it be so simple? The condor suddenly soared up high. Zhang Hao fell down before he could react. The condor counterattacked, creating an amazing source of power. Fei are worried. What is it doing? Everyone realized something unusual. Why is there fog again? The senior panicked. Everyone gathered together. Don't get lost. This fog will consume our energy and magic power, but it has a certain limit. Qinyan was vigilant. That's not quite right. It seems like something is passing by. Something swooshed past Qinyan. He reacted quickly and retreated. Qinyan calmly observed the surroundings. Are all of these things summoned by the condor? Does it want to eliminate everyone on the team one by one in this fog? He held the knife confidently. Too bad, I have to disappoint it. He rushed to attack. The beasts were hit by Qinyan. Slashes of the knife appeared. He successfully killed them all. The system notified, level has been increased. Qinyan was surprised. It actually increased in level. Just by hunting a mutated hunting leopard, I can get so much experience? This domain is indeed not normal. The mutated pack leader of the hunting leopards appeared in the thick fog. Fei Fei screamed in fear, help, help. The monster was suddenly slashed across the body in a frank manner. She stared blankly at the blood splattering. Qinyan, having just taken it down, ran over and pulled Fei Fei to his side. Are you okay? She trembled and said, No, I'm okay, just a little weak. Her head was empty. Recalling the scene just now, Qinyan, one knife can kill that monster? Qinyan placed Fei Fei on a nearby rock and instructed, there are no monsters around for the time being. Rest here first. She hesitated, worrying, what about the others? Before leaving, he gently reassured her, they will be okay too. Fei Fei vaguely guessed, why isn't Qinyan affected by the fog? Also, how does he know there are no monsters around? Suddenly, another scream rang out. The next monster was... He startled and woke up, looking around. I was saved? The other monsters were successively killed with fatal slashes, beheading and dismemberment. The blonde guy stood stunned, looking at the group of monsters around him. What's going on? Why did they all die suddenly? He shouted loudly in the fog, Captain, Senior, is that you? On this side, Qinyan quietly observed, it's strange, I can't find the Senior's aura. I don't know when this fog will clear, and the condor is probably hiding in the dark, watching us. I have to find a way to lure it out first. Along with that was a strong gust of wind that caused Qinyan to dodge immediately. He hurriedly ran to the rescue. It's the condor. It's flying towards Zhang Hao. Over here, he and his sword had experienced so many hunting leopards, the corpses were piled up like mountains. A huge thing appeared behind Zhang Hao, unknown to him. Qinyan, having just run to the place, managed to remind him, Zhang Hao, behind you. The condor swooped down to ambush with bright eyes. He smiled faintly, with no sign of fear. Spikes suddenly sprouted from Zhang Hao's back. Just in time, the condor crashed straight into the armor protection he had prepared for it. Qinyan was shocked. His eyes widened as he saw the scene in front of him. Hardening the body? Zhang Hao actually has this skill. So, he deliberately revealed himself to lure the condor out. He chose the right time and then pulled out his knife, slashing powerfully. The condor, caught off guard, was unable to react. Zhang Hao's eyes were full of hatred, looking at it askance with a sacred slash. This time, you're dead for sure. The condor screamed loudly in despair. Zhang Hao's entire body was knocked backwards, his back slamming hard against the ground. Qinyan ran over worriedly, Zhang Hao. But the condor directly grabbed across his back, causing Zhang Hao to painfully spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Qinyan stood stunned, watching the condor snatch him away, unable to do anything. He looked up and observed, guessing the condor's intention, it wants to throw Zhang Hao down to kill him? Thinking, Qinyan pulled out his sword, wanting to fight it. He then began. The sword obeyed its master and flew into the sky, chasing after the condor. Then it decisively pierced through its chest. The bird trembled after the fatal wound just now, flapping its wings little by little and flying away. Qinyan stood there blankly, watching the bird, waiting for a miracle. The bowl-cut guy cheered happily, the fog is gone. The blonde guy just looked up and then realized. The captain was snatched away by the condor. He, who was just staring blankly, now turned around and shouted for everyone, quick, use fire. The two young men united their efforts to use fire magic. The condor suffered another fatal blow and fell to the ground. At the same time, Zhang Hao was also thrown out of its mouth. A loud bang resounded. The fall was so strong that it caused him to spit out blood again. As Zhang Hao fell, the moment of the condor's demise also arrived. The team members clamored to help. "Captain, how are you?" Fei Fei even shouted, "Don't move! Let me heal you!" The blonde guy used his body as a support for Zhang Hao so Fei Fei could heal his wounds. "How is it? Is that monster dead?" He just finished checking and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's dead. The captain is so good. We succeeded." Qin Yan stood aside, smiling with satisfaction. "That's great. Finally, everything has passed safely without any danger." Qin Yan was secretly pleased with his own calculations. The condor shed so much blood. The ingredients for the antidote will definitely grow quickly around it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The senior stood before him, suddenly appearing. "I couldn't find him anywhere just now, so why did he suddenly appear?" His face gradually became strange. A purple crystal flew out of the condor's body. He contentedly reached out and took it. "Finally, I succeeded." Qin Yan stood frozen in place. Strangely, after the domain boss's death, the energy core should immediately shatter into pieces. Why hasn't there been any reaction yet? He immediately checked around. Moreover, is it because my senses have become sharper after leveling up? I don't feel any signs that the domain's barrier is collapsing or disappearing. Looking at the flower on the ground, he couldn't help but wonder, why is there a semi-finished product here? The condor's blood couldn't possibly have reached here. Qin Yan squatted down, carefully observing. Just now, there seemed to be only in this direction. The image of him happily taking the purple crystal appeared. That senior. Suddenly, a purple light appeared, causing him to use his hand to block it because it was too dazzling. Zhang Hao's group was also confused. "What's going on? Let me go over there and see." The curly-haired guy stepped over a senior. "What happened?" Qin Yan hurriedly tried to stop him. "Don't go over there." He was still blank, not understanding what was going on. At that moment, Qin Yan's facial muscles contracted tensely. The bull-cut guy became confused. Zhang Hao witnessed it, and couldn't hide his shock. Fei Fei was no different from them. The scene of the senior stabbing straight through his chest was horrifying. Then he simply pulled out the sword. Zhang Hao roared, "Senior, what are you doing?" A powerful force of magic radiated from his whole body. Zhang Hao's group couldn't bear it, and collapsed. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead. "The magic power is too strong, my body can't move anymore." He gradually advanced in front of Zhang Hao. "What's wrong, Captain? Why don't you look up?" Finished speaking, he squeezed his neck tightly and lifted him up. "When Senior is in front of you, you must be polite." Senior. He questioned, "Why don't you resist? Is that all you've got?" The feeling of suffocation made him very uncomfortable. He sighed, boring. Then he raised his sword high, pointing it at Zhang Hao. "You should just go die." Suddenly something made him stop. Qin Yan in the air had arrived in time to rescue him. He powerfully slashed down at where he was standing, but he managed to dodge. Smoke and dust flew thickly between the two of them. He said with interest, "Under the pressure of my magic power, a level F like you can still move?" Fei Fei and the bull-cut guy hurried to support Zhang Hao. "Captain, how are you?" "Senior, why are you doing this?" Qin Yan indifferently explained, "He's not your senior anymore." Zhang Hao and Fei Fei were confused. "What are you saying?" "Impossible. Who would impersonate someone in the domain?" As she vaguely realized, he also affirmed, "Could it be?" "That's right." Qin Yan secretly regretted, "I should have thought of this from the beginning. The petals I found in the cave, the blood on the petals was not from the domain boss, but from him." Remembering the scene of him being covered in blood gas before, being able to casually discard his close-fitting weapon, and persistently attacking in an abnormal way, and suddenly disappearing and reappearing in the thick fog just now, all of this shows that this person is not really the original senior. He spoke, "If I'm not mistaken, the person in front of us is the real domain boss." He laughed loudly and continued, "If you've already guessed it, then I don't need to pretend anymore. The clothes were torn off by the large figure. Let you see my true form." A demon with 2 long horns appeared. "Indeed, this look is more pleasing to the eye." Qin Yan stood stunned. "Indeed, it's a humanoid magical beast, but didn't they start appearing in the domain a year later? Why did they appear so early? So why didn't anyone discover it in my previous life?" Zhang Hao's group stood far away, astonished. A humanoid magical beast. And it can speak. You dog, why did you pretend to be the senior's appearance? Where is the senior? He bared his teeth and smiled, saying, Your senior, he's here. The domain boss laughed and recounted with a very proud tone, I worked so hard to get to Earth, but I didn't expect such important energy to be split in half by that beast. He recalled the time then, just when I was annoyed, I happened to meet that human. The image of the domain boss taking down Zhang Hao's senior with one punch flashed back. Although we were both injured, I was still a bit stronger in the end. Looking at the corpse of Zhang Hao's senior lying dead on the ground, so I thought. The domain boss was pleased with the thought, why don't I directly use him to have humans help me reclaim the other half of the energy? Thinking this, he sat down and grabbed the senior Zhang Hao's corpse. Very quickly, the domain boss finished and turned into him. He conveniently took the phone of the senior Zhang Hao, then I found your communication tool, and successfully led you here. The more the domain boss recounted, the more he showed his attitude. But your speed is too slow, and you made me wait for several days, causing me to be discovered and attacked by that beast. And be injured to the point of having to hide in a mountain cave. He looked down at his body with pride, but now, I finally possess the complete energy core. In this domain, nothing can do anything to me anymore. Fei Fei's eyes widened in shock. How can this be, senior? Zhang Hao lost his temper again, shouting, I'll fight you. Qin Yan calmly stood in front of them. Everyone, take Zhang Hao and escape to the side. Leave the rest to me. He panicked and worried. Leave it to you? What do you want to do? Qin Yan turned his head and replied with a stern voice, Of course, to kill it. The domain boss laughed contemptuously when he heard this, quite the tone. Zhang Hao pointed at the domain boss suspiciously. Kill it just with a level F like you. Qin Yan glanced at him, affirming, Yes, just with me. Fei Fei fully believed in him. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. He stared blankly at her with a suspicious look. What are you saying? Have you gone crazy too? She gave a cold instruction, Shiao Sun, drag him away. Zhang Hao was forcibly carried away by the two of them. He was angrily trying to resist, but it was negligible. You guys let me go. You guys are letting that name go to die. The domain boss pulled out his sword, laughing with pleasure. Humanity really likes distant heroes, but it doesn't matter, because in the end everyone will. Before he could say another word, Qin Yan rushed up like a gust of wind, drawing his sword to attack the domain boss. He was surprised by his power. The domain boss swung his sword to respond, but Qin Yan reacted quickly and dodged. Then he rushed to fight sword to sword with him. Qin Yan almost pushed back the domain boss because, I have reached the required level to enter the system, which means I am strong enough to face the boss in the domain. He pursed his lips, sweating anxiously. Moreover, I am still in the process of leveling up. Qin Yan used all his strength to slash the domain boss's face, leaving a bloody wound. The three of them hid behind a tree and looked at the scene in front of them. The haircut guy's eyes widened in shock. That Qin Yan, has he always been this strong? Zhang Hao looked blankly, wondering, how is it possible? Facing that name, I don't have the strength to pull out my sword. Could it be that Qin Yan's strength has far surpassed me? The domain boss wiped across the wound, saying contemptuously, I heard that level F is the weakest level of human ability, basically no different from ordinary people. He stood stunned, unable to believe it, but you can fight me on par, and successfully cut me. It seems that you are like me, disguising yourself. The domain boss went crazy and laughed. Then that's good. Unilateral killing is no fun. The prey must struggle desperately to survive. Killing it this way will be more fun. Qin Yan widened his pupils alertly. Is he going to use a skill? He opened his mouth wide and roared, the sound echoing towards him. Qin Yan stood still, raising both hands like a shield to endure the roar of the domain boss. The roar caused the three people hiding behind the tree to hug their heads and scream in pain. Help me! My head is about to split. Don't talk. Cover your ears and hold your breath. He calmly looked at the situation. This is not a normal sonic attack. If it continues like this, the organs in my body will be crushed. After the sound diminished, Qin Yan pressed his hand to the ground and unleashed a golden magic with determination. It must be interrupted. Branches of trees sprouted from the ground, tightly wrapping around the domain boss's body. He gritted his teeth, struggling. He can control trees. The three people were overjoyed and excited. Zhang Hao still couldn't believe it. We're saved. Even though he was tightly bound by the trees, The domain boss still spoke strongly. I was careless. But do you really think this can imprison me? He looked down and shouted, Where are you? Qinyan took the momentum and jumped high, roaring, Isn't he being imprisoned now? He focused all his strength on the golden sword, slashing with one blow and tearing open the domain boss's back. He screamed in pain, You are a bastard. The domain boss's eyes turned red. He roared wildly, I must kill you. The domain boss exploded with power, and his wings flapped violently, causing the vines wrapped around his body to shatter. Qinyan took a step back, his eyes full of shock. His power has increased again. He jumped high to prevent him from ascending, and with determination, I absolutely can't let him fly up. The blue spiritual energy from Qinyan's body surged violently as he flew higher, determined to take down the domain boss. Qinyan reached out to support the powers from the domain boss. But he seized the opportunity and punched Qinyan straight in the stomach. Fei Fei exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide. Qinyan. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth, his eyes full of hatred. It's not over yet. Suddenly Qinyan widened his eyes and spurted a mouthful of blood. The short knife has poison. The domain boss's large hand grabbed Qinyan's head. Surrounded by purple lights, he said confidently, Don't worry, the wound from the knife and the toxins won't kill you so quickly, because I want to enjoy every moment of your fear and despair. The domain boss spread his wings, dragging him into the air, saying angrily, This is the price you pay for daring to challenge me. He flew up high, surrounded by multiple streams of purple light, sneering, The height is not bad now. Falling from here will definitely be interesting. Your bones will shatter into pieces, and may even pierce through your body. Qinyan was held by the domain boss's head and swayed in the air. That scene will definitely be very interesting. Then he let go of his hand. He lost consciousness, falling freely in the air. Fei Fei watched him fall, worried. Falling from that height, and being injured, he will lose his life. With a bang, dust flew all over the sky. He widened his eyes. It's over. It's really over. The domain boss looked down from above and laughed. Incompetent humans, you are nothing more than ants that are easily crushed. Wait, very soon, Earth will become our paradise, and your hell. With his body full of wounds lying in a large pit, he thought worriedly, What does this mean? Does this name know that they can leave the domain in the future? Qinyan sat up, raising his hand, his whole body radiating golden light. His hand touched the roots of the tree, and more golden light appeared. Thinking in his heart, he shouldn't have thrown me into the forest. A blue announcement board appeared, using life transfer skill level 1. The golden light surrounded him, and the tree trunk. Qinyan happily looked at his recovered body. The domain boss looked over in confusion. He looked down and wondered, What's going on? He began to fly lower, looking around suspiciously. Why are the trees here all dead? Could it be because of that name's poison? The domain boss looked at his foot being wrapped by a branch and suddenly shouted, What? His leg wrapped around branch. He was quickly pulled down. Something shot up in the direction of the branch. It was Qinyan rushing to attack. The domain boss quickly raised his sword to block. He widened his eyes, excited. You also have some talent, and you also have the skill to heal yourself. Qinyan's eyes were sharp, and he slashed at the domain boss. 2 system panels appeared in succession, using mental attack skill. Skill use failed. The opponent's mental defense is higher than the current skill level. The roots of the tree wrapped around his foot broke in half. The domain boss swung his foot to kick, and he jumped back to avoid it. Qinyan held the knife, his whole body in a defensive posture, calculating in his heart, currently, a mental attack is my only chance. His mental defense is too strong. So I have to find a way to make him lose control. He stroked the blade, his tone arrogant. I've decided, next I'll chop off your head and see if a new head can grow. Qinyan was surprised, seeming to have noticed something unusual. He smiled lightly. The domain boss asked blankly, not understanding, What are you laughing at? Qinyan let his hands drop, facing him seriously. You have always craved power, but are you sure that they completely belong to you? He asked suspiciously, What nonsense are you talking about? Qinyan continued to reply, When I talk about merging nuclear energy, do you really think it will succeed? Isn't that too naive? With a serious look, Qinyan said, Actually, you also feel it, right? Those magic forces are lingering in your body, because they want to escape. The domain boss was stunned when he heard his words. the so-called power is only temporary, and you will very quickly lose them. Qin Yan seized the opportunity and rushed up. He easily grabbed his attacking arm. You think just relying on a few useless words can deal with me? He said. Is it really useless? With dangerous eyes, Qin Yan began to count down. 3. The system panel notified, using mental attack skill. The domain boss was confused. He's still counting. 2. Qin Yan disappeared, only hearing the sound. 1. A faint purple light surrounded him. What's going on? Where did that name go? His body began to dissolve. He was worried. The magic power is losing. I clearly possess a complete energy core. This is impossible. The domain boss disappeared, and Zhang Hao's senior appeared in surprise. Why am I back to being human again? Suddenly his own face smiled horribly. I finally found you. The domain boss widened his eyes. Why can't I use any strength? My body can't even move. Seeing his own self approaching, he was terrified. As food? How can I run away so casually? You're making me hungrier and hungrier. Don't come over here. The domain boss stared blankly as his own self prepared to eat him. He widened his eyes in fear. Escaping from the illusion, the domain boss suddenly widened his eyes, blood spurting from his mouth. Qin Yan rushed over and stabbed the knife into his left chest. He frowned, gritting his teeth, preparing to throw another punch. Qin Yan decisively punched him straight on. The domain boss fell back, still unwilling to accept it. I was defeated? How is it possible? Qin Yan stood above, looking down at him and asking, You said Earth has become your paradise. What do you mean? Could it be that you have found a way out of this domain? He lay on the ground, blood flowing from his mouth, self-mockingly laughing. When the door appears, just open it, and our clansmen will descend on Earth. At that time, it will be the end of you humans. Qin Yan looked at him somberly, calculating in his head. The door? So that means they need to get out from a special location. In my previous life, was the domain that the demons emerged from the door that they were always looking for? The domain boss looked at him and explained further. Humans, you must be very scared, right? In fact, we have grasped the approximate location of the door. As long as you let me go, I can consider telling you. The knife stabbed into the domain boss's heart. What? Qin Yan looked at him, interrogating. You said the approximate location is in the southeast, right? He was surprised and exclaimed. You, how do you know? A mere human, why? Having obtained the information, he stabbed the knife down, blood spurting from the domain boss's wound and mouth. Qin Yan glared and said unhappily, You said too much nonsense. The domain boss lay there, his eyes rolled back. Next to the domain boss's head, small grasses sprouted. A flower bloomed, emitting a green light. Qin Yan happily reached out towards the flower. I succeeded. He held the flower in front of him and looked at it. The system panel notified, the ingredient for the antidote has been collected. 1 out of 6. Received single herb XL1. Qin Yan was surprised. 1 out of 6? So there are a total of 6 parts of the antidote ingredient, but its herb is only a single herb. This is really great. The domain boss wasn't dead. He weakly called, Qin Yan. He came over and looked at him lying there. What did you call me? He said, Thank you for freeing me. Qin Yan couldn't help but be surprised, thinking in his head, his breath has changed. He squatted down next to him, looking at the domain boss and saying, Are you that senior? He looked at Qin Yan and said with difficulty, With a powerful ability like you, I am relieved. The future of humanity will definitely have hope. He seriously bowed his head and asked him, You were eaten by the magical beast, you absolutely don't regret it. The domain boss closed his eyes tightly and seriously replied, I have used my ability to protect my family. I have done what I can. Qin Yan was surprised at his reply. No regrets. The system notified, successfully defeated the magical beast. Level has been increased. The domain boss transformed into a stone surrounded by a golden light before him. The system reported again, received golden energy stone 11. Using the otherworld's field will receive a special effect, strength plus 100, other attributes minus 100. He was wrapped in the golden lights and lifted into the air. The system panel reported, received skill, complete immunity. Can be immune to all toxins and negative effects. Qin Yan widened his eyes, thinking, complete immunity? That's great. With this skill, the matter of being poisoned or paralyzed all over will not happen again. The system reported, current level, 251. Sense control skill level 1, water control system has been unlocked. He looked at his hand. Water control system? So I can not only control earth and plants? Wait, does this mean that as long as I continue to level up, I will unlock the control of other elements? Qinyan touched a tree trunk, and blue light covered his whole body. Streams of light like water wrapped around his hand. A ball of water appeared in Qinyan's hand, and he squinted. Sure enough, I have to touch it to control it, but it's only level 1 now. What about level 2? Qinyan said to himself. It seems I have to keep trying to level up. Someone called from behind. Qinyan. Fei Fei rushed over anxiously. How is he? I'll treat him immediately. He hesitated, unsure how to answer. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Huh? She looked at Qinyan standing there, suspicious. Really no injuries? He's even in better condition than before? Zhang Hao walked over to the pool of blood left by the territory boss. He sat down and looked at the pool of blood. Senior, I'm sorry. I couldn't save you. Qinyan, hands in his pockets, walked over and said to Zhang Hao, in his last moments, that senior's consciousness briefly returned. 28. He recounted the territory boss's dying words. Please, tell Hao for me, no one is omnipotent. I was never disappointed in him. 29. Zhang Hao's heart ached, tears streaming down his face as he uttered, Senior. 30. He knelt down and howled in helplessness. Under the clear blue sky. Leaving the territory, Zhang Hao stood facing Qinyan and said, Qinyan, I was too arrogant before, conceited and looking down on everyone. I apologize to you. He gave a forced smile. It's nothing. It's only human. In his heart, he thought, I'm really not used to him like this. Zhang Hao seriously extended an invitation. Next, I'll focus on cultivating for a while and then continue to break through territories. I'll be calmer and more careful. If you still want to join, you can contact us anytime. But he only replied, Okay, I'll remember that. Finally, Zhang Hao's group left. Qinyan stood there, waving goodbye. Fei Fei stepped forward and suspiciously asked Zhang Hao, Captain, aren't you even a little suspicious or curious? Qinyan is so strong, yet he's only F rank. And what about those skills of his? He only glanced at her and calmly replied, If Qinyan doesn't say, he must have his reasons. He saved us and killed the beast that killed Senior. We should respect him and keep his secrets. She hesitated and replied obediently, Okay, I understand. I'll listen to the captain. Finally, Qinyan returned, looking tired, finally back. He pushed open the door to his room and saw Xiao Shui still sound asleep. Qinyan seriously researched on the computer, searching for the territory barriers that had appeared so far. No territory barrier found in the target area. The results made him think, so the important territory barrier hasn't appeared yet. Does that mean those monsters haven't found the portal? The image of that portal appeared in Qinyan's mind. I've never seen that territory with my own eyes, but I heard that from the outside, you can see black gas constantly pouring out from inside the territory, as if it wants to swallow everything. Qinyan realized the important secret he held. No ability user can successfully conquer that territory. There was even a level 5 ability user who died inside. Damn it, I can't say this. So now I'm the only one who knows this secret? He sat up suddenly, but even a level 5 ability user couldn't do it. What can I do? The looming disaster was even more frightening. Qinyan was... Suddenly, Xiao Shui opened the door from outside. Brother! Qinyan saw that she was awake and asked with surprise, Xiao Shui, when did you wake up? After the transformation, her complexion had noticeably deteriorated. Xiao Shui forced a smile and pleaded, Brother, the weather is so nice today. Can you take me out for a walk? He immediately helped her push the wheelchair out for a walk. Xiao Shui, how do you feel? Is there anything that feels uncomfortable? Xiao Shui comforted him, Don't worry. Brother. I drank all the traditional medicine you brought back. I feel much better now. Being able to go outside and breathe fresh air seemed to have improved her mood a lot, after being infected with toxins from the territory. I was just lying in bed every day. I thought I wouldn't have the chance to see these landscapes again. Seeing Xiao Shui happy and smiling, Qinyan was also less worried. If you want, as long as I'm home, I'll take you out for a walk. She immediately agreed with interest. Okay. She was suddenly drawn to something else. It was a territory portal, floating above their heads. Xiao Shui turned back and asked him, "Brother, is that a territory?" Qin Yan calmly reassured her, "Yeah, don't worry. We're outside the danger zone. It won't affect us. There will definitely be ability users coming to deal with this soon." The territory portal reminded Xiao Shui of a terrifying dream. Her mood immediately plummeted due to worry. "Brother, actually, recently I keep dreaming that not only do the territories not disappear, but there are more and more of them. Then monsters and demonic beasts run out from inside. Many people die, and the survivors have to flee everywhere. This world becomes hell." He immediately coaxed her, "Even if this world ends, you'll still have your brother here." Qin Yan sat down facing Xiao Shui, gently easing her worries. "Anyway, brother will find a way to cure your territory toxin." Xiao Shui soothed him, "Silly brother. If this world is destroyed, is curing my territory toxin even important anymore?" Xiao Shui looked directly into Qin Yan's eyes. "Silly brother, if this world is destroyed, is curing my territory toxin even important anymore?" Her casual words stunned him. When the apocalypse comes, she'll also have to live a life on the run, where she could lose her life at any time. Xiao Shui understood Qin Yan's concerns even more. "Brother, maybe we can do something now to prevent the apocalypse from really arriving." To him at present, her idea was really impossible. "Silly girl, that's a matter for level S ability users and leaders. What can we do?" But Xiao Shui thought, there definitely is. Even ordinary people can do things that they can do. She looked up, a little confused. Ordinary people, things they can do. Qin Yan met Xiao Shui's eyes. "I used my own power to protect my family, doing what I could do. I don't regret it." The scene changed, and before Qin Yan's eyes turned pitch black. The territory boss gradually appeared, so the most foolish one was always me. He propped his arms and wondered, "What's going on? Where is this?" Qin Yan was now in a completely isolated space. The echo of the system's voice rang in his head. "This is the space I created, only you and I." A blue screen displayed an interactive text box. "So, are you ready to change history and save Earth?" This had already been his dilemma for the past few days. Therefore, Qin Yan immediately became serious about this matter. "I hope Xiao Shui will live in a good and peaceful world in the future. So from now on, I will do my best to prevent the apocalypse from arriving." Noticing his resolve, the system also provided some useful information. "Then now I can tell you that one of the ingredients for the territory toxin antidote is in the territory that the demonic beast from your previous life escaped from. So that's a place you must conquer." Qin Yan anxiously cleared his throat and said loudly, "What? Why didn't you tell me about such an important issue earlier?" The system reminded him, "Because I needed to confirm that you were ready to take on greater responsibility." Qin Yan grumbled, "You're too cunning." In response to Qin Yan's accusatory confrontation, the system pleaded innocence. "Isn't this a type of wisdom?" This sentence directly angered Qin Yan. Even so, he still tried to swallow his anger, trying to restrain himself. "It's the system. I can't beat it at all." Xiao Shui's call brought him back to reality. Brother, why are you so silent?" Qin Yan heard her voice, laughed happily and changed the subject. "It's nothing. Let's go. I'll go for another walk with you." Suddenly, he turned his face sharply. A sense of danger made him alert. He thought to himself, "Has my perception increased again? It seems like a lot of ability users are approaching." Seeing Qin Yan's ugly expression, Xiao Shui wondered, "Brother, what happened?" Qin Yan comforted her on one hand and paid more attention to his surroundings on the other. "I'm sorry, Xiao Shui. We might have to go back first today." She happily agreed, "It's okay. It just so happens that the variety show I like to watch was just updated today." The two of them talked and laughed as they went home. He said, "Oh really? I'll watch it with you." Xiao Shui hesitated. "Brother, don't you not like that show?" He replied, "Do I?" On the way back, she seemed to notice something. Her expression changed from surprise to vigilance. Not long after the two of them left, a group of tall men in black arrived, led by Liang, the manager of the Ming by association. He looked around and wondered. Strange, didn't the information say that Qin Yan and his sister came here? Where are they? Liang froze. Could it be that he discovered us already? But that thought was immediately dismissed. No, with such a long distance, he can't have such a strong perception. At the same time, Qin Yan and Xiao Shui had returned home. He pulled up the blanket to cover her again. He had promised to watch the variety show together, but she ended up falling asleep first. Analgesics only relieved the pain, but Xiao Shue's body was still getting weaker. He sat and thought by Xiao Shue's bed. I remember the time when those demonic beasts came out from that portal they called a territory was after 6 months. The scene of the territory appeared with thousands of deformed dark shadows rushing down, so, whether it's to get the antidote ingredients or to prevent the apocalypse, everything must be completed within 6 months. I have to find a way to close that terrifying territory. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Qin told himself, there isn't much time left. I must constantly level up and become stronger. The noise outside the room drew his attention. Qin tensed up. They actually came straight to my house. Who are they? Li Yang's group stood blocking the door. He knew he couldn't escape. He opened the door and directly asked the other party's purpose. From the park to my house, what are you people doing? Li Yang was stunned when he heard these words. As expected, his guess was correct but still beyond expectations. I didn't expect that he had really discovered us back when we were in the park. Li Yang reached out his hand to introduce himself. Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Yang, the manager of the Ming Bai Association. Our chairman wants to meet you. Qin was surprised after the person appeared, the Ming Bai Association. So it was them. He seriously put on a cold face and said, I don't care about your association. Please leave. Li Yang said politely but with an imposing air, our chairman instructed us to invite you politely. But if you don't cooperate, we can use more forceful measures. Qin body emanated blue aura, asking their intention, what do you want to do? He blocked the door, his face sinister, which stunned Qin and widened his eyes. Qin, I have seen your abilities with my own eyes. But can you guarantee that you won't cause any impact on others during the battle with us? Xiao Shui was lying asleep but her face was covered in sweat, as if she was having a nightmare. He had to compromise and said, I'll go with you. Li Yang gestured for Qin to go meet his chairman. This is a wise decision. Please. He led him to meet Chu Shan, who was sitting with his back to them, drinking alcohol. Chairman, Qin has arrived. His face was upset and angry as he looked at him. Chu Shan held a cigarette in his mouth and said, Qin, we finally meet. He sat in the chair opposite him and introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. I am the president of the Ming Ri Association, Chu Shan. Qin looked at him with some concern. This person's strength is very strong. He thought, I don't know if I can defeat him. Is he level A? I don't know if I can win against him now. Chu Shan put the cigarette on his hand and talked about his association. My Ming Ri Association was established half a year ago, mainly to gather ability users with abilities and maximize benefits. Qin didn't understand this statement and asked, maximize benefits? He stuck the cigarette in his mouth and said, of course. This world has become like this. For ordinary people, it's the apocalypse, but for us ability users, it's an opportunity. As long as you keep conquering territories, you will get money, status, power, and everything you want. He tried to recruit him into the association, but if you're only alone, you won't go far. Because conquering territories requires a team. Large transactions and the struggle for resources require the help of a team. Therefore, only joining an association can help your abilities not be wasted. Qin thought with a serious face that he had heard of this association in his previous life. In my previous life, even someone like me, an ordinary person without abilities, had heard of this Ming Ri Association. In Qin's mind, the cruel memories of his previous life flooded back, because during the apocalypse, in addition to conquering territories, they also liked to plunder and invade. A brutal scene appeared in his head. Blue ability light enveloped them. Whether they were ordinary people or low-level ability users, as long as they had something they wanted, they wouldn't easily let go. Sometimes they would directly take action, and sometimes they would find opportunities to assassinate. The next image was of a man covered in blood, leaning against a crumbling brick wall. In that terrifying apocalyptic world, they were like monsters, scary devils. Stacks of bodies lay piled on top of each other, blood splattered everywhere, submerged in the gloomy darkness. And what made people most angry and unacceptable was that at the end of the apocalypse, countless people died tragically. Then, a lavish feast was laid out with all kinds of delicacies, where men in black suits were clinking glasses, but this group of people was still living well. Qin Yan was startled from his memories, his eyes slightly dilated, accompanied by Chu Shan's call, Qin Yan. He was sitting opposite him. Qin Yan, just now, did you remember something? He tried to hide his emotions and replied, sorry, it was just some unimportant things from the past. May I ask what is the reason why the president told me this today? Chu Shan smirked. Qin Yan, you were the one who defeated the Luohe village territory, right? How did you defeat the boss of the territory? Can you tell me? Qin Yan understood his intention in his heart, so it was because of Luohe village. With my current strength, I can't directly confront the entire association. Moreover, I have a more important goal. So, it's better to keep a distance from them. He gave a polite smile, his tone showing humility. President Chui has misunderstood. I'm just an F rank. How can I have such great abilities? Defeating the territory boss was mainly the merit of another squad. I was just a little lucky. He continued to press. Oh, really? What did that territory boss look like? Was there anything different compared to other territories? Qin Yan tried to keep a calm expression. Very strong, can transform and has wings. I don't know the rest because I was too scared to look closely at the time. 133. Chu Shan suddenly laughed loudly, the laughter echoing throughout the room. He looked at him, his face puzzled. What is President Chui laughing at? He immediately stopped laughing, his face revealing disbelief. Qin Yan, it seems that you still don't trust me. Chu Shan suddenly turned towards the door. Fei Er stood in the doorway, her eyes a little evasive when she saw Qin Yan come in. Qin Yan couldn't help but be surprised. His pupils widened, as if there was a loud explosion in his head. Chu Shan was standing next to her at this time. Fei Er has told me everything, including how you were able to save them, and that there was someone who defeated the territory boss that even a B-level ability user couldn't. He said with a look of surprise. Lu Fei Er, you came here, does Zhang Hao know? She lowered her head, her eyes evasive. I have left Zhang Hao's team. Chu Shan looked directly at Qin Yan. That's right, Fei Er is now the therapist of our Ming Re-Association. Chu Shan began to tell his story. Actually, from the beginning, I was looking for that Zhang Hao. It's a pity that he was too stubborn and wouldn't say anything. Chu Shan said with satisfaction, but luckily, Fei Er understood things and chose the right path. He gave Qin Yan a look full of anticipation. Qin Yan, I believe you are also a smart person, you should know how to choose. Qin Yan was silent, his expression becoming serious. He lowered his head in silence and admitted, I was the one who killed the territory boss, but that monster can swallow people. It's really difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for Captain Zhang Hao, a B-level, seriously injuring it beforehand, I wouldn't have been able to do it at all. So it was just good luck. Qin Yan stood opposite Chu Shan, tactfully refusing. President Chui, I am just an F-level, without any great ambitions. It is enough to be able to live well. So I am not suitable for your association. He held the cigarette, his eyes looking at him with interest. Fei Fei raised her head in confusion. She wondered, why did Qin Yan refuse? Joining the Ming Re-Association is equivalent to having a strong foundation and guarantee. Before, they didn't even accept ability users below B-level. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chu Shan exhaled the cigarette and pointed to him. So that's how it is. It seems that I really shouldn't force it anymore. I'll have the driver take you back. Qin Yan took his step, leaving only a word, thank you. Just as he touched the doorknob, Chu Shan suddenly spoke. Qin Yan. He offered, if you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. Qin Yan turned around, his eyes full of determination. I feel that, maybe there will be no such day. Stepping out of the door, he still had doubts in his heart. He let me go so easily? Qin Yan speculated, could it be that the president of the Ming Re-Association has not yet become the brutal madman he was in the apocalypse? He left, saying to himself, whatever happens, I still have to be more careful in the future. At the same time, Fei Fei came out from behind Chu Shan. She wondered, President, are you really just letting Qin Yan go like that? He took out a cigarette and slowly said, Qin Yan has overlooked one thing. In this increasingly chaotic world, only connections are the only way. Relying only on oneself, even if one only wants to live in peace, is impossible. I remember, Qin Yan has a younger sister. Hearing these words, Fei Fei was frightened. He continued, this time, I will give Qin Yan a memorable lesson. The next day, Qingyan arrived at the black market. He looked around vigilantly. The people of the Ming Re-Association really didn't show up again. Did they really give up on me? On the street, Qingyan was dressed inconspicuously, his face gloomy, but I still have to continue to enter the territory in the future. It's hard to guarantee that a similar situation won't happen. I'm not at ease leaving Xiao Shui home alone. He thought, I need an item that can contact her even when I'm in the territory. At the store, Qingyan slammed his hand on the transaction table and said, What? It was bought by someone else. Who is it? The energy stone collector replied, According to the rules of the black market, we cannot reveal the buyer's information. He asked again, Are there any others? I'll buy it no matter how much it costs. She replied, That item is very rare. We only had one. At that moment, a girl wearing a mask walked in and called, Qingyan. He was startled and thought, This voice is. Suluo took off her mask and smiled and asked, Why are you here? Then she replied seriously, I came to the black market to buy something. Qingyan replied, Me too. Suluo looked at him shyly. Qingyan looked at her and smiled slightly. The energy stone collector hugged his face with both hands helplessly. If you want to talk about love, please go outside. Our place is for business. He and Suluo screamed in denial and panic, We're just friends. The energy stone collector tilted his head and pointed at her teasingly, Boy, didn't you want to find the buyer? It's this beauty, who just bought what you were going to buy. Both of them were kicked out, her voice sang from the back, so you two can solve it yourself. Then he and Suluo walked on the sidewalk. What a coincidence, so you also came to buy special communication equipment. Is it for the person you told me about? He responded, Yeah, I usually go into the territory, so I'm not at ease leaving Xiao Shui home alone. She was a little surprised and thought in her heart, Xiao Shui, as expected, is the girl he wants to protect. Qingyan stepped forward and seriously presented, Suluo, Xiao Shui is the most important person to me, so can you give me the prop? No matter how much money it costs, I'm willing to pay. She held a wooden box containing a pair of blue bracelets, then take it. The box emitted a purple light. Qingyan exclaimed in surprise, The magic power is so full. Suluo looked at him and wondered, What magic power? He was surprised, Huh? Can't you feel it? She calmly replied, No. Qingyan gave a forced smile and replied perfunctorily, It's nothing, maybe I saw it wrong. He thought in his heart, Suluo can't feel it because her level is not high enough. Or is it because my perception skill is effective? When they parted, he said, Suluo, thank you for being willing to give it to me. Hurry and tell me how much money, I'll pay you back twice as much. She waved goodbye and smiled. Refusing, I won't take the money. Consider it a gift from me to you. Qingyan was a little surprised and said loudly, How can that be? Moreover, you bought it for your own use. Suluo said softly, I bought this pair of bracelets just because I thought that if I accidentally encountered an accident in the territory and couldn't get out, then at least in the last moment, I would have the opportunity to say goodbye properly to someone. After hearing this, his face turned red, his eyes showing embarrassment. Then she awkwardly smiled and explained further, But I couldn't figure it out just now. Everyone has a companion next to them, and I don't know who I can give it to. If that's the case, then of course it should be given to the person who needs it more. Qingyan hesitated, looking at the box in his hand. Even so, I can't take it directly. This pair of bracelets is extremely valuable. But Suluo insisted that he take it. So what? My life was saved by you, and the initial martial arts gym also belonged to you. I owe you much more than this pair of bracelets. She smiled brightly, trying to persuade him. But if you really don't feel comfortable, then agree to one condition in exchange. Qingyan was stunned by her words. Scene change. Qingyan still looked stunned. Really? Xiao Shui narrowed her eyes at this time and speculated, The previous times when you entered the territory, you were very serious, but this time is different. It seems like you're also a little expectant. This talkative little sister made him break out in a cold sweat. Could it be because this time I'm entering the territory with a friend? She became excited. A friend? Could it be that Suluo person you mentioned last time? Is my brother finally taking action? Is she about to become my sister-in-law? Hearing this, Qingyan was startled and shouted, Don't talk nonsense. We're just friends. But Xiao Shui still replied cleverly, It's okay. After a while, you won't be. In her head, she imagined a romantic image between Suluo and him and said, because fighting together will easily create feelings. After all, it's inevitable to have physical contact when facing the enemy together. Xiao Shui became more and more excited as she talked. Mutual support in times of crisis makes people feel grateful more easily. While imagining the hot scene of the two, her eyes were full of excitement. Finally, when the emotions rise, naturally it will. Qin Yan awkwardly ran over and covered Xiao Shui's mouth. Don't say any more. What kind of miscellaneous things do you usually watch at home? But she still tried to add. It's those old books with very strange covers in your closet. The noises of the two siblings still echoed. Shut up. Go to sleep now. Brother, how are you going to pursue Sister Suluo? I have no plans to pursue her. The next morning, Qin Yan prepared to leave, not forgetting to tell Xiao Shui, I'm leaving. You have to take care of yourself. If you encounter danger, use the bracelet to contact me. She waved her hand and said, Don't worry. You've said it hundreds of times. You have to pay attention to safety and come home early. Xiao Shui smiled playfully and reminded him, also, remember to be proactive and quickly capture Sister Suluo's heart. Qin Yan rolled his eyes and explained, I already said we're just friends. He had no choice but to turn away helplessly. I'm leaving. She cheerfully encouraged, Go brother. Qin Yan stood and thought, other things have been arranged. I haven't seen anyone from the Ming Reassociation appear in the past few days. Xiao Shui is always wearing the communication bracelet. He said to himself as he walked, Well, there shouldn't be any problems. Now I just need to seize the time to enter the territory to level up. Suluo happily waved and called, Qin Yan. She ran to Qin Yan. I thought you weren't coming. He replied, How could I? I already promised you. But I really didn't expect you to consider this a condition of exchange. She said happily, Because I feel more confident with you here. Suluo looked at him with a bright smile. After all, you were the one who encouraged me to persevere to the first try. Qin Yan blushed awkwardly. He immediately thought of the scene where he was doing something embarrassing with her. Qin Yan held out his hand as she asked, Qin Yan, why is your face so red? He hurriedly replied, mainly because of you. No, it's nothing. Let's enter the territory quickly. Scene change. Chu Shan stepped out of the car. As he walked, he asked, Qin Yan's home is here? Li Yang answered smoothly beside him, Yes, his sister Qin Shui is infected with territory toxins and rarely goes out. President, in fact, you can just leave this matter to us. You can rest in the car. Chu Shan looked at him with a meaningful smile. What are you saying? This is such an important bait. Of course, it's more interesting to catch it myself. When Qin Yan comes out of the territory, I'll definitely play an interesting game with him. Suddenly, Wu Wei approached Qin Yan, his face showing joy. I haven't had time to introduce myself. I'm Wu Wei, they are Zhang Kai-ming and Sun Xiao. You are the Qin Yan that the boss usually mentions, right? Xiao said happily, I finally met you. The boss always wanted to enter this territory with you. This time, her dream will finally come true. Immediately, Suluo said in a displeased tone, You, don't talk nonsense. Wu Wei shuddered, feeling the biting cold. It's too cold. I didn't expect the environment inside to be so mutated. I should have worn more clothes. She looked around worriedly. I didn't expect it to be snowing in the territory this time. Delaying for too long will be disadvantageous to us. Everyone try to conserve your strength and focus on finding the territory boss so we can get out sooner. The other two members of the team immediately responded, Don't worry, Captain, understood. We'll listen to your arrangements. Qin Yan quietly observed. He thought to himself, they probably have one level B, and two level C. The team arrangement is very similar to Zhang Hao's team, but the atmosphere is completely different. You can see that they all trust and respect Suluo. He continued to secretly sigh, to be able to form a team that can break through territories like this in such a short time. As expected, Suluo is very powerful. Suluo passed Qin Yan a glowing orange-red stone that emitted warmth. Her face was elated. Take this. I heated it with my ability. It can warm you. Qin Yan refused. I'm not cold. You hold it. He touched Suluo's nose. Your nose is cold and red. The two of them suddenly stood still for a moment. Qin Yan opened his eyes wide and looked at her. After a moment, he waved his hands quickly. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Suluo smiled lightly. No, it's okay. Kai Ming and Xiao Xiao stood nearby and deliberately teased. Your nose is cold and red. You observed very carefully. She interrupted their conversation. You two are enough. Suddenly, Wu Hui warned the group, be careful. Something is approaching. A group of giant monkey-like monsters appeared. Xiao Xiao worriedly said, monkeys? Kai Ming frowned. They grew up really ugly. Suluo said seriously to everyone, prepare to attack. The group quickly moved into position to prepare for battle. Xiao Xiao stretched out her bow and shot towards the monkeys. Her arrow successfully injured one of them. Kai Ming rushed into battle, along with a loud shout, prepare to attack. His attack successfully eliminated a large number of monkeys. Suluo also stretched out her sword, ready to fight. She quickly finished off a monkey under her sword. Qin Yan, with astonishing speed, rushed into battle. He continued to attack, making the monkeys scatter. Finally, they completely eliminated the monkey spirits. Kai Ming exclaimed in shock, Qin Yan, your movements are really fast. No wonder the boss said you were very powerful. Qin Yan humbly replied, no, it's because the monkeys were already weak. After the battle, he realized a worrying thing. The system still had no notification. It seems that killing low-level monsters can no longer level up. You have to enter a higher-level territory. Qin Yan looked at everyone with a question. Everyone's strength is not weak. You can completely try to conquer a B-level territory. Why do you always choose C-level? Wu Hui explained, because our purpose is just to break through as many territories as possible, to quickly restore the normal lives of everyone. Xiao Xiao also added. Therefore, unless there is absolute certainty, we will not challenge higher-level territories. Suluo's eyes showed joy. Compared to challenges, I hope that everyone can be safe every time we enter. Xiao Xiao laughed and hugged her. Boss, I know you love us. Qin Yan nodded. So that's how it is. I understand. He carefully observed the surrounding terrain. Then he discovered a passage nearby. Qin Yan said to everyone, there is a pretty good passage over here. Let's go this way. Suddenly Suluo's face was a little surprised, speechless. The remaining members enthusiastically replied, okay, then let's set off. Let's go, find the territory boss. The group continued to move deeper into the frozen territory. In front of them appeared a huge ice wall, exuding bone-chilling cold. Suluo, Xiao Xiao, and Wu Hui exclaimed in surprise, it's formed from ice? It's too exaggerated. This is the first time I've encountered the territory boss so quickly. Why do I feel colder around here? The ice monster growled and released a cold mist. At the same time, Wu Hui used his strength to resist it. He said to everyone, no, I can't resist it for long. Suluo immediately gave instructions, don't be impulsive. Everyone retreat first, discuss the tactics, and then act. But Qin Yan had run out of patience, no need for such trouble. He rushed over quickly, I'll deal with it now. In an instant he was standing on the ice monster's head. The system's voice sounded, another world's great sword, strength plus 100, other attributes minus 100. The monster painfully succumbed under Qin Yan's sword. A miserable howl echoed from the sea-level boss. Its body broke into hundreds of pieces of ice and flew in all directions, causing the group to be confused. What's going on? Xiao Xiao pointed in surprise towards Qin Yan. Everyone, look. He stood there, his face cold with the blade emitting a blue light around him. Everyone was shocked. Qin Yan, he killed the sea-level territory boss alone? He has become stronger again. Is he the kind of person who can continuously level up? I have never heard of any ability user who can do that. He happily stroked the back of the blade, and the blade immediately disappeared. I didn't expect the boss in this territory to be so weak. It was defeated in just one move. I didn't expect to be able to level up again. It's really a surprise. At the same time, everyone ran to his side. Suluo called out anxiously, Qin Yan. Qin Yan excitedly said, how did I perform just now? She clenched her fist and praised, very cool. He happily continued, then can we go to the B-level territory next? Suluo had not yet recovered. The voices of the people around her were already noisy. With you here, the B-level territory will definitely not have any problems. They agreed, of course we can. She also agreed and said, but we have to make a plan and assign tasks clearly. Xiao Xiao cheered, great, the boss has agreed too. At Qin Yan's house, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Xiao Shui worriedly sat up from her sickbed. Outside, the people of the Ming Bai Association stood surrounded. One of them stepped forward and called out, "Hello, I'm the area manager, please open the door." She pressed close to the door. Xiao Shui looked through the peephole, secretly calculating, he's lying. At this hour, the residential area manager definitely won't come knocking on the door. Before she could find a way, the door was kicked open, causing her to fly away. Her already weak body was now affected by a strong force, causing her to vomit a mouthful of blood. She pitifully fell to the ground. Chu Shan entered. "Is it okay to directly enter? Why do you have to be so troublesome?" Followed by Li Yang and his subordinates. Xiao Shui coughed up blood violently. Seeing this, he became even more interested. "This is the sister of that Qinyan? She grew up really beautifully. No wonder he treats her like a treasure." Looking at her miserable appearance on the floor, Chu Shan ridiculed her a few more times. If he knows that his sister is not seeing, he will definitely go crazy. He stepped hard on the bracelet on Xiao Shui's hand, causing her to scream in pain. Chu Shan calmly said, "Even the bracelet can transmit information in the territory. Qinyan even brought this back. No wonder he entered the territory with such peace of mind." He used the force of his foot to crush Xiao Shui's small hand, letting her scream, "Unfortunately, I discovered it as soon as I entered." The bracelet shattered into pieces. Xiao Shui tried to reach it, panting, Brother. Chu Shan stopped Li Yang from approaching. "That thing is useless. Let her keep it, otherwise it seems like I have no humanity." He ordered 2 of his men to catch her. Chu Shan pointed directly at her face, smiling deeply. "Little girl, you must remember that you are suffering now because of your brother." Disgusted by his ridiculous appearance, she spat a mouthful of saliva on Chu Shan's face. He frowned and wiped it off with a towel. Xiao Shui, although injured, still retorted firmly, "Don't think about pushing your evil deeds onto my brother's head. My brother will definitely rescue me." Chu Shan seemed to be listening to a comedy, laughing sarcastically. "Rescue you?" He squeezed her neck tightly. Pouring all his anger into the force of his hand, Chu Shan roared, "Your bracelet is broken. Say it when he finds you before he knows, take her away." Xiao Shui was taken away by the people of the Ming Bai Association. He became even more complacent. "Qinyan, I want to see what your desperate expression looks like. It must be so happy." On this side, Xiao raised her bow high with joy. "I actually dropped this ice snow bow, and the arrows shot out also carry an ice effect. That's really lucky." Only Kai Ming sighed and complained, "Why are they all not weapons suitable for me?" He clung to Qinyan's arm and begged, "Brother Qin, let's go to the B-level territory quickly, let's go tomorrow." This made him smile awkwardly. "I'm fine with it." Xiao pouted behind him. "Why did you change your name to Brother Qin so quickly?" Sulu approached and said, "Qinyan, you dropped the boss in the territory. You gave the ice snow bow and arrow to Xiao, so keep this." He smiled and refused. "I didn't come here just for this. Your team needs it more, so keep it." Everyone was happy. "Great, thank you, Brother Qin." Suddenly, Qinyan felt something bad. Seeing his serious expression, Sulu worriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Qinyan looked suspiciously at the bracelet on his wrist. The bracelet doesn't seem right. He tried to find the abnormality. "Before, I could feel the bracelet constantly emitting magic power, maintaining a stable connection with another bracelet in the distance. The bracelet exuded a weak aura, but now it seems." Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Qinyan panicked. "The connection is broken. Could it be that the remaining bracelet?" He immediately ran home. Xiao Shui is in danger. Amid the falling snow, Qinyan hurried to run as fast as he could. Everyone behind him was confused. Wu Hui called out from afar, "What happened? Why is Brother Qin running so fast?" Suluo followed closely behind. "Let's follow quickly." Qinyan burst into the room. Inside was a mess with scattered blood stains. He called out loudly, "Xiao Shui, where are you?" He anxiously searched around. "Brother is back, Xiao Shui." A phone message rang. Qinyan anxiously opened it to check. He was struck by a photo of her disheveled, being held captive. He froze, and the call rang. As soon as he answered, Chu Shan's voice came through. "Qinyan, let's play a game." He shamelessly made a request. "Starting from now, I will give you 12 hours to find your sister." Chu Shan smirked, his voice mocking. "If you exceed the time, you will not be able to see her again." Xiao Shui falling into his hands was already a bad thing. Qin Yan understood this even more, anxiously shouted, "Hey, hello?" But the other side of the phone had already hung up. He collapsed on the floor, clenching his fists and hitting them repeatedly. Everyone quickly arrived outside the door. Everyone looked at the desolate scene inside in a daze. Suluo asked, "What happened here?" Qin Yan frowned and replied, "Chu Shan kidnapped my sister and told me to find her in 12 hours, otherwise. Will we seem to know this person, Chu Shan? Is that the Chu Shan, the president of the Ming Re-Association?" Kai Ming explained, "The Ming Re-Association is the largest association in this area of power." Xiao Xiao was surprised. Their president Chu Shan is a very powerful level A ability user that not many people dare to mess with. He stood up and seriously shook his head. "This is my family matter. I will find a way to solve it myself." Knowing the dangerous situation of this trip, Qin Yan absolutely could not let them get involved. "Everyone go, there is no need to get involved in this." Although he knew that he was just worried about everyone, Suluo's reaction was very fierce. "Qin Yan, what kind of people do you take us for?" They protected each other in unison. "That's right. Precisely because the other party is difficult to deal with, we can't let you act alone. Everyone searches together. It's faster than one person doing it himself." "That's right, the more people there are, the more the chances will increase." Qin Yan smiled lightly, and was comforted in his heart by the sincerity he felt from them. "Well, thank you everyone." Not long after, everyone arrived at the room. The three, Chen Yan, Wu Wei, and Kai Ming, went in first, not forgetting to be vigilant. Wu Wei spoke from behind, "We have searched everywhere. This office building has been abandoned." The group entered. Qin Yan explained and gave a temporary strategy for the moment. "This is the private port of the Ming Re-Association." Everyone split up to find it. He found a door. Immediately opened it. The space inside was completely empty. Xiao Xiao followed tiredly. "I have searched everywhere, there is nothing." Qin Yan anxiously went to the energy stone collector. As soon as he arrived, he hurriedly slammed the table and asked, "The Ming Re-Association kidnapped my sister. Do you know if they have any secret bases? I am willing to pay any amount of money." Hearing the name of the Ming by association, she frowned and warned him, "Kid, this is not a matter of money, but that you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Moreover, about your problem, we really don't know the answer." Unable to inquire about anything from the energy stone collector, they had to meet up again. Suluo seriously analyzed the situation. "Offices, ports, warehouses, private homes, we have searched all possible places. But even Chu Shan is nowhere to be seen, as if he disappeared into thin air." Qin Yan explained with a grim face, "He did this intentionally. He wants me to lose hope, despair, and collapse, to pay the price for refusing to join the Ming Re-Association before." Wu Wei contributed, "What a madman." Kai Ming thought for a while, "Do you think there is a possibility in the territories?" Xiao Xiao was depressed. "There are so many territories. We can't find them." She hurriedly looked at her watch. "Moreover, there are only 2 hours left." Qin Yan was very panicked at this time. However, in times of such urgency, he had to be really awake, reassuring himself, "Calm down, I can't panic, Xiao Shui is still waiting for me." He closed his eyes tightly and immediately called the system. "System, are you here? Damn it, why are you pretending to be dead at this time?" The bracelet on Qin Yan's wrist was still emitting a blue light. Even though the connection was broken, there was still some magic power left on the bracelet. He tried to concentrate, then Xiao Shui's bracelet should also have residual magic power. If so, maybe I can sense the direction of that magic power. Suddenly that light wrapped around him. Kai Ming inquired, "Boss, what happened to Brother Chen?" Suluo said, "Probably he found a way." The space was strangely quiet. Qin Yan was surrounded by a stream of blue magic power. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. "I see it." Qin Yan announced to everyone, "It's on this side." They all ran after him in one go. It was getting dark, and in front of them was an old building. Everyone stood in front of the entrance of the building. "It's in here. Xiao Shui is definitely in here." On the other side, Chu Shan folded his hands and looked at the surveillance screen. Li Yang standing next to him was stunned. How did Qin Yan find this place? Although his expression was calm, he was full of confusion. "This is our most secret base. There is no way he could have found out." Right there in a cramped room, Xiao Shui huddled on the cold floor. Her body was covered in injuries and bloodstains, A chain locked her small feet, pitifully panting, "Brother." Fallen into this situation, she still cherished the broken bracelet. The little magic power that remained emitted a little light. Now, Chu Shan really understood, this bracelet was broken into several pieces. I didn't expect it to still have an effect. I was too negligent. Li Yang was agitated. You said that Qin Yan used the bracelet to locate this place? Then I will immediately send someone to deal with the bracelet in Chen Shui's hand. He casually brushed it off. No need, just put Chen Shui in that special isolation room. He replied yes. Chu Shan smiled. He thought with a calculating expression, Qin Yan, everything has only just begun. Returning to the search, he frowned and realized that the bracelet had been deactivated, unable to sense the magic power on Xiao Shui's bracelet anymore. Qin Yan immediately became vigilant. Everyone be careful, we may have been discovered. Unexpectedly, a sword lunged towards him. Qin Yan discovered it. He summoned the small sword, quickly blocking the enemy's sword. Before Qin Yan's agile skill, he was knocked away. The people belonging to the Ming by association pulled a crowd to stand in front of the building. One of them pointed his weapon at him and said loudly, Qin Yan, we won't let you in. Facing his threats, Qin Yan used magic power. The light radiated and wrapped around his whole body. The subordinate freaked out. He snarled at the crowd, all get out of here. Li Yang, standing at the head, saw that the situation was not good but immediately calmed down and ordered the people on his side. The president has said, no matter what, we have to stop Qin Yan. No sooner said than done, he rushed to the front, a knife cut straight down at him, all rushed up together. For the enemy in front of him, Qin Yan was not at all at a disadvantage. He swung the knife strongly and made him bounce away. However, he moved quickly, tumbling to the back, wanting to use a knife to attack him. Qin Yan blocked that blow with his bare hand. Li Yang was thrown to the ground by him again. If we talk about combat ability, this subordinate of the Ming by association is not as good as him, but they are more numerous. Too many people. Fighting like that is just wasting time. Su Luo, who was fighting, shouted towards Qin Yan, you go quickly. We'll handle it here. He was a little hesitant at her suggestion, but, taking advantage of the gap when they were talking, a man laughed contemptuously as he jumped down from above, holding a spiked mace and attacking Su Luo. Just a level F wants to fight me? But before he could finish speaking, he was patted on the shoulder by Kai Ming. There's me too. His face darkened and he fell to the ground after being shot down by an arrow from Xiao. She and he cooperated seamlessly, confidently saying to Qin Yan, don't worry. We can still deal with this kind of scene. The magic power battle outside was very fierce, and an ice barrier froze several enemies, temporarily blocking their large force. Su Luo urged urgently, Qin Yan, go now. Considering the situation before him, he entered with peace of mind to rescue Xiao Shui. Qin Yan turned his head, thank you. He ran towards the entrance of the building. Li Yang wasn't stupid. He immediately noticed and quickly informed his subordinates, catch him. Before they could chase Qin Yan, Li Yang's group was blocked by a blue barrier. Wu Wei crossed his arms calmly. If you want to pass, get past me first. The three, Su Luo, Wu Wei, and Kai Ming, stood out in unison. If you want to pass, get past us first. Li Yang and the people of the Ming by association were a little flustered. Inside, a group of people were desperately looking for Qin Yan. They absolutely couldn't let him enter further. Quick, Qin Yan broke in. Hurry up and find him. We must get him out. He carefully hid behind the wall, carefully letting them leave elsewhere, but the area of the building was too large, making it a little difficult to find the direction. This place is all the same. Where would Chu Shan hide Xiao Shui? Looking at the bracelet still on his wrist, Qin Yan did not feel any aura coming out. Xiao Shui must be here. But now I can't feel any magic power from the bracelet. He guessed that, if Chu Shan doesn't want me to find Xiao Shui, he will definitely increase the guards at the door. I can rely on this thought to find it. Thinking it was safe, but every move of Qin Yan was within Chu Shan's sight through the surveillance camera. He smiled triumphantly, Qin Yan, you will soon know what true despair is. Water dripped down from the ceiling, and the people of the Ming by association complained, how many days has it been? The problem of water leakage on the wall has not been fixed. They continued to discuss enthusiastically, what do you understand? This is a place to detain prisoners. The harsher the environment, the better, don't say anymore. The person detained inside is very important. If we lose them, we will be done. Qin Yan stood from a distance, secretly examining the situation ahead. The entire old factory only has this area with the most guards. Xiao Shui is very likely to be imprisoned here. Those subordinates are not paying attention to the surroundings, still talking enthusiastically. These guys are not low level. There is no time to waste. We must solve it all at once. He paid attention to the story of the water leakage in the building that they talked about, and he already had expectations in his heart. They just said there was water leakage. Then the pipes inside must be damaged. Qin Yan smiled. That's great. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed out, with a large aura spreading around. The subordinate was surprised and tried to see clearly the object in front of him. When he recognized the person in front of him, he shouted to his companions, "It's Qin Yan." They brandished their weapons, ready to attack him immediately. The leader cleared his throat, "Capture Qin Yan." While they were still talking, absolutely not allowing him to rescue the person inside, he gently controlled the water leaking from the corner of the wall. The water wrapped around his hand, forming strands and strands rolling. Chu Shan carefully looked at the surveillance screen, and the scene of Qin Yan controlling the water made his face darken with surprise. He actually has water system abilities. Returning to the confrontation at the place of detention, his body emitted the aura of water system magic power, and the dazzling light shot quickly at the subordinates of the Ming by association. They were completely confused when they were surrounded by magic power. Qin Yan's eyes were sharp, and he picked up the small knife. He easily swept past those people. They all fell to the ground very miserably, and he did not spend much effort to continue going forward. Qin Yan bent down and quickly took a membership card. He was getting closer and closer to the room where Xiao Shui was imprisoned. "Xiao Shui, brother is here to save you." Gently swiping the card through the identification in front of the gate. The door immediately opened, and Qin Yan vigilantly peeked inside. In front of him, a person was lying on the bed, covered with a blanket. Qin Yan called out to his sister Xiao Shui. He approached and asked worriedly, "Xiao Shui, what's wrong with you?" Lifting the thin blanket, the person he saw was not Xiao Shui but someone else. At this time, Qin Yan realized that he had fallen into Chu Shan's trap. It's not Xiao Shui. Sure enough, when he turned around, the iron door immediately slammed shut and entered a force lock mode. Qin Yan panicked. "It's over, I've been tricked." In an emergency, he exerted his magic power and punched the door with his hand, but it was too sturdy, and there was no movement at all. The system panel appeared, the great sword of another world, strength plus 100, other attributes minus 100. The sword with rolling light pierced straight towards the main door. Qin Yan pressed his body, using all his strength to destroy the iron barrier in front of him. However, it did not move at all. He frowned and realized Chu Shan's perfect plan. He clearly wanted to trap me in this room. Every move of Qin Yan could not escape Chu Shan's eyes, from the moment I found this place until I opened the door. Everything was within Chu Shan's calculations. Damn it, I was too subjective. Looking up at the ceiling in front of the observer, he said loudly, "Chu Shan, you are watching, right? Let me out, it's not fair." Hearing the sharp confrontation, he did not care at all, changed his tone and laughed happily. "What qualifications do you have to talk about fairness with me?" Chu Shan excitedly leaned forward. "Qin Yan, I am the boss here. How the game is played is up to me. But don't worry, I keep my word, so I will wait until the countdown ends before killing your sister." The more he said, the more excessive he became. "After that, I will bring her intact corpse and put it in front of you." Qin Yan's face had turned ugly, and he angrily gritted his teeth. The image of Xiao Shui collapsing on the floor, with blood flowing from her mouth, was clearly engraved in his mind. Qin Yan trembled with resentment. "Chu Shan, I will kill you." He suppressed his strength and stabbed the knife straight into the surveillance camera, making it explode. "I will definitely kill you." Li Yang panicked from behind. "Qin Yan destroyed the camera?" As for Chu Shan, he calmly explained, "It's okay, I will still win this game in the end, it's just a little regrettable." I can't see his appearance gradually collapsing step by step. Worry and helplessness increasingly swirled into Qin Yan's mind. He closed his eyes, sat down, and used the magic power to affect the floor. Then this old factory building, maybe it can. An inspiration flashed. I feel it. Finding a possible path, Qin Yan mobilized a large amount of strength and concentrated it on the ground. Okay, if the iron door can't be opened. The room began to crack, then simply collapsed. This room smashed the entire floor. His actions directly caused the entire building to shake, and the subordinates of the Ming by association guarding below ran around. What happened? Is this building finally unable to hold on and collapse? Qinyan's face was covered in sweat at this time, and the system's voice sounded reminding him, warning, excessive use of skills, it is about to cause backlash on the body. Stop immediately. Knowing that he would suffer a large backlash from the source of magic power, he still resolutely did not stop. I know without you saying, but I must get out of here. Maintaining this state for a long time, Qinyan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind, even if you get out, you won't find your sister. These words of the other person were like needles piercing into his heart. Qinyan frowned, turned his head and shouted, "What did you say?" The person lying on the bed explained in detail about the structure of the place where Xiao Shui was held. Where Chu Shan actually detained people, is a secret room made of special materials. The location is hidden, and it is indestructible. Only a special method can be used to find and open it. Qinyan was doubtful. How do you know? His face weakly forced a smile. Because I am the designer, this place is actually my laboratory. If I had not been poisoned, I could have helped you, but unfortunately I am useless. Now my brain can no longer focus to do anything. Qinyan vigilantly pointed the sword forward. Who are you? Why can I trust you? Understanding that it was useless to explain further, the man only replied slowly, You don't need to believe me, because the result has been determined. Then he immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The man used a little of his remaining strength to instruct Qinyan a few more things. If you have the life to get out, go to the physics department of the city university. Find a teacher surnamed Zhang, tell him, Lu Mingji sows the wind and reaps the whirlwind, and has to pay the price for his own arrogance. He was stunned. Lu Mingji, no wonder I find him a little familiar. Qinyan cleverly realized the identity of the person in front of him. He is the scientific genius who first discovered the abnormal energy waves of the Earth. Thanks to his warning, humanity has avoided at least 50% of the casualties in the early stages. He sorted out all the relevant information, but one day, he suddenly disappeared without a trace, until the public heard news of him again. It was his tragic death in the wilderness outside the suburbs. After confirming his identity, Qinyan understood, so in fact, Lu Mingji has always been with Chu Shan, but I don't know why he was poisoned by Chu Shan, and finally fell into such a tragic ending. He looked at Mingji thoughtfully. If it's him, maybe he can really help me find Xiao Shui, and who knows, maybe I can change his fate. Based on his previous words, Qinyan looked around. He just said that this was originally a laboratory, so there must be another room. He found a large crack in the wall. Slowly approaching it, Qinyan pressed close. Is there a door here? The shock just now made the wall crack, otherwise I probably would have a hard time discovering it. He summoned the sword. The countdown is 10 minutes. It doesn't seem as sturdy as that iron door. Qinyan decisively swung the sword, and the strong impact made the surrounding energy explode. He stared blankly ahead. Those were all strangely shaped trees. Qinyan recognized them. These are all plants in the territory. He smiled. That's great, then carried Mingji on his back. Qinyan kicked away the windshield. Gently put him down in a corner. He carefully examined the strange plants that were taller than people. Qinyan connected to them with one hand, and transmitted aura through Mingji with the other. Wrapped in a strong blue magic power, his eyes gradually opened. What happened, my body? Mingji couldn't believe his eyes. He, who was originally a cripple who could only lie in bed, now felt the movement of his body. I can move. Qinyan approached and hurriedly urged him. Your poison has been, now quickly lead me out to find Xiao Shui. Beside the iron gate was the password machine. Qinyan spoke from behind. How long do you need to open this door? Mingji himself was a genius. With that talent, the password to open the gate was just a trivial matter. 15 seconds. It's similar to the secret room door. It's all examined in a special chapter. I can use the road from behind to decode and open it. As expected, he really coded it in an instant. It's open. Time passed quickly. With only 2 minutes left, in a separate room, Xiao Shui was covered in injuries at this time. She huddled in the dark corner with the chain wrapped tightly around her ankle. The sound of the clock echoed incessantly in the quiet space. The movement outside made Xiao Shui stunned and looked up. It was her brother Xiao Shui. He and Mingji broke in. Sure enough, it's here. He hurried into the room. How are you? Are you injured anywhere? Are you still okay? She weakly said, Brother? The two hugged each other tightly. Xiao Shui burst into tears. I almost thought I would never see you again. Qin Yan comforted her. Sorry, brother is late. Family reunion is a happy thing, but the important issue at hand is to find a way out. Mingji reminded, leave this place first. The red light flashed from behind and caught his attention, knowing that it was the surveillance camera of the people of the Ming by association. Qin Yan successfully rescued Xiao Shui, and did not have many injuries. Mingji suddenly woke up. This plan of Chu Shan can be considered a complete failure. He angrily slammed the table. How is that possible? Chu Shan roared. Lu Mingji has long become a dying waste. Why can he still act like a normal person, and even lead the way to open the secret room for Qin Yan? His subordinates proposed, I will have people go stop them immediately. But Chu Shan rejected it, no need. He understood that things have come to this point, so he had to solve it thoroughly himself. This time, I will do it myself. The three ran out of the room, and Mingji pointed the way, turn left ahead. Qin Yan immediately followed. Okay, I'll speed up. Before he finished speaking, if he didn't keep up, Mingji had already rushed forward. He turned back and urged, What are you standing there for? Go quickly. Although he had just been poisoned and woken up, Mingji's body was so agile, making Xiao Shui very curious. Brother, didn't you say that he is a scientist? How can he run so fast? Qin Yan confusedly replied, I don't know either. However, he could feel the source of magic power surrounding Mingji. A faint magic power appeared on him. Could it be that Lu Mingji has begun to awaken his abilities? Before long, the light from outside was already in front of them. The three escaped from the building. He was familiar with the terrain of this place, so the way to get out of here was in the palm of his hand. There is a road that can go out on this side. Qin Yan stopped. I still have other teammates inside. I need to think of a way to inform them. Suddenly realizing that something was wrong, Qin Yan's face darkened. Wait a minute. He was stunned. It doesn't seem right. At the same time a loud laugh echoed over. It was Chu Shan. He didn't want to let Qin Yan step out of this place completely. Qin Yan, your ability to perceive is really strong. What other surprises do you have that I don't know? He pressed. Also, little Lu, has the poison on your body been? Did you do it yourself or did Qin Yan help you? He reminded him from the side. Can't answer. Chu Shan's face was gloomy. Is that so? Then I will take you back and dissect your body and slowly study it, although it's a little troublesome, but I can also find all the secrets on you. Qin Yan had anticipated that a face-to-face battle with him was unavoidable, so he carefully put Xiao Shui down. He turned his head and asked, Please take good care of Xiao Shui for me temporarily. She was worried, brother. Mingji was doubtful. Qin Yan, Chu Shan is a level A ability user. You are not going to face him alone, are you? He smiled and replied, It's okay. Qin Yan draped Xiao Shui's small arm, kindly instructing her, and also a few words of comfort to make Xiao Shui feel at ease. Don't worry. Brother will definitely make the person who bullied you and hurt you pay the price. You will survive. We will go home together, right? Seeing that she was still a little uneasy, he added, Of course, brother still has to help you cure the territory toxin, to make you healthy again. Qin Yan stood tall in front of Chu Shan. He showed contempt. Qin Yan, you are asking for death. He did not concede either. Maybe the one who dies is you. The purple magic power radiating from Chu Shan erupted violently. Humph, not knowing one's limitations. Before he could make a move, Qin Yan's figure had disappeared, leaving only a faint green smoke. He was not a fool either, and immediately raised his vigilance. He attacked from above, giving a head-on blow, but after all, Chu Shan was a level A ability user, and he quickly blocked that knife. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Chu Shan was somewhat fast speed. Then he swung his sword, making Qin Yan back away, but it's useless. The force of this move was very strong, and it took him a long time to steady his feet. Xiao Shui worriedly watched Qin Yan closely, and Mingji next to her secretly analyzed the current situation, not to mention the level A ability energy and magic power. Just their physical strength and speed alone have far exceeded level B ability users and below. Where did Qin Yan get such confidence? Remembering the moment in the building, he had asked Qin Yan, Thank you for saving me. Are you a level B ability, or a level C? At that time, he replied indifferently, I am level F. On this side, the battle between Chu Shan and Qin Yan became more and more intense. He appeared right behind him. Qin Yan vigilantly swung the knife but missed, and Chu Shan called happily, Qin Yan. His shadow flashed past him. You have underestimated level A ability users. Xiao Shui worriedly called brother. From the air, Chu Shan lunged to give Qin Yan a sword to the shoulder. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Although injured, he remained calm. Is that so? His face darkened, his hand tightly gripping his arm as he said in a low voice, the one who will pay a great price is you. The system sounded a notification, using skill, mental attack. It seemed his expectation was to directly attack his mind. Chu Shan frowned, a little puzzled. Taking advantage of the opening, Qin Yan drew his sword, wanting to quickly defeat him. The system sounded again. The opponent's resistance is too high. The mental attack has been nullified. As expected, this move hit accurately. Unexpectedly, Qin Yan hit Chu Shan. Ming Ji stood beside him in shock. How is that possible? Qin Yan, how much strength have you been hiding? Although injured, Chu Shan was still very strong. He smirked. Killing you is more than enough. He raised his knife defensively. Is that so? Now Chu Shan revealed his main move, radiating a dangerous dark purple magic power. If that's the case, I will play with you seriously for a while. Qin Yan, see clearly, this is my ability. His moves made him frown, multiple clones. Before Qin Yan's eyes, he cloned into many people, forming an encirclement. I will kill you. Qin Yan was distraught, his face panicked and speechless. No wonder there were rumors in my previous life that Chu Shan could break through the territory alone. It turns out that he can turn one person into 5 people. Xiao Shui anxiously couldn't stand firmly and had to lean on Ming Ji. Brother Ming Ji, one person divides into 5 people, then the individual strength of each person must be weakened a bit. Right. Ming Ji supported Xiao Shui with his hand and replied, there is that possibility. Chu Shan swung his knife at Qin Yan, and a black aura spread around the knife. Qin Yan dodged to the side, and Ming Ji continued, but it could also be this person's strength. He punched Qin Yan in the stomach, with no intention of showing mercy, and the heavy punch sent him flying. Ming Ji was very worried in his heart. They are all as strong as Chu Shan. Qin Yan was hit in the stomach and sent flying dozens of meters due to inertia, with smoke and dust everywhere. He struggled to get up and quickly realized that Chu Shan was approaching him again. Chu Shan swung his double knife straight down at where Qin Yan was lying without hesitation, and Qin Yan luckily dodged with a leap far away from the area he was attacking. Ming Ji was worried about Qin Yan in his heart, and he swallowed his saliva and prayed. Before, Qin Yan could barely fight evenly with Chu Shan, but now alone. How can he defeat 5 Chu Shans? Qin Yan stood with his hands on his thighs, his face dripping with sweat, and he was panting in pain. In his heart, he was very puzzled by Chu Shan's ability. The magic flow of each clone is the same. How is that possible? If there is this kind of heaven-defying ability, then Chu Shan would have become the most powerful ability user long ago. However, he was standing right behind him. The dark and mysterious face was clearly warning the prey. Qin Yan, I know what you are thinking. Qin Yan panicked and was startled. And he couldn't react in time. He turned his head, his eyes widened in fear. But without giving him time to react, Chu Shan continued, I can tell you directly, my 5 clones have a time limit. All 5 of Chu Shan's clones immediately gathered to attack him at the same time. The eyes of those clones were bloodshot and had only one purpose, which was to defeat Qin Yan. And the surrounding space was enveloped by a cruel black-purple aura. All 4 sides and 8 directions of him were surrounded by Cui Tian's clones, and they did this so that he could not escape from this circle. Qin Yan was now at a dead end. Damn it! Cui Tian challenged, but a heavy blow from behind. Qin Yan could not stop it, and was hit by the heavy blow, and Cui Tian continued to challenge his limits. Can you persevere until then? Cui Tian used one hand to tightly grasp Qin Yan's neck, and he had no intention of letting go but wanted to strangle him until he breathed his last breath. Qin Yan, you really have some ability. Qin Yan was strangled to the point of suffocation, and he could not escape from this hand. Cui Tian lifted Qin Yan up with only one hand, and he floated in the air unable to escape, while he was leisurely, but compared to me, it's still far behind. Another clone of Cui Tian immediately swung his knife towards Qin Yan, along with an extremely terrifying black aura, and he shouted loudly, here it ends. Qin Yan was helpless and could not escape from this hand, and his face darkened. Xiao Shui shouted loudly, trying to warn her brother, be careful, Ming-Ji could only hold her back to ensure the safety of both of them. A bullet shot straight into Cui Tian's clone, causing it to fall back unexpectedly without reacting. Qin Yan immediately seized the opportunity, swung his knife at Cui Tian in front of him, and freed himself. He turned in the direction the bullet was shot from, and it was his group who were coming to support him. Su Luo and his friends ran quickly to save him. "It's us, Qin Yan, we are here to help you." Cui Tian stood up, patted his clothes where he had been shot by the bullet, and his face was sullen, a bunch of useless things. He pulled out the knife and his eyes were bloodshot as if he wanted to kill all of them. "Stop getting in the way." Wu Hui immediately opened the defensive shield, preventing him from approaching, and he angrily shouted, "Who are you calling useless?" Kai Ming rushed up from the sky. "Don't underestimate people." Qin Yan was not free either, and he was facing Cui Tian's clones, and constantly had to block the attacks from them. Xiao skillfully used her bow and arrow to help everyone, and her skills were really good. Xiao Zhao's arrows shot down 2 clones, helping Qin Yan escape the encirclement. Qin Yan seized the opportunity very well. He pounced on the Cui Tian who was standing and slashed at him with a heavy knife, and the green aura around him was also misty. Cui Tian was lucky to block Qin Yan's sword. His eyes widened because of the great weight. Qin Yan used all his strength but still could not defeat Cui Tian, and his face seemed to be losing a lot of strength. He used one hand to block the attack from the right side of his waist, and Cui Tian's clone was blocked from attacking. This clone shared the same consciousness as Cui Tian, and he kept taunting and ridiculing him. "Qin Yan, do you think these useless things can help you?" Ming-Ji immediately realized the extremely serious problem. The strength of these people is far inferior to Cui Tian, and they can only stop him for a short time. Meanwhile, the shield that Wu Hui had erected was beginning to crumble. If you can't eliminate all the clones in one go. Cui Tian's clone had grabbed Kai Ming, and he lifted him high. "Everyone will die." Xiao was also in danger when she was approached by Cui Tian's clone. "I caught her." Even Su Luo was not strong enough to resist, and she fell to the ground and was seriously injured, with more and more blood gushing out of her mouth. Qin Yan stood before a difficult problem, and he was worried about his friends. "It can't be prolonged any longer. I have to find Cui Tian's real body." He immediately noticed that there was a huge water tank standing tall beside him, and his eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. "Old water tank, I can feel that there is still a large amount of water stored inside." His eyes showed a resolute willingness to risk his life, or try it. Qin Yan shouted loudly, pointing directly at the true form of Cui Tian. "Cui Tian, let go of the others, your opponent is me." Cui Tian was also not polite, and his eyes were vicious. "Okay, if you want to be a hero." Cui Tian's clones immediately gathered and launched a total attack on him. "I will fulfill you." Qin Yan immediately activated the skill, and a blue light enveloped the sword. Qin Yan swung his hoe into the water tank, and water poured out like a spring, along with the system's notification sound. The Otherworld sword, strength plus 100. Other attributes minus 100. The waterfall from the water tank immediately flowed down torrentially, and Cui Tian's clones did not have time to react. However, Cui Tian immediately laughed contemptuously at the trick, and he laughed loudly. "Qin Yan, do you think you can defeat me by relying on this?" Qin Yan stood in the water, his face darkened, and he gave a warning, "It's not over yet." Qin Yan knelt down, placing his hand on the water as if he was chanting a spell. Suddenly a tidal wave came, and the rising wave formed a tornado. Those clones were immediately terrified, and they retreated and stared at the water vortex in front of them. "What?" The tornado went straight to those clones without giving them a second to run away. Seeing this, Ming-Ji immediately picked up Xiao Shui, holding her tightly. He held Xiao Shui tightly to escape from the wave that was approaching the two of them. Seeing this, Wu Hui immediately shouted loudly and erected a solid shield. "All stand behind me." Thanks to that shield, everyone was safe standing behind the shield, and Wu Hui also tried his best to hold the shield firmly. Cui Tian, after witnessing this phenomenon, immediately calm. "This is the combination of water system and earth system abilities. I have never seen anyone who can do this." Qin Yan stood in the distance, and immediately raised his challenging eyes, and drops of blood fell from his mouth. "Is that so? Then open your eyes and see clearly." He immediately slammed his hand into the flowing water, using his tin luke to move the water flow. "Because you will die immediately." He used the tornadoes to attack from one body to another, and they could not resist the pushing force of the water and all fell down. Meanwhile, Cui Tian was still mocking Qin Yan, do you really think that you can kill me like this? Qin Yan did not answer, and had a careful calculation in his head before acting. Of course I am not so naive, my original purpose was not this. When people fall into a sudden crisis, they will unconsciously use all their strength to protect themselves. He kept directing to use the torrent to attack those clones. Those clones began to emit a dark energy, and Qin Yan raised hope, even if only for a moment. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he immediately discovered Cui Tian's main body. I found it. A dark red energy flew around the body. That was his main body. He is the main body. Cui Tian was startled, and immediately realized that he had been discovered. Qin Yan pounced to attack him with his sword, but Cui Tian blocked that attack. The two immediately pounced to attack each other, and the lights of the knives and swords flashed in a blurry way. Qin Yan used all his strength to stab his sword into Cui Tian's body. Mingji stood outside and watched everything. His heart was secretly happy. Is it successful? However, Suluo frowned. No, it's still not. Cui Tian immediately smiled evilly. Qin Yan, I changed my mind, you are a difficult person to deal with like you. Without any hesitation, he took the sword and stabbed into his shoulder. Still, go to die. Qin Yan immediately turned red with veins, and his eyes were as red as blood, and he asked him triumphantly, how is it, Qin Yan? Cui Tian said with a triumphant expression, this is my second ability, attacking with toxins. You should feel honored, because almost no one knows. Qin Yan smirked, what a coincidence, I also have an ability that I have never tried. He immediately activated the new skill, and a red aura surrounded him. The ability is activated, absolute immunity. Qin Yan released the poison, and immediately moved to the back of Cui Tian, swinging the knife down while he was panicking and could not believe his eyes. What? The sword pierced straight into Cui Tian's body. Fresh red drops of blood fell to the ground. At the same time, Cui Tian's clones also gradually disappeared in the air, and each clone disintegrated. Cui Tian shouted loudly, blood falling out of his mouth, and he was unwilling to be defeated like this. How could it be? I am a level A ability user, but... His body collapsed to the ground, lying sprawled and unexpectedly defeated by Qin Yan, killed. Qin Yan stood in front of Cui Tian's corpse, his eyes unwavering. Cui Tian, I said I wanted you to pay a great price. The system immediately issued ear-splitting notifications, and they appeared in a series. Reaching the next milestone, the body is strengthened Danke, discovering that the level has met the standards. The level-up mission has been activated. Qin Yan was surprised. Level up mission. Xiao Shui approached her brother, calling with a joyful face, brother. She immediately rushed to hug her beloved brother, her face full of worry. Qin Yan gently instructed his sister, don't run so fast, be careful of your body. Xiao Shui was again very worried. Her voice kept trembling, I almost lost you. Qin Yan immediately smiled, ha, gently caressing her head, isn't your brother still good here? How was it just now, handsome? Instead of answering his question, Xiao Shui was more worried about the injuries on his body. Her eyes were red and about to cry. What handsome, look at the injuries on your body. Qin Yan was immediately worried and had to coax his tearful sister, Xiao Shui, don't cry, this small wound is okay, it will heal quickly. Wu Hui was extremely surprised, I'm not dreaming, am I? Kai Ming still didn't dare to believe his eyes. Qin killed Chu Shan, the scary president of the Ming Re-Association. Xiao asked unsurely, so Qin Yan is actually stronger than Chu Shan, so is he also level A? Suluo was thinking a lot in her heart. Qin Yan, did you fight like this before? In her eyes, Qin Yan radiated a halo like a hero. She was always worried about this reckless hero and also felt sorry for him. A person who fell into a dangerous situation alone. Faced a strong enemy, and was close to death every time, from level F to today. How much did you have to endure? Suddenly a noise came from somewhere not far away while everyone was talking. Qin Yan immediately turned to the direction of the noise, his eyes vigilant. Without hesitation, he ran to it, his knife pointing straight down, and he discovered that it was Fei Fei. Qin Yan had no intention of letting her escape, and he pointed his sword at her, asking in a cold tone, what's the matter, want to run? Fei Fei immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. With her hands clasped together, sorry, Qin Yan, please let me go, the one who kidnapped your sister was Chu Shan. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Yan pointed the sword straight at Fei Fei's face, angrily scolding, "If it wasn't for you talking about things in the territory, how would he have found me? And even kidnapped my sister?" Fei Fei fearfully retorted, "It's not. Before entering the Lakha territory, you had already been noticed by Chu Shan." She continued, "Even without me, he would not let you go." Hearing this, Qin Yan interrogated, "Then why did you associate with Tho Thien? Aren't you also with Zhang Hao?" Fei Fei, with her hands holding her chest, replied, "Qin Yan, look at this world, it will soon turn into the apocalypse. Relying only on Zhang Hao's team, you will either die in the territory or be dealt with by those with stronger abilities." Then Fei Fei expressed her feelings in her heart. "Only a strong organization has the hope of surviving in the apocalypse. I just want to find a backer. I just want to survive." Hearing this, Qin Yan thought carefully in his heart, and felt that it was a bit right. She is right. I was too naive before, thinking that as long as I stay away from trouble, everything would be fine. But as long as I continue to level up, sooner or later I will be noticed by other forces. He thought again. In the blink of an eye, the group of people known as the most outstanding geniuses of the Academy were able to slash and kill monsters with terrifying strength. And the most powerful heavy weapons unit of the Dark Infantry was them. How to avoid being seen by the strongest forces? Qin Yan seriously thought, to protect Xiao Shui and to find the remaining materials to prepare the antidote, you must have the strength to resist them. After thinking it through, he ordered and protected Fei Fei. "You go." Waiting for this, Fei Fei clasped her hands and said happily, "Thank you." However, Su Luo panicked and spoke up to stop her. "She can't go." Qin Yan was a little surprised when he heard Su Luo say that, and he wondered, Su Luo, do you know her?" Before Su Luo could continue, Fei Fei immediately retorted, "I don't know her. I and her have not even met once. It has nothing to do with anything." Su Luo's voice was a little sharp. "Is the material correct? Let her return the material to you first, then she can leave." Hearing this, Qin Yan smiled happily and said, "Okay." Thinking that Fei Fei would not agree, who knew that she would be happy and volunteer, "No problem, just leave it to me." No sooner said than done. Fei Fei immediately made a move of some kind. Qin Yan was taken care of by Fei Fei for a while and recovered his health, and he said, "I am better now, you also go and treat the others a bit." Both Xiao Shui and Su Luo heard these words and did not agree, and shouted in unison, "No way." Then Xiao Shui explained, "Brother, didn't you agree with me that you must treat yourself well?" Su Luo agreed, "Your injury is the most serious, we don't need you to be strong." Qin Yan was rebutted by the two and only knew how to scratch his head obediently. Understood. The subordinates who witnessed this scene were interested in teasing. First Kai Ming, "Brother Chen, so there will be two people to manage you in the future," followed by Xiao Xiao advising, "You should still obediently listen." Only Ming Ji silently looked and smiled. Suddenly Qin Yan spoke seriously, interrupting everyone's teasing, "After eavesdropping for so long, you should also come out." Li Yang was caught in the act and was embarrassed. When that name appeared, Ming Ji called out in disbelief, "Li Yang." Li Yang said embarrassedly, "Everyone, rest assured I am only level B, and there is absolutely no threat to you. As long as you don't kill me, I can do anything you want." Qin Yan asked him with a blank face, "Li Yang, why did you want to follow Chu Shan?" Li Yang mumbled, "Because I wanted to find a place to stay, so I could live peacefully." Qin Yan continued, "Then how about you continue to stay and help us?" Li Yang heard this and asked blankly, "I don't quite understand." Hearing this, Qin Yan's eyes lit up and he explained in detail to Li Yang, "What I mean is, I want to take over all of this and establish a completely new association." Su Luo was a little surprised by this idea, and she asked, "Qin Yan, are you really serious?" Qin Yan replied without hesitation, "Of course, this incident has helped me understand the truth. To survive in this world, you must have the strength to protect yourself." Then he opened his mouth to cooperate with her. "Su Luo, are you willing to co-found it with me?" Xiao Shui next to her strongly agreed with this idea, and she took Su Luo's hand and persuaded her in a coquettish voice, "Sister Su, please agree with my brother. As long as my brother has decided on something, he will definitely try his best to do it well, and he will definitely not disappoint you." Su Luo smiled and replied, "Of course I know what kind of person your brother is." As expected, Su Luo quickly started cooperating with Qin Yan, and she happily opened her mouth. "The boxing gym was bought by you, and you were originally my boss. If you want to establish an association, then of course I will be the first to join. The two shook hands as if they agreed, and Qinyan opened his mouth to greet, "Welcome, my vice president." Those people saw the scene of the century's cooperation and also shouted in agreement, from Kai Ming to Xiao Xiao to Wu Hui, "Brother Qin, we will also join, me too, and me." Qinyan was also very happy and said, "Of course, I was originally planning to invite everyone." Li Yan witnessed this happy scene and thought contentedly in his heart, "Finally, Chu Shan is dead, and I have nowhere else to go." Compared to an arrogant and conceited Chu Shan, perhaps Qinyan's future will have greater achievements. Staying is indeed the best choice. So Li Yang opened his mouth and said, "Qinyan, I am willing to stay and help you build a new association." Qinyan was relieved to hear these words and said, "Then I will trouble you in the future, managerly." Then Xiao Shui spoke up and asked her brother, "Then are you going to rename the association?" Qinyan hadn't thought about this issue yet. He rubbed his chin and looked serious. "Name." In less than a minute, a name popped up in his head. How about the Kai Ming Xing Association? Both Xiao Shui and Su Luo were very satisfied with this name, especially Su Luo. "Kai Ming Xing, I like this name, then from now on, you are the chairman of the Kai Ming Xing Association." Xiao Shui was happy and just spoke a few words before fainting. "I am." Everyone there panicked and shouted. Then Qinyan supported his sister of the chairman, Xiao Shui. A moment later, Qinyan carried Xiao Shui to a place to rest, and Su Luo said, "There must be a room here. Let's take her to rest first." Qinyan nodded yes. Xiao Shui was examined in a timely manner, and the doctor informed him of her situation. She is poisoned by the territory toxins, and her body was already relatively weak. And she has experienced such a torment, the consumption is too great, so she fainted. Everyone was relieved to hear these words, and Qinyan and Mingji looked at her lying quietly on the bed and said, "It will be fine after a few days of rest, that's great." Then Mingji raised his glasses and asked, "But there is one thing I am very curious about. People who are poisoned by the territory toxins, their bodies will have to endure unimaginable pain." Mingji explained further, "Moreover, this pain will increase over time." Qinyan took out a bottle of purple medicine in his hand. A small detail flashed in his mind, "But why doesn't your sister have any such symptoms?" Mingji unexpectedly explained, "Because of this, I got painkillers in the territory. Is there a painkiller that specializes in treating territory toxins? I have never heard of it." He held the bottle of medicine in his hand. "If you can study the ingredients inside, it will be able to help more people who are poisoned by the territory toxins." Then, Mingji made a decision, "Then you can take it to study." Qinyan smiled. He felt that this friend was too trusting of him. "You can give it to me? You trust me so much? I still have another bottle, and if you succeed in your research, I don't have to go into the territory to find medicine anymore." Mingji seriously looked at the bottle of medicine, listening to Qinyan attentively. "Moreover, you are a scientific genius. If you can't do it," he continued, "then probably no one can do it." Faced with Qinyan's analysis and persuasion, Mingji lowered his head and thought silently. He had made a decision, holding the bottle of medicine in his hand, full of determination. "Qinyan, I want to leave here and also take all the materials in the laboratory." Qinyan happily agreed, and also offered to help. "Okay, do you need me to help you pack it up?" He sighed. "Compared to my previous life, Lu Mingji has survived this time. In the future, no matter where he goes, he may also help the future of humanity." When Mingji made a request, "I want to take away all the research materials, all of them," Qinyan also immediately allowed it without thinking too much. "Of course, it was originally yours." In the end, Mingji glanced at Qinyan. "Aren't you keeping me? I thought at least you would." Qinyan smiled faintly. "Where you want to go is your right. I have no right to interfere." Qinyan's words made Mingji silent for a moment. But then he turned around and adjusted his glasses as if he didn't care. "Forget it. It's too troublesome to pack things. I'll stay temporarily. Moreover, I have always been researching toxins in the territory, and I can help you take care of your sister." Qinyan heard this and was very happy, and he leaned over to shake Mingji. "Really, I was planning to ask you to visit my sister when you have time in the future." Mingji was a little dizzy, just temporarily. Even so, Qinyan still smiled happily with Mingji. "That's good too, you can stay as long as you want." At this time, Mingji's heart was very deep, and he reflected on his past experiences. being deceived by Chu Shan and imprisoned during this time made him realize how naive and innocent he was before. I studied the territory to help humanity become stronger, so that they can resist unknown dangers and invasions. Mingxi recalled that scene and was resentful, but many ability users only want to take this opportunity to loot property, and even trample on the corpses of their compatriots to obtain greater power. Remembering that memory again, when he heard Qin Yan want to establish an association, he thought he would become another times good, but now it seems that he is really different. His evaluation of Qin Yan also became more respectful and trusting than before. Moreover, he has relatives who want to protect and save. Such a person, perhaps, will not be fascinated by desire and power and lose himself. He took a step and turned around, so that Qin Yan could not see clearly his expression standing at the threshold, and said, "Well, that's it. I'm going back to the laboratory to continue my research." Qin Yan watched Mingxi. Oh. He pondered, feeling both admired and for this talented and hardworking person, just found a way to survive in the dead, and you don't rest for a day and want to go back to research. This is the scientific genius. In the end, Mingxi couldn't help but ask Qin Yan, if it wasn't because I knew where your sister was being held, would you still save me? Qin Yan seriously, firmly answered, no matter what the reason, I will save you. Smiling lightly, Mingxi left the words to end their conversation. Thank you. Then, a day later. At this time, Qin Yan stood in front of the group of the Ming Bai Association, listening to Li Yang explain, Chairman, after a day of announcing and asking for opinions, finally 7 people are willing to stay. He thought deeply. 7 people, plus Su Luo's group, that's 11 people. Before this situation, looking at Qin Yan's expression, Li Yang was somewhat powerless and didn't know what to do. No matter how I persuade them, still more than half choose to leave. Qin Yan will definitely not be satisfied. What should I do? With a face as if he wanted to eat people alive, Qin Yan reached out and put it on Li Yang's shoulder, his words as if they were cutting through the ear. Li Yang, you are really too powerful. The sound of patting the shoulder sounded, and these words really surprised Li Yang. He stood there blankly, as if he had been hit by the charm of the goddess, and instinctively made a sound, huh? The poor Li Yang was immersed in his memory universe, recalling the times when Chu Shan scolded him harshly. Useless thing. Li Yang couldn't help but compare. If it was Chu Shan, he would definitely have been angry now. Seeing Li Yang in a daze, Qin Yan waved his hand a few times. Li Yang. He came back to his senses, regained his professional and standard style. Chairman, let them greet you. Qin Yan was a little surprised to hear this. Greet? Without explaining further, Li Yang smiled slyly and started counting. 1, 2, 3. 7 brothers investments solemnly, with the correct posture like a standard soldier, said in unison, Hello, Chairman. Qin Yan smiled and replied, unconsciously rubbing his head, I will ask everyone to guide me more in the future. A moment later, walking on the long corridor, Qin Yan folded his arms and considered, it's already late, is it too abrupt to knock on the door now? In his head, he recalled Xiao Zhao's assured affirmation, rest assured, the boss will definitely let you in. Making a decision, Qin Yan tried to push the door and found out, the door is not locked. In the hazy room of steam, a blurry figure loomed behind the misty mist, and the shadow of the person spoke, Xiao, is that you? Qin Yan could only stand still, his face a little red, and said shyly, Sorry, it's me, I didn't know you were taking a shower. At this time, the steam gradually dissipated, and the beautiful figure of her gradually revealed. It turned out to be Su Luo. What are you saying? I can't hear you. Help me get the clothes on the bed. Qin Yan looked at the clothes that were thrown messily there, and gave a sound of understanding. He went to knock on the door, intending to give her the clothes. Su Luo, your clothes. Su Luo, wrapped in a bath towel, her hair still wet with warm steam, opened the door. Why are you knocking on the door? Just come in. Qin Yan's face immediately turned red with embarrassment, seeing this scene, but Su Luo was still cold, without any emotion. It turned out that she had not had time to react. Su Luo slammed the door shut and shouted, Why is it you? Qin Yan stood there helplessly, so sorry. A moment later, the two sat next to each other on the bed. The atmosphere was even more embarrassing. Qin Yan spoke first, Sorry, I should have made it clear that it was me. Su Luo didn't make things difficult for him. She sympathetically forgave Qin Yan. I don't blame you, the sound of the water was too loud, so I didn't hear it. But in her thoughts at this time, she was somewhat self-blaming. Was my reaction just now too exaggerated? At the same time, Qin Yan on this side was also immersed in the inner world. Does she hate me because of this? Does she think I'm too casual? Su Luo then leaned over and shyly started a conversation. Qin Yan, it's so late, are you looking for me for something important? Qin Yan shyly scratched his head, reached out his hand and extended an invitation to Su Luo. I wanted to ask if you would be willing to be the vice president of the Kai Ming Xing Association. Unexpectedly, she smiled and agreed easily, her face looking very happy. Okay. Qin Yan was surprised. You agreed. I thought you would say you need to think about it for a while. But she crossed her arms and confidently affirmed, because I have no reason to refuse. In fact, even if you don't say it, I was planning to nominate myself. Su Luo's affirmation made Qin Yan very happy in his heart, and he had even more trust in her. She always takes helping more people as her own goal, and she can definitely do very well. But this trust of his did not make Su Luo happy, but she showed a look of disappointment. In fact, not only because of that. She sat closer to him, and the atmosphere suddenly became pink, and taking all her courage, Su Luo decided to express her worries to him. Qin Yan, there are too many accidents in this world. So there is one thing I have to tell you now. With determined and serious eyes, Su Luo was preparing to say something very important. Qin Yan, in fact Just then, she lost her balance and almost fell down. Fortunately Qin Yan quickly stood up and supported her. Su Luo. Su Luo frowned uncomfortably, leaning on him, and said, my body hurts too much. Qin Yan was very confused, but he still kept calm enough to make a proper guess in this situation. What happened? Is there a flame running around inside Su Luo's body? He looked down at Su Luo, intending to leave and find someone to help. I'm going to find Lu Mingji now. Unexpectedly, she hugged him tightly, determined not to let Qin Yan leave. Don't go. Faced with this situation, he could only gently hug her back, weakly resisting, but Qin Yan had given in, and he just hugged her in his arms like that, comforting and reassuring. It's okay, it will be better in a while. Su Luo was bearing the pain of tearing flesh and skin at this time, and couldn't help but bite Qin Yan's hand. But he did not show any pain, and also allowed her, it's okay, you can bite as many times as you want. A moment later Qin Yan asked her, how is it a little better? She was now very sorry for biting him. Sorry, I didn't mean to bite you. Now Qin Yan asked her, what exactly is going on? Did you also hurt like this last time? Su Luo lowered her head, her face sadly explained, it started half a month ago, this is the third time, I can't find anything, the doctor said it was a side effect of the ability. Hearing this, a guess immediately sprang up in Qin Yan's heart, side effect of the ability, wait a minute. He was immersed in his memories, in my previous life. Everyone thought that after Su Luo awakened for the second time. Remembering his previous life, where he had died in the Demon Beast War, Qin Yan made a guess. Could it be that although Su Luo awakened for the second time, her body could not bear the power of the too great ability? He suspected, so there is no way to lead to loss of control and death. Returning to the present, Su Luo, although her face was very unwell, still pretended to be healthy in front of him. Don't worry, I'm really fine. The doctor said this sometimes happens randomly with ability users, it's not a very serious problem. Qin Yan decisively took her hand and pulled her away. Come with me. Unforeseen Qin Yan's sudden action, Su Luo could only let herself be dragged away. Huh? Until the two arrived at a wilderness forest, Qin Yan released Su Luo, and she looked around, wondering asked him, Qin Yan, what did you bring me here for? Suddenly, Qin Yan pressed Su Luo against a tree. It turned out that Qin Yan had planned ahead, he said to her with a serious face and at the same time Van Kai, Su Luo, relax. The golden light of Qin Yan's power appeared around the two of them. Now Su Luo understood, and her face showed surprise. This is Qin Yan's healing ability, is he going to treat me? He was so anxious just now because he was worried about me. There were only two people in the forest, and the golden light shimmered in the night, turning the strange barren forest into romance style. Qin Yan looked up at the top, wondering, strange, why is it not working? Su Luo thought for a while and said, it must be because my body really doesn't have anything too serious. And the external injuries have already been treated by Luke Fai Ni. Hearing this, Qin Yan was again lost in thought, and he made a judgment. The healing ability has no effect. Could it be that the damage has appeared since Su Luo awakened for the second time? If you can determine the cause, maybe you can change Su Luo's fate. And Su Luo now has a bit of trepidation, intending to continue the conversation just now, Qinyan. In fact, just now I wanted to tell you. Before she could finish, Qinyan tightly grasped Su Luo's shoulder and instructed, Su Luo, before I come back, you must not leave the dangerous area. Hearing these words, she immediately understood what he wanted to do. You want to leave? Qinyan's expression was extremely serious. Yes, there is a place I must go alone, but I will try to come back a little sooner. Seeing this expression of his, she could only be sad and silent for a while. But after a while, Su Luo still decided to trust Qinyan. Okay, I agree with you, you don't need to worry about our side. Qinyan smiled gently and replied, yes, with you here, I'm at ease. The two stood there, in the night forest, and Su Luo couldn't help but sigh. Qinyan, this place is really beautiful, let's sit here for a while. He also complied with her and agreed, okay. She looked up at the sky and whispered, Qinyan, rest assured and do your thing. And in her heart, she was always on Qinyan's side. I will always be there to support you. Their meeting just stopped there. The next day, at the laboratory, Qinyan came to see Mingji again. Mingji, during the time I'm gone, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xiao Shui for me. He also instructed in detail, and also Su Luo's ability side effects. Please pay more attention. He smiled and agreed immediately, and also teased, I will, and you have mentioned it 5 times already. Qinyan smiled and scratched his face, have I, sorry. After answering, Mingji worriedly asked him, Qinyan, are you planning to go into that area alone? Then he nodded yes, as expected. Mingji was more than he thought. Then Mingji turned away, wanting to get something to give Qinyan. You wait a moment, I have a few things I want to give you. A moment later, he took out an item. It turned out to be a ring. Try it on. These are 2 pieces of equipment I made before, not something too strong. At this time, it could be seen that there was a navy blue stone on the ring, and after putting it on his hand, Mingji instructed, this ring can create a defensive wall. Block damage, but it will gradually be damaged itself. Qinyan felt that the ring was like it was glowing in his hand, and he was very surprised. But it wasn't over yet, and below his feet was a bracelet that seemed to be a set with the ring. The anklet can enhance jumping ability. Wearing it can make people jump very high. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, this is not strong equipment. The current physical strength has been greatly enhanced. Looking at the equipment from head to toe, Qinyan admired. Combined with them, I have even more confidence. He looked at Mingji with admiration and gratitude. Like a child being given a gift, these things can't even be bought with money on the black market. So this is the feeling of clinging to a great man. Mingji was pushed back a few steps by this look. Why are you looking at me like that? Qinyan was very grateful to him. Thank you, brother Mingji. I really need them. Looking at him like this, Mingji was also a little moved, and instructed Qinyan, well, come back a little earlier, your sister and everyone are waiting. Then at Qinyan's room, as soon as he arrived, he activated the mission system, activate the level up mission. The mechanical ting-ting sounded, and the system's emotionless voice sounded, level up mission, conquer the special territory alone. After the attack is completed, you will receive a large increase in level and abilities. Important note, completing the mission will receive one of the valuable special materials of this territory. In front of the teleportation gate, Qinyan was determined, the antidote for Xiao Shui and the upgrade for the ability, all are things that I must have, no matter what. I must complete this mission. A moment later, Qinyan appeared in a primeval forest, and he observed for a while, this is the first territory I entered? Does the system transmit the same environment every time? You are really lazy. Suddenly a capybara combined with the size of a hippopotamus appeared, its eyes fixed with murderous intent, and pounced to attack Qinyan, and he quickly jumped to the side, dodging the attack in the nick of time. It roared, emitting a purple shock wave. Seeing this, Qinyan vigilantly turned his head, a huge mutated water guinea pig. Why is it? He turned his head to look in another direction and found out. The huge monster python was waiting there, opening its proud mouth, standing tall as if waiting for the prey to crawl into its mouth. Qinyan exclaimed in horror. Monster python, what the heck is the system doing? Did it gather all the territory bosses I ever killed together? Qinyan stood on Little Earth's back, and it opened its mouth with a ferocious look and flew around in the air. He jumped down, looking at it crawling around him. Using the demon beast you have defeated to test me, Then you are underestimating me too much. Suddenly, Chen Yan realized, it wants to surround me? It attacked strongly, and he immediately raised his hand and held up his sword to block it. The strength seems to be stronger too. Just after blocking the blow from Little Earth, the huge water guinea pig Little Water unexpectedly appeared, its eyes red and fiercely heading straight towards him. Chen Yan was startled and raised his hand to shield reflexively, his eyes filled with tension. He tried to run away, but Little Earth kept moving and surrounding him. Chen Yan ran away from it for a distance, and was blocked by Little Water. Sure enough, the speed of the water guinea pig is also faster than before. Little Earth turned back and opened its mouth, launching an attack on him. Moreover, these two clearly just coordinated with each other. Could it be that their intelligence has also increased? At the same time, Little Water also rushed to attack. Chen Yan's face showed worry, and sweat broke out. Not good. He quickly jumped up above the two beasts, to avoid the attack just now. Chen Yan's face was somewhat surprised, but also somewhat radiant. So you can jump so high. It turned out to be the bracelet on his feet. No wonder it's Luke Min Tri, this is so powerful. After the jump, he landed on the branch of the tall tree nearby, still somewhat dissatisfied, and a thought suddenly came to his mind, but it's still not enough, I need to be higher. Chen Yan was surprised by the thought that had just flashed in his mind. Wait, why did I think like that? He stood up and looked at the sky thoughtfully. Why do I want to jump so high? Suddenly a white eagle with snow-white feathers appeared behind him, and it raised its huge feet and rushed straight towards him. Without warning, Chen Yan was caught by it on both shoulders and pulled into the air. Damn it, just now I was really affected by the giant python. It spread its wide wings, taking him up high, so I didn't pay attention at all to what was in the sky. What does it want to do? Unexpectedly, he was dropped down by it, and Chen Yan turned back to look down with an expression somewhat tense, as if he was about to encounter danger. Little Earth's mouth was wide open waiting below, just waiting for him to fall into it and be its prey. Falling close to Little Earth's mouth, Chen Yan quickly grabbed its fangs. He stood on its mouth, his hands tightly gripping the two fangs, and the beast used force to bite him, causing him to tremble while resisting. Chen Yan struggled, gritted his teeth, and pulled out his knife to attack it back. Being attacked, it closed its mouth, and Chen Yan took the opportunity to jump down. Now is the time. Just as he landed on the ground, before he could regain his senses, he was again pounced on by Little Water. A loud explosion created a white mist, making it impossible to see what was happening. Chen Yan created a shield with one hand, preventing Little Water from attacking him. These guys, they are attacking too fiercely. He gathered his strength and punched the ground hard, causing the ground to crack. Now it's my turn. When his hand touched the ground, the strength was released, and the ground shook. Little Earth in the distance was affected, and its whole body staggered. The white eagle flying in the sky also did not escape his attack this time, and its wings and feet were bound by wires. Little Water stood there blankly, glancing back and forth at the two beasts being attacked. When it discovered that there was an abnormality in front of it, Chen Yan had already appeared in the air, holding a knife and rushing straight towards it. He quickly stabbed hard into its head, and blood splattered immediately. Little Water was knocked down and lay prone on the ground. Chen Yan landed, looking cool in the notification sound, successfully killed the giant water guinea pig. But he couldn't be happy for too long, and Little Earth had appeared, coming in front of him. It pointed its large head towards Chen Yan, and its eyes shone brightly, intending to create an illusion again. Seeing this, he stood up, his face a little smug. Still want to use the old trick again? Since I have recognized it, your illusion will no longer work on me. It quickly glided over, and Chen Yan followed its figure as it moved. Suddenly, he seemed to notice an abnormality. The flow of magic power is very balanced, unlike just now. Little Earth turned back and opened its mouth to attack Chen Yan, and the knife in his hand at the same time had a surge of power running along the body of the knife, ready for an attack. He held his sword and rushed quickly towards the beast, slashing at its neck, and Little Earth was cut off. Its head fell to the ground, blood gushing out, and the notification sounded, successfully killed the giant python. Not stopping there, the same white smoke appeared as before, and it moved around him. He glanced around, as if he had guessed part of it. The same move, using it a second time will be useless. The white eagle appeared and spread its wings, rushing towards him, intending to raise its feet to attack. But no, Chen Yan jumped up, appearing right above it. I found you. He immediately rushed into the beast, and it looked up above him in surprise. He jumped on the back of the white eagle, and resolutely brought down a sword. The white eagle cried out, struggling in the air in pain. With one hand, Qin Yan firmly held the sword that was stabbing into the back of the white eagle, and with the other hand, he pulled out another knife. You want to throw me off? He slashed at the wings of the white eagle. Then let's go together. The white eagle struggled in pain. The white eagle's wings were cut off, and it lost its balance, throwing him away, and Qin Yan fell down. The white eagle fell heavily to the ground, and the dust at that place rose up misty, covering its body. And Qin Yan fell, grabbing a vine on a tree branch, dangling, and the notification sounded again, successfully killed the white eagle. The system continued. The first stage of the level-up mission has been completed, preparing to open the second stage. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, clothes covering his body. It was a man, with a black coat covering his body, only revealing his face, and he grinned. Qin Yan was surprised and his eyes opened wide. There is actually a second stage of this mission, a very simple level of advancement. He looked at the mysterious person on the opposite side, wondering, however, who is this mysterious person? Why do they have to cover their face? Qin Yan held his knife and resolutely rushed into him. No matter who you are, I will definitely defeat you. He quickly leaned his body to dodge Qin Yan's attack, and he slid past in surprise. Then, he glanced at Qin Yan, his face cold, and raised his knife to attack him. His sword swept in an arc, and Qin Yan difficultly blocked it. His speed and strength are almost the same as me. He stared at the opponent, to switch to another move, using skill, mental attack. His opponent immediately and laughed triumphantly, and the notification sounded. Using the skill failed. The opponent's mental defense is higher than the current level of the skill. The two separated, retreating to the back, and Qin Yan wondered, the mental attack is completely ineffective against him. Is he even stronger than that time? He did not believe it. Impossible, he must have a weakness. He used another move, and the knife was inserted to the side, and he clasped his hands together, and a surge of power from the ground was released strongly. In an instant, his opponent was a little surprised. Qin Yan flipped his hand, and brought a large root from the ground to attack him, but he quickly rushed into the air. He turned his body to dodge the attack, flying past the root. He looked with surprise. The roots and vines are coming from the back. How did he discover them? Qin Yan rushed to hold the knife and attacked him head-on, but he was still able to lean his body to dodge, and he suspected, no, he seems to always be able to predict my next move. He began to worry. I have to think of a way. Qin Yan followed the forest path and ran away quickly, but he was still closely followed behind him. He turned back, and realized, sure enough, you caught up. After running for a while, he came to a dead end, and the stream was in front, and he could not run anymore. Suddenly, behind him, he jumped up, holding his knife and rushed to attack him. Qin Yan saw it unexpectedly. He has a knife. He had no time to pull out his sword, and raised his hand to counterattack. The two lost their balance and fell into the river. Under the river, Qin Yan quickly surfaced and attacked the opponent, and he only had time to block the attack with his hand. He was caught off guard, and water splashed into his mouth, causing him to cough. Qin Yan was attentive, his face full of tension, seizing the opportunity, taking advantage of this. But before he could do anything, he was controlled by him to use the water to shoot at him, knocking the knife out of his hand. Qin Yan was then thrown hard and fell straight into the water, and his face was in pain. His eyes widened unexpectedly. What's going on? He stood tall, with an overwhelming aura, and Qin Yan sat down under the water and thought, could it be that he also has the ability of water system powers? Qin Yan looked straight at the opponent and spoke. Who exactly are you? He calmly replied, didn't you guess in your heart already? He took off his hat, revealing a face exactly like Qin Yan, looking smug. Qin Yan, I am you. Qin Yan's eyes were wide with surprise. How is that possible? He stretched out his hand, and a circle of light emitted from his feet, dazzlingly. Qin Yan, let me teach you how to use these abilities. Each stream of power followed in that direction straight towards him, and he watched in a daze. Revolving around that abundant stream of power, he continued, you see, I possess abilities and strength like you. He quickly gathered his strength into the knife, his eyes turned towards Qin Yan. But it's 100 times stronger than you. Then, he held the knife and rushed towards Qin Yan like an arrow. I understand your way of attacking, and I know all your weaknesses. Qin Yan, you can't beat me. Qin Yan was caught off guard and retreated to the back, to widen the distance first. Suddenly, his heel tripped over a stone. He staggered, lost his balance, and fell down. Before Qin Yan could react, a vine had come from somewhere and wrapped tightly around his wrist. Immediately, the string pulled him quickly into a tree nearby. Thousands of vines wrapped around Qin Yan before his startled eyes. He wondered, why can't I control these vines? Another version of Qin Yan appeared. Don't waste your effort. They only listen to my orders now. He was somewhat sullen. Qin Yan, you are useless. Want to save Xiao Shui and want to save the world with just you? Qin Yan angrily replied, shut up. Another version of Qin Yan with sharp eyes, a mysterious smile as if seeing through the other's heart. I know, you are actually always very afraid and uneasy in your heart. You are also afraid that you can't do it, and even afraid that everything that is happening is just a dream. He loudly retorted, I'm not, I don't. He looked at Qin Yan with a leisurely expression. You have dreamed for too long, it's time to wake up. At this time, an image of Xiao Shui being hit by a stream of power appeared, and her face was as if she was enduring skin-cutting pain. She still used a gentle voice to face Qin Yan. Brother, it hurts so much, why didn't you come to save me? Qin Yan's eyes were full of surprise, his hands raised in the air as if he didn't believe this was true. No, it's impossible, Xiao Shui is still alive. And I also used my ability to conquer the territory to get the antidote. Still with that look, he raised his hands to look. That's right, where is my ability? Why can't I feel anything anymore? Just when Qin Yan was still panicking, a large red monster appeared from behind. Human, what are you doing? Qin Yan turned around, facing it directly. His hand was raised in a fighting stance. It's that guy. Suddenly, his hand was in the air, as if he had just missed something. Qin Yan unexpectedly discovered, where is my dagger? The monster laughed triumphantly. Oh my, are you planning to fight with me? Just relying on you, a useless person with empty hands, and no abilities. It changed a large sword in its hand. You must have at least one weapon. Come, I'll give you one. The monster quickly went into a stance to rush to attack him. Qin Yan raised his hand reflexively to block its blow. His face panicked when the sword in the monster's hand was close to his body. Qin Yan collapsed, his eyes horrified when he saw the sword stabbed into his bloody body. What is it? The monster laughed happily, and used its tail to tie him up while he couldn't believe what was happening. What posture were you just making? You just stretched out your hand and you were planning to stop me? It used its tail to bring Qin Yan into the air. Hey, are you so scared that you've gone crazy? Let me help you wake up a bit. Then it suddenly dropped him to the ground, and a strong tremor created a white smoke. Qin Yan lay in the rubble, his head full of thoughts. I've gone crazy, so I completely did not. Everything is just my imagination? Xiao Shui lying beside him still used that gentle voice. Brother, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. He immediately replied to her, Xiao Shui. Qin Yan was like he had gone crazy, unable to restrain his emotions, and shouted loudly. The monster still calmly said, just this and you've collapsed? Its tail continued to bring Qin Yan into the air, its arms folded looking at him as if filled with disgust. Faint. The monster used a mocking voice and said, Hey, human, perform a few of the fake moves you just did for me to see, while he was trying to pull the sword in his stomach out. A decisive stab made it unable to dodge. The pain made the monster release him to the ground again. It angrily pulled out the sword. But... He hugged the wound in his stomach, and weakly said, a monster with strong attack power like a normal person, its defense will be very weak, it seems I guess right. Qin Yan used a firm look to face it. Even if I die, I have to use all my strength to injure you once. This angered the monster, and it reached out and tightly squeezed his neck. Ridiculous, you, a person with nothing in hand, how can you injure me? He now had no fear. Having gone through so much, even if you are useless, there will be a bit of difference. Qin Yan gritted his teeth, and his eyes also became much more firm. That's right, I clearly am no longer the same as before. The belief made him remember the time when he slashed Little Earth. That's right, my perception and experience are all real. Or the time when he defeated Little Water, that I can harm the opponent is the best proof. Those thoughts kept appearing in his head. So, this is completely not my illusion, everything is real. Qin Yan struggled to grasp the hand of the monster. It angrily intended to swing its hand to fight back. But he was one step faster, dodging the monster's blow. Its face contained unprecedented anger. Qin Yan, with a sword in his hand, radiated a fierce aura. You are the illusion. Chen Yan used a confident attitude and said, because you are far inferior to him, there will be a day. I will personally kill him. He stood with a firm style, a sword in his hand, and an aura radiating around. Xiao Shui lay there reaching out to him. Brother, don't go, don't leave me. Regardless of her pulling, he resolutely said, you are just my regret and fear. Qin Yan turned his back and walked away along with the thought, the real Xiao Shui is waiting for me outside. Returning to reality, another version of Qin Yan was swinging his sword preparing to slash at him. Qin Yan, the test is over, you lost. Suddenly two sharp objects pierced through him, making him unexpectedly surprised. He widened his eyes in panic. What is it? Qin Yan looked on triumphantly. Thank you for showing me how to use my power. The situation was completely reversed, and he swung the sword in his hand. Now it's my turn. Another version of Qin Yan also quickly used his sword to block the blow, and the strong aura of the two people radiated everywhere. He frowned and spoke. I said I am you, so I know every move you make. But Qin Yan at this time still maintained a confident attitude. This sentence can also be said in reverse. He faced another version of himself and said decisive words, making the opponent somewhat timid. Every move you make, I also know. Qin Yan's strong aura pushed him back. Another version of Qin Yan was not inferior either, and his strength caused the stone under his feet to crack. Looking around without seeing Qin Yan's figure, he wondered, where is he? Long bamboo poles appeared around him and flew all over the place. Another version of Qin Yan used a commanding voice. Qin Yan, come out. Qin Yan appeared and disappeared, appearing behind him. Another version of Qin Yan turned around and slashed a blow into the bamboo pole, thinking that he had hit Qin Yan. I caught you. However, all around him now were only bamboo poles interwoven with each other, creating a string containing power. Where is he? Fear had enveloped the other version of Qin Yan. I am here. The sentence, I am here, was repeated continuously. Suddenly outside the string, Qin Yan appeared and said, where are you looking? He immediately used his ability, using skill, mental attack. A lot of clones of Qin Yan appeared around him, causing the other version of Qin Yan to panic. His face was horrified, and his eyes widened. No, impossible, it's all fake. Qin Yan spoke and used his hand to interact with his face. Then what about this? Continuous blows were launched, hitting the other version of Qin Yan directly. Didn't you say you can predict my actions? Qin Yan used all his strength to launch a continuous blow, making him unable to block the blow. Why don't you fight back? Then it was a strong kick, sending him flying straight into the tree. His face was bruised and battered, but he still struggled to say, Qin Yan, don't be so self-righteous. Do you think defeating me is enough? Another version of Qin Yan suddenly widened his eyes, his face full of surprise as if he didn't have time to understand what was happening. Qin Yan's sword stab pierced through everything. Of course it's not enough, but I will definitely not let anyone block my way. His face was cold and full of determination, including myself. Immediately after that, another version of Qin Yan turned into a pale blue flame. The system sent a notification, successfully destroyed another version of yourself. The level has been upgraded, the level has been upgraded. Qin Yan was still in a daze and stumbled back. It's a success, I won. A bottle of yellow liquid appeared in Qin Yan's hand. The system continued to notify, the antidote material of the territory toxin has been collected. 2-6. He happily exclaimed, that's great, then there are only 4 materials left. Then, the system continuously issued new updates. Successfully completed the level up mission, the skill has been upgraded, you can control the power of the element, and have grasped the way of space. Qin Yan was somewhat puzzled. Control the way of space? He raised his hand into the air, and a blue circle appeared, covering his hand. Water from the ground turned into a stream of water, shooting straight into the sky under Qin Yan's shock. That stream of water began to gather around him. Really this is a major upgrade. The system again issued 2 continuous notifications. A new skill has been unlocked. You can summon a beast corresponding to the element you have grasped. The level of the summoned beast is determined by your current level. Qin Yan put his hand to his chin and wondered, element summon beast? He continued, I remember that even in my previous life, there were very few ability users who could control summon beasts. Just when he was still wondering, Little Earth appeared from somewhere. AI. When he turned around, there was not only Little Earth, but even Little Water appeared. Qin Yan's eyes were round. Why is it them? At this time, the system reappeared and gave a new request. Please name the summoned beast, then you can directly call the name to summon it. Seeing this, he put his hand to his chin and asked himself. Naming, their colors are different, so they represent a type of element in turn. After a moment of thinking, he decided to finalize it. Well, one is called Little Water, and one is called Little Earth. Okay. Little Water and Little Earth heard these two names and each yelled loudly. Qin Yan saw the excitement of Little Water and Little Earth, and hurriedly put on his guard. What is this? Could it be that they want to fight a battle? Then Little Water and Little Earth rushed quickly towards Qin Yan. Seeing the two large figures about to bump into him, he thought, are they asking me? Little Water and Little Earth bumped into each other, and suddenly a boom sounded. In front of Qin Yan were many versions of Little Water and Little Earth, and he looked at them in surprise. You can also shrink? This appearance is quite cute. Qin Yan bent down to look at the cute appearance of the two beasts, thinking of Xiao Shui. Maybe Xiao Shui will like it very much. Then Little Water and Little Earth turned into two streams of light and returned to his hand. After Little Water and Little Earth returned to his body, Qin Yan looked at his hand and thought, but summoning them must consume magic power, if I don't know the level of magic power consumption. Then in battle, it will be very passive. At this time, the system continued to display a new notification. The body value has been unlocked. Name, Qin Yan, level, 41, magic power points, 1000, life points, 1000. Qin Yan looked at the few notifications and had the feeling that he had been exploited. This thing should have been there from the beginning. System, don't tell me you forgot and only remembered. Now? Finally, he sighed. Oh well, anyway, I have successfully completed the level-up mission. Moreover, I can clearly feel that my strength has become stronger. Qin Yan came in front of a sign, Kai Ming Xing Association. He looked up at it for a long time and wondered, it seems that I have only been gone for more than 2 days. When did this sign change? Suddenly someone replied, Li Yang sent someone to fix it. He turned his head and wondered, who is talking? It turned out that the sound came from the doorbell. I am Luke Min Tri, there is a camera and intercom installed at the gate. Qin Yan heard this and understood, so that's how it is. Then Luke Min Tri continued, if you are back, come to the laboratory for a trip. I have something urgent to find you. When Qin Yan entered the laboratory, everyone saw him return and bowed 45 degrees. Welcome Chairman to return smoothly. He saw all of them bowed to greet him and shyly waved his hand. Thank you, but you don't have to bow. At this time, Wu Hui, with his blind eye, also came to greet him. Chairman, you're back. Zhang Kaiming, with his mushroom head, also happily added, I said that Brother Chen will definitely be fine. Qin Yan heard those caring greetings, and his heart was moved. It's still the first time that so many people are waiting for me to come back. Then Xiao Shui was also pushed in front of him by Sun Xiao, and she called out, Brother. Qin Yan saw her and stepped closer in surprise. Xiao Shui. He sat down in front of Xiao Shui and asked caringly, when did you wake up? You seem to be in much better spirits. Xiao Shui smiled gently. Yesterday. Brother Ming Ji has been taking care of me. Qin Yan was relieved to hear this. That's good. Qin Yan looked around, feeling like something was missing, and asked, why don't I see Suluo? Sun Xiao said the boss is helping Luke Mingji get the data, she'll be back soon. Qin Yan was relieved to hear this. I see, then I'll go find Mingji. Then Qin Yan went to the laboratory, and as soon as he opened the door he said, Mingji, what did you want to see me about? Suddenly his pupils dilated as if he had encountered a great stimulus. A shocking explosion rang out, and smoke and fire flew in all directions. Qin Yan stood in the smoky dust, his heart extremely flustered. What's going on? Where's Mingji? He stood at the door and shouted, Luke Mingji. At this time, Luke Mingji, wearing a gas mask, walked out of the smoke leisurely. I'm in here. Qin Yan saw him and asked worriedly, what happened here? Luke Mingji took off his gas mask and replied calmly, I was doing an experiment and accidentally caused an explosion. Qin Yan could only hold his head and be speechless. I was almost scared to death by you. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the ring on his hand. Then it shattered into pieces, falling into a pile of rubble on the floor. The two young men stared blankly at the broken ring, not knowing what to say. Immediately afterwards, Luke Mingji approached the table and took out a rectangular black box. The prop can break into such a state. It seems you have experienced a fierce battle. Qin Yan reached out to hug his chest, patting his heart like a frightened bird. He thought, it's dangerous. I thought I was going to be scolded. Luke Mingji took out another ring and gave it to Qinyan. This is a new one. It can be used more durable than the previous one. Qinyan said, thank you. He looked down at the rectangular black box on the table and asked, what's inside this box? Luke Mingji opened the box. Inside was a sword, and he revealed, this is a new weapon I made for you from the remaining materials of the. Qinyan surprisingly picked up the sword. A new weapon for me? He felt the excellent statistics of the sword, and his heart was extremely excited. It's really powerful, not only increased 2 statistics, but also without any negative effects. Sharp short sword, strength plus 150, magic power value plus 150. Immediately afterwards, Qinyan swung the sword lightly. Unexpectedly, the door of the laboratory shattered into a pile of scrap iron. Qinyan looked at the ruins he had just caused, his voice full of guilt. So sorry. Luke Mingji could only stand and watch silently. I will report these new requirements to Li Yang. He looked at the door that was broken into pieces after the slash just now, and his heart could not hide his surprise. The iron door in the laboratory is mixed with special materials that can resist abilities, yet Qinyan only used one move. Luke Mingji looked at Qinyan, his heart full of doubts before his strength. It seems that he is even more powerful than before. But how can that be? Qinyan just received a good item, and happily put his hand on his shoulder and affirmed, Mingji, we will definitely be good partners for life. Luke Mingji heard these greasy words, and without hesitation replied, please don't say such disgusting words. Then Luke Mingji suddenly looked at Qinyan seriously. Actually, I called you here mainly for another matter. Qinyan was surprised. What? He expressed his strong desire. I hope this time, you can take me into the territory together. Qinyan was stunned to hear this. He wants to enter the territory, but ordinary people basically have no way to survive in the territory. Luke Mingji turned around, raised his glasses like Conan was about to solve a case, and he revealed, there is one thing I have always not said, I am also an awakened person. Qinyan was surprised. An awakened person? At this time Luke Mingji was typing on the computer while replying, just without any abilities. But you can live in the territory like a normal person. Qinyan understood after hearing this. No wonder his speed was so fast when escaping just now. But without any abilities, is there really this kind of awakened person? Then Luke Mingji called him. Qinyan, you come here and see. Qinyan walked forward in doubt. What is this? Qinyan looked at the map, remembering his previous research situation. I am researching a device that can detect the appearance of the territory in advance. But there are still important values missing, the places where the CDC territories appear. He continued to think deeply. In my previous life, until the end, no one could predict when and where the territory would appear, and later the number of territories became more and more. And the living space of humans became smaller and smaller. When Qinyan talked about this, the images of humans being trapped by the territory appeared one after another, although a new territory will not appear around a territory. There are still many ordinary people who die because of this. Escaping from the reminiscence, Qinyan looked at the map happily, his voice extremely surprised. If you can really detect where the territory will appear in advance, it will definitely save many lives. Luke Mingji smiled and affirmed, that's right. Hearing the above answer from Luke Mingji, Qinyan was full of determination. Okay, I'll take you to the territory. He thought to himself, go to the low-level territories. I can protect Luke Mingji's safety. At this time, Luke Mingji pushed his glasses, looking mysterious. The final thing is about Suluo. Qinyan was worried when he heard this and asked, how is she? Luke Mingji reassured him, she's fine, the body test results will be available after a week. Then he asked Qinyan, now help me go to Tiankong Road to find an acquaintance to get something. When Qinyan heard this name, his voice was extremely surprised. Tiankong Road, didn't a territory appear there already? There haven't been any people there for a long time. Luke Mingji looked at him with a question mark. What are you talking about? There is no territory next to Tiankong Road. Qinyan still couldn't believe it, and he put his hand to his chin and thought, impossible, I clearly remember. Qinyan remembered when he was preoccupied with thinking about how to get more medicine for Xiao Shui. It's already the 6th, Xiao Shui's medicine is about to run out. I have to find a way to go to the hospital to get more. When he passed by 2 men, he suddenly heard a sigh. I heard that a large territory suddenly opened up next to Tiankong Road yesterday. The man in brown clothes was surprised. Tiankong Road, I remember there was a haunted residential area there. The man in black clothes said in a low voice, yes, I heard that thousands of people have died. Life is getting more and more chaotic. Could the apocalypse really be coming? Escaping from the reminiscence, Qinyan immediately asked, Mingji, what is today's date? Luke Mingji replied immediately, the 4th. Hearing this, Qinyan said to Luke Mingji immediately, then in another day, a territory will appear on that Tiankong Road. Luke Mingji was shocked to hear the above information and blurted out, what? Qinyan turned around and rushed quickly out of the laboratory, saying as he ran, now if I go quickly, it should still be enough for everyone to leave. Luke Mingji looked at him running away and called out, Qinyan. Scene changed to another place. At this time Suluo was curious about the thing in her hand. This is what Luke Mingji wanted. She held the box in her hand, praising its strength. Even a level F like me can feel the enormous magic power inside. Lao Su handed the box to her, and said earnestly, please be sure to pass on the message to Teacher Lu. Being able to help him is the greatest pride of my life. Suluo readily replied, okay. She heard Lao Su call Luke Mingji, looked curiously. He looks like he is almost 50 years old, but he calls Luke Mingji teacher. How powerful is Luke Mingji in the end? Glancing across the road, Suluo suddenly saw a few people in black clothes loudly announcing with a loudspeaker, the apocalypse is coming. Only our Savior Society is the place for ordinary people. Only our Savior Society can save all ordinary people without discrimination. Suluo heard the above words, her heart full of doubts. Savior Society. Why did they come to City C? She clearly remembered that the Savior Society was an ability user organization that quickly rose in the next city. But in addition to ability users, they also recruited a large number of ordinary people to join. It is said that now the Savior Society only has 10 ability users, but the ordinary members have already exceeded 100. Thinking of this, Suluo became more suspicious. But where do they get the ability to protect so many people? They just want to take the opportunity to loot property. At this time, in the crowd standing to watch, a young man with a crew cut seemed a little convinced and asked loudly, may I ask, is it really enough to join the Savior Society to be protected? The man in black replied firmly, of course, if there is danger in the future, we will come to you as soon as possible. Suluo continued to think, however, in the early stages, you need to pay a certain membership fee, because the organization needs to operate continuously and also needs funding. Another uncle believed these deceptive words and also spoke up, then we'll join. How do you pay the membership fee? Suluo couldn't stand to see these people being scammed and decided to stand up and stop them. Don't give them money, they are scammers. The two men in black clothes were angered by her words of smashing their rice bowl, and immediately retorted, girl, don't talk nonsense. Who sent you? Why are you deliberately belittling our Savior Society here? Without giving Suluo a chance to say more disruptive words, the two men in black clothes conjured ropes and tied her tightly. They threw her to the ground, and a man in black clothes questioned loudly, what exactly is your conspiracy? Suluo lay sprawled on the ground and shouted loudly, I am telling the truth, you are using everyone's fear to swindle money. She was controlled by a man in black clothes using magic power and flew into the air, and he showed off, we help the ability users, at least they're a level C. We have enough ability to protect these ordinary people. He rolled his eyes and threatened, and you, your magic power is so weak, and you still dare to change black and white here. He loudly accused her to the bewildered crowd. Everyone should open their eyes and see clearly, this woman's intentions are not good at all. Suluo smiled. The man in black clothes noticed that there was something wrong and turned back loudly. Who is it? The main character Qinyan had appeared, and he gritted his teeth. Who allowed you to treat our vice president like this? At this time, Suluo was in Qinyan's arms. Why are you here? He said gently to her, luckily, I made it in time. The man in black clothes was stunned. Sure enough, other associations are here to disrupt. The comrade next to him said calmly, you seem to have some ability. But you let a level F be the vice president. He mocked the male lead. You can see that you are just an insignificant small association. Qinyan frowned, and looked at him with bullet-shaped eyes. Have you finished speaking? He was self-absorbed. Of course not, we are the saviors, how dare you mess with us? Before he could finish speaking, this kid was punched by Qinyan, causing his teeth and lips to be mixed up. The thick-lipped man next to him was surprised. Bastard, how dare you! The handsome male lead kicked that man in the stomach with a thunderous kick, causing him to spit out his nose 1,000 meters away. The two talkative guys were neatly stacked into a pile by the main character. Qin Yan looked down and threatened, "We are the Kai Ming Xing Association, remember this name." The remaining members also approached the two of them. Chairman Boss. Su Luo wondered, why is everyone also here? Xiao quickly said, Teacher Lu told us to come here together. CEO Mingji saw him and immediately asked, Qin Yan, is what you said before true? Qin Yan replied decisively, of course. He warned everyone around, everyone, this place is about to be covered by the territory. Please pack up your belongings and leave immediately. Mushroom Head Kai Ming and One-Eyed Wu Hui were surprised and couldn't close their mouths. Everyone reacted strongly. Territory? Why is there a territory in this peaceful place? Don't joke, I just moved here last month, isn't this in the middle of two territories? The chance of a territory appearing must be very small. The male lead tried to persuade, I can't prove it to everyone, but please believe me. The gentle Wu Hui, the chairman will absolutely not lie to everyone. Su Luo agreed, that's right, and Sun Xiao then begged for everyone's agreement, please trust us. Qin Yan was moved, everyone, he expressed his gratitude in his heart, thank you for believing me. It seemed that the male lead's punch just now did not scare them, and the thick-lipped man stood up and questioned, so you guys are the scammers, no one in this world can predict when the territory will appear. This kid limped step by step, provoking Qin Yan, you guys are agitating everyone here to leave their homes, what exactly is your intention? The brother in the crowd in a shirt also echoed, yes, don't panic us like this, you can't just joke around because you are ability users. The man in the black cloak took the opportunity to win over, yes, everyone should still look at us, the Savior Society, don't pay attention to them, I will move to another place and continue the conversation. Xiao looked at everyone being manipulated with disappointment, and feebly said, everyone wait a moment. Su Luo immediately gave up the idea of persuading everyone, it's useless, they don't believe it. Xiao still had hope, but Luke Mingji also analyzed, moreover, compared to us, who have nothing, they tend to. Qin Yan suddenly smiled and looked at him, I have an idea, Mingji, do you have anyone you know living on Tiankong Road? Scene changed, and Lao Chuk, with a happy face, said with great excitement, no problem, Teacher Luke, just leave it all to me, for you, I am willing to do anything. He grasped Luke Mingji's hand and didn't let go, causing him to freeze, please don't say such disgusting words. Qin Yan stood next to him with a helpless expression, so Mingji is always so frank when talking to anyone. He looked out the window and contemplated, and the green leaves that fell were gradually stained red by the magic power. I hope this method will be effective. It's only a little after 12 o'clock now. It should still be in time. Lao Chuk carried his suitcase and went to fulfill his promise to Mingji. The curly-haired neighbor unexpectedly asked in a small voice from behind, causing him to stand still, Lao Chuk, are you going on vacation? He guiltily turned back and said, yes, going on vacation, it has absolutely nothing to do with the territory. It's true that he confessed before being attacked, and the naive Lao Chuk hurriedly covered his mouth, and the neighbor also looked at him unexpectedly. He hurriedly ran away, sorry, there's no time, I have to leave here quickly. The neighbor looked at Lao Chuk's back in surprise. Surpassing the first camera running on rice, later, Lao Chuk met many neighbors on the road. He had learned his lesson, and he answered the same every time. Some time later, the news spread throughout Tiankong Road, causing the people here to leave in a panic. Very soon, a territory will appear on Tiankong Road. Someone knew the news in advance and has escaped, and that news has spread. At this time, Su Luo and Qin Yan stood in front of the trees that had been stained with the color of hell, and she looked at the male lead with pride. Your method is very effective. In less than 3 hours, more than half of the residents of Tiankong Road have left. He explained, after all, most people have a herd mentality, and at this speed, everyone will have time to leave before tomorrow morning. Suddenly, dark magic power surrounded the two of them, and Su Luo panicked and asked, what's wrong, Qin Yan? He immediately recognized the abnormality. The magic power around has suddenly become dense. Qin Yan looked around and pondered for a while, then spoke, why did the territory appear ahead of time? But there are still many residents who have not left. He turned to look at Su Luo, and instructed seriously, let's split up to find them, and try to get as many people out as possible, even if they are infected with the territory toxins. It's still better than dying in this territory. At this time, Luke Mingji looked at the device from behind and interrupted, "It's too late." Qinyan frowned and asked him back in confusion, "What do you mean?" Luke Mingji quickly replied to him, "The toxicity in the surrounding territory has exceeded 12 times compared to a normal territory." He glanced at the people who had bled and fallen to the ground, and said in a low voice, "Ordinary people will die immediately after appearing in the territory." Suluo frowned worriedly, "Why is that?" Qinyan only tilted his face and thought, not speaking. Luke Mingji stated his guess, "This must be a very rare special territory, and this territory is completely blocked, before the territory disappears." He paused, thinking of the scene of everyone being blocked in this place, and pursed his lips and continued, "We can't get out anymore." On the other side, Zhang Kai-ming honestly said, "The territory has really appeared." Sun Xiao was walking in front, and when she heard him say that, she turned her head and suggested, "The boss and them are still inside, we have to go in and help." Saying that, she lifted her foot to enter, but bumped into a wall, and Wu Hui accurately supported her shoulder. Xiao. Sun Xiao looked blankly at the door in front of her, frowned and said, "How is that possible? You can't enter the territory." Zhang Mingkai pondered for a while, "Then aren't the boss and them trapped inside?" Inside the territory, Qinyan asked his doubts, "What is a special territory form?" Luke Mingxi explained immediately, "We usually rely on the magic power value inside the territory to divide the territory from level F to level S, and the level of the boss in the territory is equivalent to the level of the territory." Imagining that the demons could be ferocious animals like dragons, Mingxi explained further, "But in the special territory, everything is random. Or they could be wolves," and he continued to explain to the two, "You may only encounter level F monsters, but you may also encounter level S." The three opened their eyes and looked at everything around them, and Mingxi said seriously, "Inside the special territory, anything can happen. The ecological rules here are completely different from the usual territories." Suluo pursed her lips and recounted, "Ever since this territory appeared, I haven't seen anything strange anymore. Even if we encounter something," Qinyan smiled slightly and said, "It seems we are not afraid to choose anything else." Luke Mingxi happily raised his glasses and happily, "That's right, everyone work together to conquer this territory." Qinyan blankly asked him, "Why do you seem to be so excited?" Mingxi turned his head happily and looked at him, raising his eyebrows and replied, "Of course, special territories are very rare. This is a good opportunity to collect data and materials." Suluo nodded to show that she understood, turned to look at Qinyan. "Qinyan, you lead the team, we will listen to you." He readily replied, "Okay." Qinyan turned his head to observe the abnormalities around him, to see if anything unexpected had happened. He paid attention to the building that was covered by the power of the demons, but it didn't seem to have anything very abnormal. He instructed Suluo that, "There is nothing abnormal on the streets. Let's go to the residential building in the innermost area to check it out." Suluo nodded, "Okay." Luke Mingxi looked down at the mobile map in his hand, pursed his lips and thought to himself, "Qinyan's choice is exactly the place with the highest response value in all aspects." He speculated that, the ability to perceive like this, even among people with level S abilities, is very rare. Could this be the reason why he can predict the appearance of the territory in advance? Suddenly a headache came, and Mingxi hugged his head, dizzy. Purple light radiated around him, and Qinyan tried hard to shake him awake while calling out loudly, "Mingxi." Seeing that Mingxi did not answer him, Qinyan observed his body a bit. He looked thoughtfully at the purple light radiating from Mingxi's body. "Mingxi, there is magic power surging in your body. Is it due to the influence of this territory?" Qinyan quickly turned to ask Suluo, "Suluo, do you feel unwell anywhere?" Suluo shook her head and replied, "No." Qinyan pursed his lips and thought after hearing this, "So only Mingxi is affected." After a long time, Luke Mingxi finally spoke up to reassure everyone, "I'm okay. Maybe it's because I'm entering this territory for the first time, so my body hasn't had time to adapt. And it's much better now." Qinyan nodded, looking at Mingxi and instructing, "Later you stand in the middle, I and Suluo will protect you." Luke Mingxi smiled and said, "Rest assured. When I encounter danger, I will find a place to hide myself, and try not to cause trouble for you." The three quickly entered the building that emitted the strongest magic power in the territory. Suluo remarked as she walked, "This is the first time I have entered an urban area covered by this territory." Luke Mingji, walking last, nodded and said, "The logic is the same. Within the scope of the territory, the environment and creatures will be mutated." Qinyan, holding the lamp and walking in front, also continued, "For example, this corridor is both cold and dark, clearly the result of mutation after being affected by the territory." Suddenly, a girl fell in front, and the three quickly stopped. Qinyan stopped the two and warned, "Be careful." The girl was covered in wounds, trembling and pleading, "Save me, save my life." Suluo carefully observed and said, "It's a girl, she seems to still be conscious." Qinyan quickly said, "Don't move, I'll go take a look. Actually, there's a big difference between the city and the wilderness." He looked down at the girl and cautiously said, "Are you okay?" The girl, without a word, suddenly lunged at Qinyan with unknown strength, trying to take him down. Suluo and Lu Mingji were horrified. Suluo covered her mouth, thinking, "What is that?" But Qinyan had already considered this possibility, and he quickly kicked the girl in the stomach. His kick sent the girl flying backward, her back hitting the wall. Qinyan kept a cool head. In the wilderness, most mutated creatures are animals and plants. He immediately took out his sword. Then he pointed the sword at the girl and absorbed the purple magic power. He pondered, "But in the city, the most common mutated creatures are actually humans." Qinyan looked at the girl leaning against the wall in front of him, and continued to think, after the apocalypse, they've even become one of the threats to survivors. He glanced at the ghost-infected people approaching, more certain of his thoughts. Moreover, they often appear in large groups. The three looked at the approaching zombies. Qinyan realized his guess was correct, as expected. He moved as fast as the wind, cleanly and quickly cutting down everything in front of him. Lu Mingji was still staring blankly at Qinyan's actions when a zombie with glowing eyes appeared behind him. Qinyan quickly turned his head and shouted, "Be careful." Suluo saw the zombie jump down, and signaled to Lu Mingji, "Get back." Before she could react, the zombie rushed over and squeezed her neck tightly with both hands. Lu Mingji prepared to step forward to help her, Suluo. Even though she was about to suffocate, Suluo still said to him, "Don't come over." On the other side, Qinyan was continuously killing the surrounding zombies quickly. When his eyes turned to this side, seeing Suluo being attacked, he shouted, "Suluo!" Suddenly, a zombie jumped down from above, ready to attack him. Qinyan slashed his sword horizontally, and the zombie's body was split in two. From a distance, the zombies continued to rush forward endlessly. Looking at the swarming zombies, Qinyan thought unhappily, "Damn it." Suluo in the distance was still being lifted up by the zombie who was strangling her. The fire ability was flickering in her hand, ready to attack him. Suddenly, the zombie made a sound, "I don't want to die." Then its face turned into a pitiful man, and tears streamed down his face. "I don't want to die." She was confused by this scene, the fire in her hand weakened, and she didn't know if she should continue to attack. Qinyan was still continuously chopping the approaching zombies in half. Seeing Suluo's hesitation, he shouted at her, "Suluo, attack." "He's no longer human." Lu Mingji added, "That's right, after humans are mutated, they permanently lose their consciousness." Feeling that her body was about to give out, hearing the explanation from the two, Lu Mingji continued, "What's in front of you is just a moving corpse." Suluo mustered her courage and burned the zombie in front of her with her fire ability. She screamed. The zombie looked at its body burning away, groaning in despair. Until it fell down, its body was no longer intact. Suluo, having been strangled for a long time, couldn't help but cough after being able to breathe. Qinyan had finished dealing with all the remaining zombies. He and Lu Mingji walked towards Suluo and asked, "Suluo, how are you? Are you okay?" Suluo felt guilty for her hesitant action. "Sorry, I shouldn't have hesitated just now." Lu Mingji comforted, "I should be the one saying sorry, the person that thing wanted to catch was me." Suluo smiled wryly, "I was originally protecting you, this is what I should do." Qinyan smiled and looked at Lu Mingji. "Mingji, you seem to not be afraid of these zombies at all." Lu Mingji crossed his arms and said, "Being held by Chu Shan before also had a benefit. Which is that I could collect a lot of materials about the fields." Suddenly a loud noise came from a distance. Suluo was startled. "What's that sound?" Qinyan observed and said seriously, "A lot of zombies are heading towards us." Suluo turned her head to look behind. A dense crowd of zombies is coming, it's on my side. In front of Qingyan, there are also many zombies, also on my side. Qingyan announced, we're surrounded. Suluo was troubled, what should we do now? Qingyan instructed Suluo, protect Mingji well. He thought to himself, I originally wanted to save as much magic power as possible, but it seems like I can't. He ordered, conjuring a golden aura from his hand, come out, little Shui and little Tu. Two large figures appeared in front of the zombies. It was little Shui and little Tu, their bodies full of killing intent. Lu Mingji and Suluo were shocked and speechless. Little Shui had already begun to attack, the zombies flying everywhere. Qingyan introduced to the two, my summoned beasts. Little Tu quickly devoured the zombies whole. Suluo couldn't help but sigh, so powerful. Qingyan reminded them, don't relax, it's still not safe. Suluo spread her arms to protect Lu Mingji, understood. The zombies in front of her were burned to ashes one after another. Lu Mingji looked at them trying their best to fight and protect him, and couldn't help but think, I left in too much of a hurry. I didn't bring the Dao True Art attack. Otherwise I could have helped a little. He remembered the past. Why is it that I clearly awakened, but I don't have any abilities? Lu Mingji recalled the countless methods he had tried in the past. I've tried so many methods, but I can't find the reason. But all of them failed, he just hated. If I also had abilities, then I could also enter the field myself, do more research, and also fight with them, contributing a portion of my strength. Qingyan stood in front of the mountain of defeated zombies with little Shui and little Tu, and said, I'm really unwilling. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the room. He stared at the zombie pile with little Shui and little Tu, it's over. From afar, Lu Mingji and Suluo approached, raising their hands to greet Qingyan. Qingyan turned his face to ask, are you okay? As soon as he finished speaking, little Shui rushed towards Suluo. It acted affectionately. Seeing this, Qingyan guessed, it seems to like you very much. Suluo hugged little Tu and replied, really? Lu Mingji also imitated being affectionate with little Shui, but little Shui looked at him with impatient eyes. A second later, little Shui bit Lu Mingji's hand, causing him to run around. Qingyan and Suluo couldn't help but giggle at the sight. Then Qingyan spoke, let's go, let's continue to move forward. The three walked on a gloomy road, the surroundings as dark as ink. Qingyan showed a suspicious expression, I have a premonition, things are not over yet. The three walked and talked. Suluo asked curiously, so, their names are Little Shui and Little Tu? Qingyan slowly replied, that's right, what do you two think of their names? Mingji directly replied, hard to hear. Something suddenly approached behind Qingyan from somewhere, surprising him. It turned out to be a zombie. Suluo quickly pulled out her sword and pinned it to the wall. Mingji also took this opportunity to frantically collect samples. Mingji went to collect samples. The zombie lay dead and motionless, blood flowing from its nose and mouth, its mouth open. I'll take a little. Suluo asked from behind, how long have we been walking? Mingji hesitated to answer, maybe it's been an hour, and also. Mingji held up a probe with an error message, my probe has lost signal. Qingyan seemed suspicious, secretly speculating, something's not right. Logically speaking, we should have reached the top floor. Mingji went ahead, turned around, and analyzed, it could be an illusion, or it could be some kind of mutated space. It seems that in this building, besides zombies, there are other things. Qingyan looked quite tired. Everyone is tired too, let's rest for a while first. After that, the three went into a living room and sat down to rest on the sofa. Qingyan sat down to rest and reasoned, after all, fighting for a long time, along with mental tension, also consumes a lot of energy. Suluo agreed, I've never been so tired before. Mingji thought the same as Suluo, that's right. Qingyan was so tired that I feel like I can fall asleep at any moment right here. Suddenly Qingyan jumped up, showing a defensive expression. It clearly wasn't like this before, something's wrong, there's a problem here. Qingyan closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the magic power around him. As if realizing something, he frowned and opened his eyes wide. As expected, my sense of the surrounding magic power has weakened. Qingyan gave his speculation, we are all ability users and awakeners. Before, in another field, we could walk for a whole day and night without any problems. Now, after only an hour, why are we so listless? A dark aura enveloped the entire room in front. It's this place, it's absorbing our energy. Suluo with a tired face realized, No wonder I always feel dizzy. Mingji added, because our senses and brains are also changing slowly. Suluo speculated on the situation, then we have to quickly get out, find a way to get out of this place. Qinyan also agreed with her proposal, yes. Immediately after, the three stepped out of the room. On the sofa, a purple aura suddenly appeared. The purple aura grew bigger and bigger. The three went down the stairs together. Mingji said as he walked, this devouring power could be the skill of the boss in the field, or it could be that the building itself has a problem. Suluo said from behind, so we have to find a way to find the field boss, or the loophole in this space. Qinyan frowned and said tensely, so we have to find a way to find the field boss, or the loophole in this space. The longer it drags on, the faster our energy will erode. The three walked for a while and were exhausted. Qinyan said while panting, at that time, it's hard to know what will happen. At most half an hour, if we can't find a breakthrough. Even though he was almost exhausted, Qinyan still looked up and gave the final choice. We can only find a way to blow up this building. Mingji shouted upon hearing this, that's impossible. Seeming to feel his reaction was excessive, he lowered his voice and explained, what I mean is, it's too dangerous to blow up this building. Suluo showed a mysterious expression along with a sly smile, that's right, this place might be important. Suddenly Suluo launched a long string of fire in front of Qinyan, surprising him. Qinyan quickly dodged the move and hurriedly asked in panic, Suluo, what are you doing? Just as he finished dealing with Suluo, Mingji also rushed over from somewhere with a stick, attacking Qinyan. He instinctively blocked the blow and said, Mingji, have you gone crazy? Mingji looked at Qinyan with a cunning look. Qinyan also noticed this abnormality. Something's not right, you're not Mingji. Qinyan was stunned, not believing the truth before his eyes. Next, Qinyan used force to attack, causing Mingji to be thrown hard against the wall. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suluo used all her strength to launch a fire attack at Qinyan. Qinyan managed to touch Suluo's hand. Then Qinyan locked her hands, pressing her against the wall, making her widen her eyes in surprise. Qinyan looked at Suluo tensely, you're not Suluo either, where is she? She looked at him and replied with a sarcastic voice, guess. Suluo replied to Qinyan playfully, what's so good about that serious type of hers? You should still choose me. Qinyan went crazy and shouted, I'll give you one last chance. Qinyan frowned, gritted his teeth, and asked, tell me where Suluo and Mingji are. Suddenly, a zombie jumped at Qinyan from nowhere. Fortunately, Qinyan reacted quickly, and he slapped the zombie in the face painfully. Qinyan used all his strength to deliver a blow, causing the zombie to fall down. When he finished dealing with the zombie, Qinyan looked over and was surprised. There was no one around. He wondered, disappeared? He ran forward quickly, asking himself in his head, when were Suluo and Mingji replaced? Qinyan stopped at a room. He opened the door wide and still kept thinking, why are even the voice and ability of the other party exactly the same? Qinyan left that room and continued to look for his teammates. He kept looking around with the hope of finding something. The situation is getting more and more bizarre. I must find them quickly. Unable to find any clues, he lowered his face and punched the wall angrily. There must be something I've overlooked. What exactly is it? Qinyan's punch into the wall caused it to deform, as if hiding something. Qinyan seemed to realize something. Inside this wall, there seems to be some sound. Qinyan used extremely fast speed and unmatched strength to punch the white wall, causing it to shatter. After some effort, he finally found what was hidden inside, found it. He was extremely surprised to see the person wearing black clothes passed out inside the stone wall. Why is it him? Qinyan was surprised and broke out in a cold sweat. His face could not hide his doubts. I thought the people of the Salvation Society had already run away. His face was dirty, and he said in a weak voice, save me, I beg you to save me out of here, this place will eat people. He leaned trembling against the wall, his face fearful. Qinyan clenched his fist, quickly questioning, what exactly happened? Why were you stuffed into the wall like this? Did you see anyone else? He still sat there, his whole body trembling, unable to answer anything. After a while, he finally hugged his head in fear and trembled, blurting out an answer, extremely dark, like a darkness that can swallow everything. Everything disappeared, nothing left. Qinyan was surprised by the answer, extremely dark. We came here together, and there are also many places as dark as ink. Qinyan decided to leave him there, and he turned to continue, take care of yourself, I'll go find my friends. He hurriedly grabbed his clothes, stopping him from leaving. Wait a minute, I remember. I lost consciousness in another place. Qin Yan turned back to ask where? He hurriedly replied as if afraid that if he lost a second he would leave. On the upper floor. I'll take you there, don't leave me alone. He didn't hesitate to decide to let him go with him, calmly answering, lead the way. On the wide corridor covered by a strange dark aura, even the most cowardly would not dare to approach. Qin Yan strode forward strongly, he followed behind, trembling and clinging to him from behind. He asked, you still have another friend, right? He replied in fear. I don't know, when the field appeared, we were all panicked, and then we were separated. After hearing what he said, Qin Yan raised a doubt, making him startled and freeze. Are you a power user from the Salvation Society? What's there to panic about? He was embarrassed and afraid, sweating profusely, hurriedly explaining, actually, we are just employees responsible for recruiting ordinary members, and we have never entered the field. Qin Yan quickly realized something unusual, his whole body exuding black killing intent. You're lying. He hurriedly explained, although we don't have experience, our chairman is really powerful. After hearing this, Qin Yan turned his face and pondered. He's not wrong, the Salvation Society will later become one of the 3 major societies in the apocalypse. Immediately, the image of the chairman of the Salvation Society wearing black clothes with formidable power, exuding a cold smile, made him hesitant. Moreover, their chairman is Su Tao, the peak S-level power user, but he didn't fulfill his promise to protect ordinary people. In Qin Yan's memory, the image of the chairman of the Salvation Society being brutally killed by a blue monster appeared, and finally, he died at the hands of a monster that emerged from the field. The deathly purple-colored scene made him understand that, therefore, the so-called Salvation Society is actually a scam from beginning to end. His train of thought was interrupted by his cry, there's light, it's the exit. He quickly wanted to run out first, thinking he was about to escape, but he was soberly stopped. Stay still. In the dark corridor, a zombie with a tall, muscular body, ashen skin but exuding a strong killing intent, appeared before the 2 of them. It was slowly approaching them. He fell to the ground in fear, his face full of panic. What is that monster? He stood behind, still very calm, his hands clenched into fists. Qin Yan summoned the silver sword, radiating green power, and said as he stepped forward, it's a zombie. Have you never even seen one before? He answered in fear. It's a zombie. Have you never even seen one before? He trembled and answered, I haven't. He poured all his power into the silver sword, the green power running along the blade, and said calmly, then now you can see it clearly. The zombie with purplish-blue skin, eyes streaked with blood as if wanting to burst out, exuding red threads, its mouth wide open, roared. Before it could react, Qin Yan quickly slashed a decisive blow at it. The zombie was extremely surprised, his head full of question marks, only had time to look at the person in front of him. The space darkened. He witnessed the whole thing and was shocked. Using only one move, he could kill such a terrifying zombie? In his eyes, Qin Yan radiated a strong and mysterious energy. This young man, he's even more terrifying than the zombie. Too scared, he took the opportunity to pick up the flashlight on the ground and ran forward. I have to run quickly. Qin Yan quickly noticed his intention, suddenly appearing behind him with cold eyes. His cold voice made him feel chilled. Where do you want to go? In the wide corridor, he said lightly. You just saw the light, so you thought it was the exit? Then you basically didn't want to take me to find people. He was sweating profusely, explaining in fear, this place is so dangerous, keeping my life is the most important thing first. Qin Yan pondered, who knows where your friend is being held, maybe they're already dead. Suddenly he stepped forward and punched him hard, causing him to crash into the wall, his mouth full of blood. He calmly approached where he was sitting and threatened, this whole building has been mutated, you can't get out. He was surprised and distraught. Impossible, you're lying to me. How can I not get out, then wouldn't we die here? He held the flashlight directly at him, the other hand holding the sword straight against his neck, causing him to tremble. He laughed coldly. Enough, immediately regain your composure for me. And then tell me clearly what happened just now. He was dazzled by the golden light from the flashlight, covering his eyes with both hands. Now he couldn't believe what he was seeing and was sweating. Wasn't I just seeing things? Qin Yan shone the flashlight on him in surprise. He really doesn't have a shadow? Qin Yan suddenly realized something. his whole body exuding power. Darkness swallows everything, the same appearance and skills, I understand. He gave him the flashlight and asked, "Take it, use it to shine on me." He was bewildered by the action. Huh? He patiently repeated, "Do it immediately." He didn't understand anything but still followed, shining the golden light on him in the dark corridor. Like this? Qin Yan immediately turned around and pointed the sword at his shadow, threatening strongly, "Come out, I've found you." The shadow then transformed into a bizarre shape, black inside, with a purple shell outside, running along the corridor. Before him was another version of Qin Yan with the same appearance as him. The other version of Qin Yan appeared, smiling and mocking him. "It took so long, and you still couldn't devour me." He didn't forget to praise him. "Qin Yan, you are indeed the strongest of these people." Qin Yan was not surprised and directly asked, "Where are Su Luo and Mingji?" But he didn't answer but gave a cold smile. "Want to know?" "Unless I die." He also carried a sword with the same power as Qin Yan, raised the sword high, preparing to fight, confidently saying, "But unfortunately, I am another version of you. Therefore, you basically can't win against me." Qin Yan was not afraid at all, holding the sword in response. "I'm really sorry, the same fighting style? I've already experienced it." He swung the sword at him as fast as lightning, but he leaned back and dodged easily. The other version of Qin Yan was sweating coldly, his face full of dread, his teeth gritted. He used his power to make the rock rise under his feet, creating a considerable tremor. The other version of Qin Yan continuously attacked by firing sharp ice needles at him. Qin Yan calmly blocked it with his ability, not forgetting to mock him. "Is this all you know?" Qin Yan collected the surrounding energy, creating an energy source that enveloped his body, ready to counterattack. "Then it's my turn."